Analysis of myths. I'm invincible upon knowing the plot. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 951, The Taste of Chaos. Did he intentionally let it go in order to let it help him? Although he was a little shocked by Zinhooki's answer, he was not surprised when he thought about it carefully. From the moment the Book of Life and Death appeared, it was different from all the treasures he had encountered. It reacted very calmly. Although it knew about Lee Su's situation, it seemed very indifferent. Compared with the mythological world, compared with the prehistoric world, compared with the external evil, it cared more about the underworld and suppressing the souls that had accumulated over countless years. Did it let go of the underworld because we won? No. Zinhooki shook his head and denied it. It said directly, it was the dead souls near Saint. After the failure, it was unwilling, so it planned to sacrifice the entire clan to continue to seize the underworld. That's why the Book of Life and Death suppressed the other party, so that it and its clan could continue to help it solve the soul overflow. Lee Su couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Isn't he a saint so easy to suppress?" Hearing Lee Su's words, Zinhooki was even more surprised. The Book of Life and Death is not injured, and there is the underworld as a support, and the energy is sufficient. It's just suppressing a saint. Is it difficult? Listening to Zinhooki's words, Lee Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His eyes were a little wandering. Is it easy for the treasure to suppress the near saint? I can't see it at all. Boy, are you thinking of something rude? Zinhooki narrowed his eyes with a hint of bad meaning in his tone. Lee Su shook his head without hesitation. No, how is it possible? Zinhooki glanced at him deeply and said nothing. Lee Su sighed and said with some emotion, I have worked hard for hundreds of thousands of years, but in fact, I have been under control. Lee Su pushed the door open and came out of the room. Sure enough, it was different. Although there was still a big curtain above his head, it was obviously shrunk. Compared with the big curtain that could not be seen at a glance before, it was just a cover now, and the edge could be seen directly. The concentration of yin qi also decreased and replaced by spiritual energy. A large amount of spiritual energy was blown in from the outside, filling the entire Fengdu city. The concentration was almost 10 times more than before. Lee Su jumped up and felt this Fengdu with only the outer city and the middle city left. Almost everyone was there. Not only the big sect, but also the upper, middle and lower monks in the western region were also there, and they did not leave. Not only did they not leave, they had already started to live in an orderly manner. Although it is said that with spiritual energy, monks almost do not need to directly ingest food to maintain their lives, but in this case, the lower the realm, the lower the effect. When you become a celestial being, you will take pills. If you are a golden elixir, and you will need to eat some food every day, if you are building a foundation. Of course, it is not just that. Although the requirements for food for cultivators are not high, it does not mean that they really do not eat anything. In fact, when they are Tai cultivators, most people maintain their habits as humans and eat something. For example, products such as wine and sugar still have a large market and consumer desire. Therefore, even though it is just over a day away from the end of the underworld, many figures can be seen outside the city. They are reclaiming the ground and loosening the soil of the underworld. At the same time, they are not only setting up formations, but also dispersing a large amount of yin qi on the soil to make it suitable for plant growth. Of course, there are also some people who plant special plants and plan to plant directly through yin qi. Undoubtedly, it is quite lively. It should be said that they are really worthy of being human beings. Even if such a big thing happened in the East region, those who should eat still eat, and those who should sleep continue to sleep. At least, he did not see how much panic there was. Lee Su blinked and walked forward, intending to see the situation at the edge of the curtain. It would be best if he could directly observe the situation in the heavenly court with his naked eyes, to avoid accidents caused by incomplete information. Your Highness? Feeling Lee Su's breath and movement, the second brother of Gigio, Zaoming, noticed it at the first time. He couldn't help but walked out and said, "What are you doing?" Li Su did not hide it. I plan to go to the edge of the curtain to see the situation in the East region and learn about the specific situation in the Heavenly Court. Then I plan to find a place to retreat for a while. Zaoming thought for a while. In this case, please be careful, Your Highness. After the curtain converges, the distance where the underworld is now is deep in the West region. The outside is very dangerous. In some places, even Daluo is at risk of injury. Well, I know. Li Su nodded and disappeared. Looking at Li Su's back as he left, the second brother of Gigio looked at him deeply and went back to the room he was in just now. There were quite a few people inside. At this moment, there were papers on the table in front of them, with countless small words written densely, and they were negotiating something. It was the plan that Li Su had told him before. The details, precautions, and other contents were being finalized. The people from the Buddhist sect, Ghost sect, and Sichin sect were all there, and the leaders were all the second brothers of each family. The Daozi of each family had disappeared. Sensing Zaoming's return, the second brothers of Tai from the three families raised their heads one after another, showing a questioning look. When they saw Zaoming shaking his head directly, the corners of the second brothers of Tai from the three families couldn't help but twitch. What they are planning now is not a trivial matter, but the general policy of the next Western Alliance action and the specific details of the implementation of the plan. According to such a plan, the top leader should naturally grasp the direction and review the details. As a result, none of the Daozi from the four families came. They looked at each other bitterly. Well, the higher the official, the more powerful he is. What else can they do if the leader doesn't come? First, get the details of the plan done, and then go find someone. There is no way. The Daozi can give up, but they dare not. They must keep an eye on it. Asterisk 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 in front of the curtain of the underworld. Li Su came very quickly. After all, it was only 1,000 miles away. It was different from before. The previous curtain came to an end, but it gave people a feeling that there was no end. Now it is just a layer away, and you can get through at any time if you want. Not only that, the scene outside the curtain is also clear at this moment, no longer completely covered. There is no doubt that the outside is the western region of the mythology realm, and this location should still be a very dangerous location. Thunder is falling from the sky, and blood-red thunder is constantly striking, and the earth is charred. From the appearance, it should belong to the Big Red area, which is very dangerous. Ordinary Tai may be in trouble. Of course, it is not the thunder outside that attracts Li Su's attention. His eyes directly penetrate the minefield and look at the distant sky, where the fairy clouds are lingering and expanding towards this side little by little. Fortunately, his realm is already the late Tai, and the visual distance is amazing. He can see the distance of light years away. However, according to this distance, there is no need to worry about the direct coverage of the Heavenly Court for the time being. With its expansion speed and the distance between the two, it will not be here within more than 10 years. Li Su exhaled, and his eyes flickered slightly. I don't know how the teacher and senior sisters are doing. It seems that they have appeared in the East region before, and I don't know if they have fallen into the cloud scene of the Heavenly Court. Although from this distance, the cloudscape of the Heavenly Palace showed a fairy-like scenery, Li Su could feel that behind the shrouded clouds, there was an extremely dangerous atmosphere. I will ask Kinga and the others if there is any way to contact them. Although the chaos in the mythological world is dangerous, it is also an excellent time to arrange people to go in, then go to the exit first. Taking this opportunity, it is time to completely solve the problems there. The appearance of the underworld in the Heavenly Palace has completely disrupted the situation in the mythological world. Not to mention the underworld, the situation in the Heavenly Palace is obviously more serious than imagined. A precarious atmosphere is approaching. Li Su has a hunch that before the complete chaos, the problems left over from before must be dealt with. Otherwise it is likely that he will find it difficult to squeeze out time after this. After the thought fell, he moved his body and walked directly out of the curtain, entered the thunderstorm, and quickly disappeared. Chapter 950 To return to homeland. Li Su was extremely fast. After his realm had broken through again, his strength had reached an astonishing height. Even if he did not use his Taoist magic and only moved forward through his physical body, he broke through the speed of sound in an instant and reached Mach 10,000 the next moment. This was equivalent to 3.4 million meters per second, 3,400 kilometers per second. For him, a distance of 10,000 miles was just a blink of an eye, a breath. Moreover, this was far from his limit. If he activated his magic, he could be faster, such as activating the power of Kunpeng on the Supreme Life and stepping into the realm of light speed, which would not be a big problem. He rushed all the way, constantly heading towards the fairy cloud of the heavenly court. Although the appearance of the heavenly court was not good news, it was equivalent to an opportunity for him to deal with things outside the mythological world. Saints and extreme Daluo were already trapped in the heavenly court. In the mythological world, Li Su did not say that he had no rivals, but at least there were not many people who could crush him. Ordinary Daluo could not do it either. After all, he had a treasure in his hand. For Li Su, it really didn't take much time to cover a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. In less than a minute, Li Su rushed to the front of the fairy cloud in a reckless manner. Without stopping to observe, Li Su just changed direction and rushed up directly. He rushed very fast and reached the sky of the myth world in a moment. Here, we have to mention the situation in the myth world. Although the myth world has the universe and starry sky, it is not everywhere. If you want to go there, you must go through a special place, which is equivalent to a tunnel. The place where Li Su came is also equivalent to such a place, a starry sky. However, there is something special. Even if the creatures in the myth world know the existence of that place, they can't go there. There is a special space over there, and the concentration of spiritual energy is very low, even lower than the universe and starry sky in the myth world, so low that it can't even support the cultivation of immortals. And although the cultivators of the myth world are normal here, once they go there, there will be problems. The soul will not be able to adapt, and it will not take long for them to annihilate themselves. This point is useless, even if they devour the flesh and blood of the blood food from outside the domain. Blood food from outside the domain can only purify their souls and reduce the negative impact of the natural evil pollution in the mythical world. Of course, this is the only thing that is precious to most of the creatures in the mythical world. After all, this natural pollution in the mythical world is terrible. As time and practice increase, the soul will gradually decay and collapse, just like the 5 decays of heavenly beings. It is about 30,000 miles from the ground. It is not high. At his current speed, it is only a matter of 10 seconds. In less than 5 seconds, Li Su felt that he seemed to have entered another space. Unlike the mythical world, the spiritual energy here is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not to mention the rapid decrease in the number of extraordinary particles. The activity between the Dao rhymes is also decreasing. The reaction is very poor, as if going from a high dimension to a low dimension. However, after a slight feeling, the impact is not great. After all, the suppression here is much better than the complete insulation in the intestines of Pangu Saint. And Li Su, even in that place, can still practice. His body has long evolved and is completely different from that of a mortal. Even low-level energy can be absorbed and digested. Not to mention, after the trip to the underworld, Li Su has already left the category of human in terms of race. He can directly absorb Yanqi's energy. Obviously, whether it is Yanqi or Yanqi, although they are on the extraordinary side in terms of attributes, they still exist in the ordinary world, but they do not have the magical powers of the extraordinary world. For example, in the extraordinary world, Yanqi can raise ghosts and breed evil spirits. In the ordinary world, Yanqi can only make creatures uncomfortable and sick after staying for a long time, but it does not actually raise ghosts, that is to say, it lacks extraordinary factors. So even if the concentration is reduced, it actually has little impact on him. Through his body and soul, he can still absorb and transform the required energy. The distance is getting closer and closer, and the naked eye can already see the entrance of the passage. It is a cave with a diameter of about 10,000 meters. Light cannot penetrate it. It is bottomless and connects to an unknown place. Li Su did not hesitate too much and rushed in directly. He smelled a familiar smell. The breath from the depths of the cave was the breath of the world he had come from. Both the body and the soul felt it. According to the records of the Xia Kingdom, this is the smell of home, the smell of the hometown that gave birth to oneself, which is easy to identify. With a loud bang, Li Su did not lose consciousness this time. He clearly felt the fluctuation of space when he entered the cave in trance and saw a huge passage with his naked eyes. This is a world wall. It is equivalent to two eggs, side by side. Because they are too close, a collision occurred at a certain position. However, unlike eggs, the world wall itself is energy. Although there is a conflict due to different rules, it is also attracted to each other because of the energy relationship. I don't know what happened over there. The fire plan took away most people, but also left some people. For example, Uncle ZHU and his group. There are quite a few people left. Beisu and his group came in after him. It seems that a lot of things happened after that. The demon clan took action again and cleaned up the earth fairy world. But the problem should not be big. Uncle ZHU and his group are not over there. Boom. With a loud bang, Li Su, who felt that he had hit something, was startled and came back to his senses. It was metal, some kind of machinery. It was rotten. He crashed through it, which directly caused a large piece of it to break. You have to know that he was still in the ancient world a second ago. Now, metal machinery and high-tech things suddenly appeared, and he was not used to it. What are these? He couldn't help but look back and found that in addition to the huge metal that he had smashed, there were more around. The entrance to the mythical world was blocked. He opened his spiritual sense and instantly covered the huge metal in front of him and scanned it. It turned out to be a ball. Li Su frowned slightly. Although he didn't understand it very well, there was no doubt that this metal ball had a strong sense of technology and was at a very high level. Who made it? Although the demons here are stronger, it is obvious that they are strong in cultivation and very poor in technology. Apart from other things, just the fact that the 8 kings of the demons live in Shankaka is enough to understand that the other party is not so poor in technology as to say that there is no technology at all. Before Li Su could react, something was approaching quickly. There were quite a few of them, thousands of them. There were spaceships, and there were also people flying directly. It's not right to say people, but it should be said that they were transformed monsters. Soon, they appeared in Li Su's sight. After seeing the target, Li Su frowned even more. It was indeed a demon flying over, but the person in the spaceship was undoubtedly a human. The other party naturally saw him. In an instant, the demon clan showed joy on their faces and couldn't help laughing. Another person is coming. Sure enough, after the problem in the myth world, they all chose to return to hide. Quick, activate the small Zaoshan formation and don't let him run away. Last time, those idiots let someone run away and they were made into blood food and sent to the myth world. The demon clan waved his hands impatiently. Although he was happy that someone came, and it would undoubtedly be a great achievement to catch him, he was afraid that the other party would run away. In fact, before the other party finished speaking, the spaceship began to accumulate energy the moment it saw Li Su. Almost at the moment it finished speaking, hundreds of spaceships directly spewed white light, and amazing energy rushed straight to Li Su. It was not a simple energy cannon, and super energy fluctuations could be felt. The moment the white light reached Li Su's vicinity, it exploded directly and turned into endless light spots, covering Li Su's vicinity. The light spots were like stars, and special fluctuations could be felt inside. This is a formation which has the power to suppress the extraordinary and extinguish the Taurime. Although the situation and structure are different, Li Su has seen it before, and he had felt it when he entered the myth world. This is the Zaoshan Xingdao formation. Although it has been simplified. Of course, even so, the power is still not to be underestimated. If a true immortal is trapped, his power will also be suppressed. It is an enemy, that's right. Seeing Li Su being trapped, the mouth of the open-mouthed demon clan suddenly cracked, and he was very happy. He couldn't help but be unhappy, because there were fewer and fewer people in Xia country, especially in recent times, they couldn't be found at all. The last time he caught one was several months ago. I heard that the last stronghold of the Xia people has been discovered and is currently being searched. Once it is broken, this world is basically completely pacified. It's a pity that he doesn't have enough connections and can't catch this last bus. Once the Xia people are completely gone, it will undoubtedly be difficult to get promoted and make a fortune next time. Therefore, it's worth it for him to meet someone at this time, to change shifts and guard near the exit of the myth world every day, just to wait and see if anyone will come. I didn't expect that he would actually encounter it. Sure enough, God still favors me. Boom. The next second, the demon's expression froze, and he saw that the target's blood and energy were rising, and countless extremely terrifying ancient beasts climbed out. The formation that could suppress the true immortals had no effect, and was torn apart in an instant. Not a true immortal. His heart was chilled, and his smile froze. Chapter 953 Death Star. Demons. 5 surnames. Holding thousands of souls, Li Su rubbed his brows and threw those souls into the ghost land under his feet with a backhand press. He raised his head while listening to their wailing and looked somewhere. The one who surrounded the teleportation point to the mythical world was indeed the demons. No, to be precise, it should be the people of the 5 surnames. The Zhou and K families. They left many descendants, and through the technology they mastered, they trained many people and used the means of technology to seal this place for several years. The purpose is also very simple, to hinder those who want to go in and capture those who come out. The croaking is not here. In fact, after Li Su broke through, the croaking left. Unfortunately, the level of the demon in his hand is not high. After all, his strength is only in the supernatural realm, which corresponds to the golden elixir stage, not even an immortal. The reason why he dared to be here was mainly because of the formation that trapped him. That was undoubtedly a killer. After all, whether it was the human race or the demon race, although they had all broken through the mythical world, it was obvious that almost all of them were in the immortal realm, and there were no real immortals, let alone Tai. After thinking about it, Li Su did not stop and flew directly to the other party's base that he had obtained from the memory of the giant and demon clan through soul searching. The distance was not far, about 10,000 miles away. There was a dead planet. The spiritual energy here at the teleportation point was very unstable, and there was no air. It was not suitable for people to stay for a long time. At least it was difficult for cultivators below the immortal realm to gain a foothold here. And there was no doubt that the immortal realm was undoubtedly an absolute strongman in this place. The immortal realm of Xia country might still be here to protect the safety of the people of Xia country. But when it comes to the demon clan, naturally no one wants to stay in this place where no one lives. The 5 surnames who usually patrol here and monitor this place, the dead demon clan, was purely because they got gossip from the demon clan and someone came back, so they wanted to wait here. It doesn't matter if you can't catch it, but if you catch it, you will make a lot of money. Therefore, it waited for Li Su. About 3 seconds, Li Su arrived at the 4-star location in the other party's memory. The radius is about 3,000 miles, which is smaller than the moon in the previous life. It has been completely transformed. There are houses built with special cement everywhere on the planet. You can also see residential areas covered by special tempered glass. There are many people coming and going inside, and there are also monsters. There are many strong people. There are many people in the supernatural realm, almost thousands, including humans and monsters, while there are more people in the magic realm and the martial arts realm, but there are very few mortals. In the center of the Death Star, there is a huge building with the largest number of people, and there are also 3 very powerful auras, far exceeding everyone. It is the immortal realm. To be precise, it is the king of the monster clan. Standing outside the Death Star, Li Su's face quickly sank, and his eyes were particularly cold. Although it is full of technology and science fiction, the 5 surnames are not low in technology. But it is obvious that this is a disgusting place. There are farms inside, breeding a large number of people as livestock and food. And these people were divided into several types. Some were simply treated as pigs and dogs, and some were raised as people, educated, imparted knowledge, and even history. They even opened up a large space, created a high quality environment, and had special classrooms. Not only were the knowledge that Li Su had learned taught there, but they also prepared world fragments to help them advance to the martial arts realm and even the mana realm. Of course, there is no doubt that these people are also food, playthings, and livestock. Their role is naturally to satisfy the special appetite of the demon race and even the 5 surnames themselves. In an instant, Lee Su didn't even have the idea of watching it anymore. There was a reflection in his pupils, the Jade Purity Deo fruit emerged, and the phantom of the Pangu banner emerged. At this moment, a big drama was happening inside. A pair of brothers and sisters with extraordinary talents were brought out from their home not long ago. They met the conditions and could allow their families to get better care in life. At the same time, they would go to the battlefield to fight against the damned demon race and the human cult. They were very talented and had killed the enemies who broke into the base. They were already at the peak of the mana realm. However, with their passion and yearning for the future, they froze physically and mentally as the door in front of them opened. The amiable teacher looked at them with a grim face. Their parents, who should have entered the advanced area and lived out their lives, were hung in the hall, washed clean like pigs and dogs. Some people and monsters were gesturing with butcher knives on them, discussing how to make them suffer the most pain instead of dying quickly. As the truth fell into their ears, the two were struck by lightning. Unbelievable, and their hearts seemed to be shattered. Seeing the brother and sister, the desperate parents went crazy at this moment. They couldn't help but roared, just uttering a word. Run. The brother and sister also had red eyes the next moment, and rushed towards their parents frantically. In their wide eyes, there was endless hatred and anger. Facing this scene, the demons from the immortal realm sitting on the high platform in the hall smiled with satisfaction. This is it. This is it. This is powerful. This is powerful enough. On the side, the 5 surnames of the human race were full of flattery, kowtowed and nodded continuously. After listening to the arrangement of the immortal, they turned around and looked at the brother and sister who were blocked by the 2 demons from the divine power realm and said, "Blood slaves, cheer, you are lucky. The king is in a good mood today and has shown you mercy. Next, you will be arranged to fight with opponents. As long as you can kill 1 person, you can live. Kill 2 people, one of your parents can live, and kill 3 people and you will all be free." As his words fell, 6 people appeared in the palace. They were tied by chains, their expressions were already crazy, and their faces were extremely distorted. Looking at them, the brother and sister couldn't help but shudder, and tears couldn't help falling. Although they didn't know 4 of the 6 people, they knew the other 2. That was their predecessor, who left their residence before them. He had the same amazing strength as them, and left with his family. Looking at their situation, the brother and sister didn't understand what happened. Obviously, the same thing happened to their predecessors. Blood and tears were left, and the 2 siblings looked at the terrifying existence sitting on the high platform with extreme hatred, and looked at the humble servants beside him, cursing and roaring like crazy. Sooner or later, the Xia kingdom will come to kill, and you, all of you, will not die well, not die well. Listening to the words of the brother and sister, the palace atmosphere paused, and the next moment they responded with an extremely huge laugh. Whether it was the 5 surnames or the demon clan, they were all laughing. The Xia kingdom will come to kill? The Xia kingdom had already perished, and now the last remaining people will be found soon. Once they are found, there will be no Xia kingdom in this world. This group of idiots actually believed in their education. Is it funny? Suddenly, in this huge palace, an extremely abrupt and cold voice came. The sound was not only cold, but also loud. The laughter could not be suppressed, and it was transmitted directly into everyone's ears, piercing through their lungs and hearts. Even the 3 immortal demon kings on the high platform, who were like gods, could not help but shrink their pupils and their faces suddenly changed. It was just a sound, but they actually felt that their souls were about to be frozen to death. The demon in the lead no longer had the same high and mighty look on his face. He gave the 2 people around him a look with great vigilance, and said, "I don't know which Taoist friend has come to visit. Please show yourself." Taoist friend? Ha 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 ha. The laughter was ringing, and the world was shaking. It was not an illusion. At this moment, everyone felt that the Death Star, the huge Death Star under their feet, was shaking with this terrible laughter. Countless demons and countless 5 surnames couldn't help but scream at this moment, not because the stars were shaking, but because they found that their flesh and blood were moving in a way that was beyond their consciousness. In the horrified eyes of the two siblings, the flesh and blood of the 5 surnames and the divine power realm in front of them flowed down like water, as if they had no bones. But the people were still alive, although they were like a pool of mud. At this moment, the mud was roaring, and the pupils could not help but pour out the emotion called horror. What happened? What happened? King, save me, King, save me. Gao Taishang, who had also turned into mud, couldn't help but scream. He used all his strength to turn his eyes and looked at the gods in his mind, begging for their help. However, when his eyes passed, his voice stopped abruptly. 2 of the 3 kings were like him, and their flesh and blood fell to the ground like mud. The only remaining strongest body was shaking constantly, out of his control. How could this be possible? The pupils of the 5 surnames were dilated to the limit, and their hearts were also terrified to the limit. That was the king, the legendary immortal, the strongest existence of the demon race. Before the screams ended, there was a loud bang, and the Death Star, which was as big as the moon, could no longer withstand the terrible laughter and it shattered. Everyone was exposed, hundreds of thousands of demons, millions of the 5 surnames. At this moment, everyone finally saw the source of the terrible laughter, the existence that made their bodies no longer belong to themselves. It was a person. Just by laughing, he could distort space and distort everything. And when he saw that person, at this moment, the demon immortal realm, the only immortal realm who kept his body intact, was already extremely terrified, with a look of horror on his face, and an expression of disbelief and fear. It's you, the number 1 genius of Xia country. Chapter 954, Earthly Immortals. The demon in the immortal realm is a familiar demon. He was once the Wolf King. As for the other 2, he is unfamiliar. According to memory, they should have advanced to immortality not long ago. However, it doesn't matter whether it is human or demon, except for those who can be left by him. They are all turned into a meat blanket. After eating the souls of all of them, Li Su lost interest in them and threw the meat blankets into his ghost realm. Now they have spent a long and terrifying period there until their souls are squeezed out by his supreme pressure and their true spirits are devoured. After doing everything, Li Su turned his head and took a look at the remaining people. Those with mental problems were directly liberated by him and tightened in the ghost realm, waiting for one day when his soul reaches the highest level and directly sent to reincarnation. The remaining ones are normal in mind, or relatively normal. For example, the brother and sister, and their parents. He didn't mean to talk to them and directly reached out to take them in and sent them to the demon subduing hall. Let the people inside talk to them. As for himself, Li Su looked at the boundless deep space in the distance. It was very lonely here. The environment was similar to that in the universe, but there were almost no stars. In the entire huge deep space, the only thing that could be seen was a few ruins, and their ages were different. Some looked hundreds of years old, some were almost thousands of years old, and some bronze materials had grown large patches of patina, which might have been tens of thousands of years old. From these buildings, it can be seen that there may have been more than one human civilization in this world. Although the styles of the dilapidated buildings are not much different, the differences in the styles of their civilizations can be felt through their appearance. I still remember that when I was in GGOO, Hong Xiu and the others had told me about the real facts about the contact between the human race outside the domain and the 3 religions. And Pangu Banner once mentioned that there was a saint inheritancer who was in agreement with me before. In the millions of years of the mythological world, this starry sky here should have seen a lot of human civilizations. Unfortunately, too much time has passed, and there is no more information left in the deep space except for the traces. Li Su moved again. This time he was very fast, and rushed directly into the bottomless huge deep space. We need to find the earthly immortal realm and the mortal realm. Then, through the 2 realms, we can locate the people left behind by the Xia kingdom. According to the memory I just read, one is good and the other is bad. The bad news is that the demons in this space have never stopped looking for the Xia people. They use the earthly immortal realm as their base. They have been searching for them for many years and have found clues. The good news is that Uncle ZHU and his men are very careful and hide very far away. Although they have made some mistakes and lost several small bases, the main location has not been found. Of course, such hide and seek is not good for the Xia kingdom. Especially recently, someone from the mythology realm has returned. Although it seems that they have run away, in fact, a net has been opened, and they are waiting for the other party to contact them. I don't know who the people who came back are. It should not be the teacher and the others. After all, the perception when I was in Tangshandeo was very clear. At that time, the teacher had already achieved the Tai realm and his strength was quite amazing. As for the current demons, except for the croaking who became mysterious after entering the mythology realm and rarely appeared in front of people, there is almost no opponent in the demons who can fight with the teacher. Undoubtedly, they are very likely to be trapped in the clouds of the heavenly palace and passively intervene in the war between the great sects of the mythology world and the alien races of the heavenly palace. We must hurry up. After dealing with things here, we will immediately return to the mythology world. If possible, we will go to the world fragments first to complete the second half of Journey to the West, and then we will deal with the things in the heavenly palace. Thinking of this, Lee Su not only had a headache, but there were too many things, all squeezed together. The most depressing thing is that the 10,000 years war can't continue. This is a great opportunity. With his strength, he will go to fight and become a Daluo realm after coming out. It is basically a done deal. Once he becomes a Daluo, whether it is a mythology world or this side, it will be much easier to deal with than Tai. Now, just the level of Tai's late middle way will take him a lot of time. Even if one is formed today, it will take 100 years. This is too long for Lee Su, who has been practicing Taoism for less than 10 years. He is very fast. After all, he intends to deal with it as quickly as possible. Although the Tai realm is far less than Daluo's expectation, the strength is still acceptable. At least in this deep space, the Tai realm is basically enough. As he moved forward, Lee Su kept exploding his divine thoughts. Let the consciousness explode like a sound wave to locate and find the existence of the earthly immortal world. Fortunately, he was fast enough and his soul had undergone a transformation. The range of a single induction was extremely far, almost close to 100,000 miles. With his speed, considering the size of this deep space, it should be possible to complete the location in a few days at most. Asterisk 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 at the same time, the mortal world was located. With the implementation of the Xia country's fire plan, and the fact that the demon clan had sent people here to carry out a carpet-style destruction, the huge space was dead silent, with no signs of human habitation. No, it cannot be said that there were no human habitation at all. At this moment, there were a large number of insects in this world, which looked like cockroaches, with blood red all over their bodies, and there was almost no end in sight. It was the insect tide, one of the 3 disasters of the Xia country. The mother insect occupied this place and turned the entire mortal world into its own nest. And not far away, the earthly immortal world. Compared to before the final war, there have been quite huge changes here. The number of demons has been greatly reduced, especially the 8 kings, which are almost gone. After the complete victory, the whole clan moved to the myth world. Now the late developing races, centipede spirits, scorpion spirits, etc., are ruling here, just below the strength of the 8 kings. In addition to them, there are 5 surnames, but they are not really 5 surnames. After all, 3 of them, Chen, Ruan, and Zheng, were almost destroyed in that battle, and the remaining descendants joined the Xia kingdom. In fact, there are only 2 surnames left here, K and Zhou. After that, they developed well. No, maybe they can no longer be described as them, but as them. These 2 clans have already given up their human identity. One has merged the blood of the croaking, and the other has merged the blood of a group of demons. They have completely mutated, and are no longer considered human in terms of genes. They have developed well, whether in practice or technology. Now they are undoubtedly the main force in the search for the Xia kingdom, providing a lot of equipment and subordinates. The Earth Immortal Realm is the base camp, and the instruments are all made here and then sent to deep space. At this moment, a meeting was being held in the Earthly Immortal Realm. The participants were the new 8 kings of the Earthly Immortal Realm. Except for 2 surnames, the rest were all newcomers. Of course, they were quite powerful. Like the previous 8 kings, they were all in the Immortal Realm, and their strength was at the late stage of the Celestial Immortal. They were undoubtedly much stronger than before. Is there any movement in the mortal world? No, we specifically lured the worm mother to nest there a few years ago. Now there are almost worms living there inside and out. Any movement would have been discovered long ago. It doesn't matter. The bait has been put out and people have followed. Unless they don't show their heads, they can be nailed to death as long as they show their heads. Now we have to face another problem, Zoe. It's been several years. Have you figured it out? Who is attacking our tribe? A demon king spoke with anger on his face, looking at the man who was neither human nor beast nor ghost sitting on the side and said, "We have lost a lot of people over the years. Is there any result?" Zoe, who was named, moved his eyes slightly. It looks very strange now, like a pool of mud with various organs. If it weren't for the fact that its mind still exists, it would have been cleared away as a foreign object long ago. Of the two major surnames, the K surname is okay, because it is a demonization, and there are not many people in the tribe. As for Zoe, she was very fearful to the demons. She had too many clones, and they all had problems. Her soul was extremely turbid. She was neither like a human cultivator nor a demon. Instead, she was like some kind of mutation, which made people feel uneasy. We did find some things. There were male and female voices, hoarse, sharp, delicate, charming, powerful, and heavy. It was as if hundreds of voices were mixed together. Just hearing the opening words made many people frown. To be honest, this clan was disgusting. If it weren't for the agreement made that year and the fact that Zoe's clan had very powerful technology, the demons in the earthly world would have been unable to tolerate it. Zoe didn't care. It played a picture. As the picture played, you could see that there were demons in it, being killed by some strange force, but you couldn't see the person or object who did it. There were many pictures, and there were nearly dozens of direct observations. In addition to the actual pictures, there was also a map with the place where the accident happened marked on it. First of all, it can be confirmed that the thing that attacked is getting stronger, and it did not appear suddenly, but appeared a long time ago. But it was very weak at the beginning, and now it has shown that it can kill the demons in the early stage of the supernatural realm. Then there is a number. Although they are all very strange. In fact, the demons died in not one, but two ways. In other words, the things that attacked by surprise were not one, but two. Finally, there is the range. The first range is centered on the former Xiacheng, and the other is here. I wonder if you are familiar with it. As Zoe stretched out her hand and drew two circles on the map, the remaining demons frowned. Let's not talk about Xiacheng for the time being. The main thing is another place. It is not a conspicuous or important place, but it is undoubtedly known to everyone present. The strongest human in Xia country, Minister Zhang, died there, trapped and killed by the croaking with the Zhaoshan formation. Not only that, in Xiacheng, a strong man of Xia country also died there, the marshal of the Xia country's military department, who also died there, in order to delay the demons, and buy time for Xia country. Everyone frowned, and one of them said, "What do you want to say? How many rare treasures are there in the world fragments?" No one knows, and how many rare treasures are there in the myth world, even less is known. However, they have been to these two places. And there is no doubt that both the world fragments and the myth world have powerful and rare objects that can come back to life even if they die. Looking at the silent people, Zoe said lightly, "The centipede is still alive after death. Although it is only a little bit of possibility, if what happened here is really related to those two, and is a sign of their resurrection, I think you should all understand it, right? That was the existence that the croaking personally went to the scene and used the demon clan's Zhaoshan Xingdao Great Array to suppress and kill it with great difficulty. If it is really related to these two people, I think you should all know how troublesome things will be." After a moment of silence, a demon king spoke. "What do you need? All races fully cooperate, whether it is or not. Solve this problem." Chapter 955 Farewell to Zhuanghuang Tower. He moved forward at a fast speed and kept exploring. Undoubtedly, without any communication facilities, it was still not easy to find the Earth immortal realm in such a huge deep space. Unfortunately, when he left, his realm was too low, and his understanding of space was too low at that time. He could only teleport over long distances with the help of Pangu Banner. Now that he has returned, he has located the entrance to the myth realm. Anyone can go back if they want. But it is not so easy to find the Earth Immortal Realm without a guide. Time passed, and this deep space was much larger than Lee Su had imagined. After running for 3 days, he still could not find the location of the Earth Immortal Realm. After all, it is deep space. Not to mention that it can accommodate a galaxy. Even a solar system is amazing. Even if it is only as long as Neptune, it is still a full light year away. That takes a full year to run at the speed of light, which is more than 9 trillion kilometers. If it is larger, more than 10 or 20 light years, it will be even more terrifying. Fortunately, he knew that the earthly immortal realm and the mortal realm should be nearby. After all, he had reached the entrance to the mythological realm from there when he was in the divine power realm. Therefore, the distance between the three was not too far. It was more of a matter of direction than a matter of distance. Unfortunately, the entrance to the mythological realm was not a door, but one that could be entered from any direction, so it was difficult to figure out the specific direction. Even the souls on the Death Star did not know this. They came and went relying on the spacecraft positioning, which had automatic coordinates. Except for the beginning, there would be a spacecraft coming only once every few months, which was too long. As for communication, the distance was too far. It was not a few hundred meters or a few thousand meters, but tens of thousands of miles. Unless a base station was established in the middle, there was no way to communicate directly. Once a base station was established, it would expose the location of the earthly immortal realm and the mortal realm. You must know that the entrance to the mythological realm was prepared with the Zacian star array, which could be suppressed even by a true immortal. If it were not for Lee Su, a pervert who could easily tear the star array apart, the security level here would be the highest. This place was breached, and the earthly immortal realm had no way to resist, so the vast deep space was the best umbrella. After all, whether it is the earthly immortal world or the mortal world, they are not planetary forms, but a special space surrounded by deep space. If you don't get close to a certain distance and have to face its entrance, otherwise it is almost impossible to find it. Therefore, the search is very difficult. Fortunately, Lee Su has the space method, which can locate in this deep space full of marks and determine his direction. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to find. If I had known this earlier, I should have left a coordinate. Although the space coordinate is not good, leaving some flesh and blood and burying it in the earthly immortal world, even if the level is not high at that time, it is still possible to ensure immortality within a few decades. As long as there is his own breath, no matter how far apart, he can locate it through the supreme flesh and blood. Thinking of this, Lee Su's expression suddenly paused, and then his old face couldn't help but blacken. Damn. Doesn't he have something that can be used as a fixed point coordinate? With his eyes closed, Lee Su's consciousness sank directly into the sea of consciousness, attracting the treasure. It is not the Xinhuo flag, nor the Pangu banner. It is the Xiandi Zhuanhuang Tower that has not been used for a long time. Because of the rapid improvement, although the Zhuanhuang Tower left some of its aura in his body, allowing him to exert some of its power, as his realm surpassed the true immortal, the strength of that aura was obviously not enough. After all, the situation of the Zhuanhuang Tower was quite bad. There was still a powerful existence suppressed under the tower. It appeared at that time, just to let the cultivators help it sort out its internal structure, and it was severely damaged. So as his strength increased, the Zhuanhuang Tower gradually faded out of Lee Su's sight, so much so that he had not thought about it for a few days after returning to his hometown. Soon, the Zhuanhuang Tower's aura was drawn out by him. Now his cultivation is far from what it was before. In an instant, he locked the other part of his body through a wisp of aura, and the true meaning he realized. Opening his eyes, Lee Su turned his head and looked down, and couldn't help muttering, "Here." With a thought, Yuking Supreme activated, and the figure disappeared directly. This distance is not close. When the Zhuanhuang Tower repaired its body, it chose to disappear and hid in the depths. Even if it directly crossed the space, it still took a lot of time. It took a full half a quarter of an hour for Lee Su to jump out of the space tunnel. The moment he landed, he couldn't help but tremble. Even though he had the treasure in his hand, he had seen the Zhuanhuang Pagoda itself before. Seeing it again, he couldn't help but be extremely shocked. The golden giant pagoda stood tall, the highest scripture ran through its body, and the magnificent power flowed around it. Taking a deep breath, Li Su prepared to speak and greet the treasure of the taking saint. Before Li Su could speak, the Zhuanhuan pagoda discovered him, and his tone revealed a strong sense of doubt. He recognized the person, but what was the situation in this realm? Long time no see, Uncle Zhuanhuan. Li Su clasped his fists and saluted. As the treasure of his master, the necessary etiquette could not be missed. Long time. Feeling the taking aura in the other party's body and the aura he left behind, confirming that it was the little guy, the Zhuanhuan pagoda was a little stunned. Calculating the time, it seems that it has not even had time to take a nap so far. How long has it been? What? Several years. But the problem is, for cultivators, for Tai, does a few years count as time? No. This breath, this feeling, is at the late stage of Tai. And the degree of this tamping is completely different from the monkey that was fattened by the master with the golden elixir back then. It is forged by real efforts. As one of the ancient innate spiritual treasures, Zhuanhuan Tower has seen thousands of practitioners, but I have never heard that Tai is calculated by years. However, it doesn't matter. Before Li Su could speak, the palace gate of Zhuanhuan Tower suddenly opened, and an incredible suction force burst out, whooshing, and Li Su was taken in. When Li Su came back to his senses, he was already in the core of Zhuanhuan Tower, and Imbeads appeared in front of Li Su. Facing this scene, Li Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Even if Zhuanhuan Tower didn't speak, he almost understood what was going on. No, Uncle Zhuanhuan, I came to ask you about the coordinates, not to recharge you. Looking at the beads that were about to hit his face, Li Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. After all, there were quite a few beads. Although his magic power was vast enough now, he was still only Tai. Not to mention compared to the saints, he was far behind Daluo. It was definitely a big project, and it had to be the kind of exhausting work. Although he thought about it, Li Su still stretched out his hand and pressed on these dim beads. The taking supreme in his body began to operate, directly evolving the yin and yang qi, one hand white, the other hand black, and the huge yin and yang power poured out instantly. With the injection of power, an extremely comfortable moan soon sounded in the Zhuanhuan Tower, which was very comfortable. Pure yin and yang qi is undoubtedly the most lacking thing in the Zhuanhuan Tower at present. After the saint left, there is no way to replenish it. As a treasure, the Zhuanhuan Tower itself has the function of absorbing all power and turning it into its own energy, but there is no doubt that its favorite energy is definitely the yin and yang qi. Innate treasures are different from immortal weapons. They will choose their masters on their own. Just like the chaos bell, the sage Tangshan has been looking for it for countless years, but he still can't find it. Because in its eyes, even if the other party is a saint, if it is not suitable, it will not follow. Even if it is damaged, it can repair its injuries by following the sage Tangshan. With the infusion of yin and yang qi, the Zhuanhuan Tower instantly vibrated, and a huge roar was faintly heard, with a strong curse in the voice. But soon, it was suppressed. At this moment, the Zhuanhuan Tower exuded an extremely amazing power. With the compensation of yin and yang qi, its origin was replenished, and its power began to recover to its former peak. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Li Su did it. However, before he could speak, a large amount of extraordinary particles, plus various energies, poured down, without Li Su absorbing them, and poured directly into the stars in his body. Facing this scene, Li Su's eyelids could not help but twitch wildly. He suddenly realized that running to find the Zhuanhuan pagoda was not the right choice. Asterisk 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 at the same time, in the earthly immortal realm, on 2 battlefields, the eyes of the 8 kings were flashing with cold light. After several days and nights of inspection, although they still could not find the origin core, they were extremely sure that this place was indeed changing. Something was being bred, and it gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. As an immortal realm, no matter what was about to be bred here, it was obviously not a good thing for them. Chapter 956 Exposed. While Li Su was being pulled away by the Zhuanhuan pagoda to recharge, on the other side, tens of thousands of miles away from the mortal world, in a certain space. ZHU Zhang and others who stayed behind and did not join the Spark Plan had extremely ugly faces at this moment. There were not many people, only about 1,000 in total. The majority of them were undoubtedly scientists. If you want to move and hide in deep space, you can't do without them. The rest were all practitioners. There were about 300 people. Among them, there were 5 people in the supernatural realm, and the rest were all in the mana realm. Although there was no one in the immortal realm, it was undoubtedly the strongest combat force in Xia country at present. Can we just watch like this? The signal has been received. The aura of the marshal and the minister has indeed appeared. If this continues, they will definitely be noticed by the demons in the earthly immortal world. If they are not fully recovered, once they are exposed, the 2 adults will definitely die. Someone spoke with an extremely heavy face. As he spoke, the atmosphere on the field immediately became heavier. ZHU Zhang, we must act. You have also heard the news brought by the people who came back from the myth world. Now a huge change has occurred in the myth world. Brigadier General Yiren and others are deeply trapped in it, and their lives are in danger. As for the tyrant, there is no news at all. My 2 lords, this is a last hope. Facing the words of that person, as the highest leader among the people who stayed, ZHU Zhang's face could not help but change again and again, and his eyes showed an extremely struggling look. He has been waiting all this time. No, it should be said that everyone in the entire Xia country is waiting for the news of Yiren, Zhang Shengying, ZHU Chahu, Yingzhan, and Li Su who went there. They hope that they will successfully break through, become immortals, or even surpass immortals, and then return from the myth world. However, after waiting for several years, what they waited for was a change in the myth world. Not only did they not know whether Yiren and others were alive or dead, but also Li Su, the first Xia country prodigy who had the greatest expectations and was favored by his father and the minister, seemed to have disappeared from beginning to end. There is no doubt that for the Xia country, this is the worst news that cannot be worse. Even ZHU Zhang and his companions could not help but feel desperate for a moment, unable to see the future of Xiaglo. In the past half month, the atmosphere in the last stronghold has been so heavy that it cannot be any heavier. Everyone felt as if someone had a rope around their necks, and their breathing could be cut off at any time. In this extremely dark time, the extremely special life lamp from the world of immortal cultivation, which carried the souls of his father and the minister, should have been extinguished, but it suddenly burned again. Father, Minister Zhang and others are being resurrected. Facing this news, ZHU Zhang was shocked, which can be imagined. After all, one of them is his biological father. Not only that, the 2 have presided over the existence of Xiaglo for decades, and they can be said to be the backbone of Xiaglo. To be honest, ZHU Zhang was very tired during this period of time. The heavy burden was all on him, and the heaviness in his heart was definitely greater than that of everyone present. However, in a few years, his black hair turned grey, and his face had many more wrinkles. You know, ZHU Zhang is a cultivator at the divine power realm, which corresponds to the golden core stage. Although he is not as good as the immortal realm, his lifespan has undergone a huge transformation and he can live for more than 1,000 years. However, he is only in his early 50s now, but he already looks old. Inhale, inhale, and inhale again. After repeating this process for 5 times, ZHU Zhang slowly raised his hand and said with great difficulty, "No matter." Hearing ZHU Zhang's answer, the expectant people paused, and one of them couldn't help but yelled, "Why? ZHU Zhang, why? That's the Marshal and Minister Zhang. There is no such item in the Spark Plan. Since there is no such item, we can't move, and can only wait. Damn it, ZHU Zhang. Do you know that the Marshal belongs to you?" ZHU Zhang's face became colder and colder, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He interrupted the man and said, "I know. However, the person who compiled the Spark Plan was also the Marshal, and one of the items in that plan is to ensure the implementation of the Spark Plan, which takes priority over all other options. The mere appearance of the returner in this vicinity has already attracted the attention of the demons. Although he led people away, the demons will not let go of all the places he passed by. Now outside, there may be demons looking down and watching here. Once we take any action, I'm afraid we will be noticed immediately. The significance of our staying here is just to supplement the fire plan. The purpose is to wait here for 100 years, hoping that the Zaya country's geniuses can surpass them and have the strength to fight against the demons. Only in this way can we take action and stop the fire plan. Besides that, other things have nothing to do with us. Seeing ZHU Zhang trembling all over, his hair turned from grey to snow white in an instant, and his face suddenly aged by decades. Several people present couldn't help but take a breath, and the thoughts in their hearts were directly blocked in their throats. For a long time, they couldn't utter a word. Damn the demons. Damn the demons. Several people lowered their heads, almost biting their teeth, and their widened pupils were full of scarlet, unwilling, and powerless. However, at this moment, outside the stronghold, in the deep space, there was movement. It was the demons, who appeared. Black wings, scarlet eyes, and a cold look in their eyes. It was the Black Crow clan. It was not the Crow King, but it had the perfect strength of the late immortal realm. Not just one, but 5 people, and their strengths were not much different. At this moment, one of them was holding a bloody and mutilated person. They were not dead yet, but their chests were slightly moving, and they were seriously injured. As soon as they arrived, one of the Crow Kings picked up the person in his hand, grabbed his head with his hand, and gushed out magic power. In an instant, the man could not help but tremble. Even though he was barely breathing, and had already fallen into a coma, he still could not help but let out a shrill roar. It was a soul search, an extremely violent method. The brain of the person being searched would be like a red-hot shovel inserted into it and stirred inside. Under this search, the soul would be torn apart bit by bit, annihilated, and never reborn. Not long after, the person who screamed completely stopped moving, and the only breath he had disappeared. He is dead. The 5 fingers suddenly clenched hard, directly cracking the opponent's head. Looking at the splattered blood, the Black Crow who took action said coldly, "Yes, they should be nearby." In an instant, the 5 Black Crows looked at each other, and the great magic power quickly gathered and exploded directly with the 5 of them as the center. With a loud bang, the energy rushed to the surroundings like a tsunami, and the huge space could not help but vibrate. Along with the ripples of vibration, a certain position obviously showed a different reaction. Here, the eyes of the 5 Black Crows lit up, and the next second they rushed over without hesitation. Boom. The space twisted and began to collapse. When it reached the limit, it broke completely with a loud bang. The external hidden space broke, and the inside naturally found it immediately. ZHU Zhang and others, who looked solemn, suddenly shrank their pupils, and their faces turned extremely pale in an instant. Were they found? After breaking into the stronghold, one of the 5 Black Crows spoke coldly, with a murderous intent in his scarlet eyes. "Finally found you, the remnant of the Zaya kingdom." In the stronghold, ZHU Zhang's face became extremely ferocious at this moment. His eyes were full of determination. He stretched out his hand without hesitation and slapped the table in front of him. It was not an ordinary conference table. It was hollow. There was a compartment below, and there was a red button. As long as it was pressed, the entire stronghold would be destroyed, and all of them would die. It was a self-destruct system that had been prepared long ago, just for this desperate scene. Boom. However, when ZHU Zhang's palm was less than an inch away from the conference table, a huge pressure fell down, and the space seemed to be filled with lead at this moment, so heavy that it could not move at all. Looking at his hand, that could not move at all, the blue veins were clearly popping up, and the skin was bleeding due to excessive force, but he could not move even a little. ZHU Zhang, who had been keeping calm and suppressing his emotions, didn't care about his father's resurrection, but finally couldn't help himself. He opened his mouth and shouted desperately, "Move, move, move." However, it was not his body that responded to ZHU Zhang, but an extremely cold voice. "We finally found you. How could we let you die so easily? Come on, take your time. Where have all the people in the Spark project been sent? Explain it one by one. We have plenty of time. Cut you into pieces? Behead you? Dismember you? It doesn't matter. You can choose whatever you want. We are not in a hurry, not at all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 957 Crazy. Lee Soo let out a long breath, and his pale face gradually turned red. The mental consumption was very great. Although he was only a transit station, constantly extracting the yin and yang key, it was undoubtedly not an easy process. Although he was a tool man, and was tossed around a bit, there were still benefits. The Zhuanhuang Tower, which was replenished with a large amount of yin and yang key, became very energetic. The evil demon from outside the domain that was suppressing it was completely suppressed by it, and it was refining it. Not only that, the Zhuanhuang Tower gave Lee Soo a lot of aura, and the connection between him and him became deep-rooted. Compared with the previous power, it was simply incomparable. And if he encountered great trouble, Lee Soo could even directly call out the other party's body through the yin and yang key. This is a complete and uninjured innate treasure. Even a near saint can suppress it within a certain period of time. A perfect killer. It's a pity that his realm is still not enough. If he was in the Dalo realm, he might be able to directly refine the other party and take it away. Although it's a bit regrettable in this regard, it's not a big problem. This time, the strengthening has made Lee Soo have a deep connection with the Zhuanhuang Tower. When he reaches a high enough level in the future, he will be able to refine it directly and completely possess the second treasure. Although it took about a week to complete the task, the result is undoubtedly a great harvest. So, is the location here? In addition to deepening the connection with the Zhuanhuang Tower, Lee Soo also got the coordinates he wanted. Although it is not the Earth Immortal Realm and the Mortal Realm, but the Dark Street. However, as long as you get there, it will be easy to find the Earth Immortal Realm and the Mortal Realm, as the Dark Street is not far from the two. Then there are Uncle ZHU and the others, who are hiding in the Dark Street. It is undoubtedly best to find them first, and then clean up the Earth Immortal Realm and the Mortal Realm. With a thought, Lee Soo quickly found the location of the Dark Street through the coordinates, transmitted to him by the Zhuanhuang Tower. King Supreme is running, and Lee Soo's figure disappears immediately. After a few seconds, Lee Soo arrived at the coordinates, and he couldn't help but frown slightly when he came out. The Dark Street is completely destroyed. The original structure was smashed to pieces, and the entire scene was almost left with rubble, completely different from what he remembered. Although he was mentally prepared, after all, the demon race would not give humans a chance, his face still looked a little ugly. Cold, dead silence. There was no human breath here at all, and the only thing that could be felt was some residual power. It seemed that it happened more than once. He could feel a completely different breath, and this place had been destroyed many times, as if digging deep into the ground. Although Lee Soo did not find the information about Uncle ZHU and the others being found in the soul of the Death Star, it had been several months since the information on the Death Star was updated, which meant that the cultivators on the Death Star had no idea what the situation was here. I hope I'm not too late. Although in this last stronghold, Lee Soo only knew ZHU Chang, and the father of his senior sister could barely be counted as one. As for the others, he basically didn't know any of them. But as the last stronghold of Zaya country outside, Uncle ZHU and the others knew too much information, and the most important one was undoubtedly the 200 million Zaya people who were taken away as the fire. Among them were his parents, classmates, and senior sister. If they have problems, Lee Soo will go crazy, really crazy. Spatial perception. The stars in his body began to rotate crazily, and his soul emitted amazing light. His consciousness began to spread outward crazily with himself as the center. Although Xiago has developed well in terms of technology, it is not difficult to find traces when facing Lee Soo, who is at the Tai realm and has mastered the Supreme Saint. The only trouble is that the time interval is a bit long. Space is not a fixed existence that does not change. It fluctuates almost all the time. Unless it is an extremely huge energy, the trace will disappear quickly. However, it is not a big problem, because it has not been long, about a few years. With Xiago's technology, even if it moves, the distance should not be too far. The range is very large, and getting larger and larger. 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, hundreds of thousands of miles. Suddenly, Li Su paused, his face changed in an instant, becoming extremely ugly and terrifying, and his pupils turned blood red in an instant. Demon Clan. He could not help but roar, and his violent will instantly twisted the space around him. His extreme anger directly tore through the void, and disappeared in an instant. Asterisk 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 tens of thousands of miles away from the mortal world, the last stronghold of the Xia kingdom. At this moment, it was full of blood. In the stronghold, more than 1,000 people had long lost their human form. Torture, unimaginable torture. It had been going on for several days. Screams and wails, no longer audible. Although no one died, they were almost hanging on to their lives, only a hair's breadth away from death. This is playing. Looking at Zhu Zhang, who was almost scraped to the bone except for his body, the black crow was full of amusement and madness. It liked it very much. This kind of tough character was the most suitable for its taste. Especially the hateful eyes. The whole eyeball had almost completely turned red, like a gem. These were eyes that could only be born from extremely strong and extreme emotions. They were very beautiful, not only red, but also felt the curse and resentment in them. It has collected a lot of such eyeballs, almost all of which are not perfect. Before they are completely formed, the target's spirit collapses directly, and there are defects. The person in front of it is different. It can feel that the other part is extremely strong-willed. After nearly 10 days of torture, is still not worn out. It's almost there. In a few days at most, these eyes should be completely mature, and then they can be taken down and formed into a perfect work. Not only him, but also the one next to him. What's his name? Yes, Zhang Xian. This one is not bad either. You can feel his will, which is very tenacious. Although the progress is a little slower, but after finishing the one in front of him, it will be him. Taking out the medicinal materials and repairing Zhu Zhang's body again, the black crow looked at the other party with full of expectations in his eyes. Don't say it. You must not say it. Keep hating. Keep hating. It's almost there. It's almost there. On the side, watching the black crows who are not tired of taking action, the other four shook their heads. This guy's bad taste has started again. Of course, they are not much better. One likes to eat offal, especially raw liver and large intestine, which are the most chewy. One likes to see people in despair, not the kind of mental breakdown, but on the edge, and then jumping back and forth. One likes to hear people screaming. The more screams, the louder, the better, so he is responsible for the most people. Another likes to peel the skin, enjoy the trembling caused by the severe pain, when the skin is torn into flesh, and you can feel the joy of life from it. At this moment, except for Zhu Chang and Zhang Xian, the eyes of more than 1,000 people have almost lost their color. The only desire is only one, to end, to die. There is too much pain and despair. The most terrifying thing is these demons. They don't ask anything from beginning to end. Whether it's wailing or begging for mercy, the actions of the five guys have never changed, and they have never heard it. It seems that torture is their interest and hobby. Once again, the person was restored, and after waiting for a while, it was confirmed that the nerves were completely restored, and the spirit had been rested for a certain period of time, and could withstand the next round of torture. Okay, let's start a new round. Now it's the 88th round. Please, please. The place full of black mud and wronged souls was shaking violently. Will fell madly, deforming a certain position deep in the ghost domain, and gradually transformed into the scene in memory. That is hell, a place where souls absolutely do not want to go. The ghost domain shook, and a huge suction force occurred, pulling the souls of the five black crows, pulling them directly in, and falling into the hell built specifically for them. Ah! The extremely shrill wailing sounded. Although there were only 5 people, they called out the screams of hundreds, no, thousands of people. There is no doubt that compared to the torture of the flesh, the pain of the soul can be said to be truly eternal. After doing everything, Li Su slowly raised his head and looked at the 2 extremely old people. His lips trembled slightly, and his face was full of self-blame. Sorry, Uncle Zhu, Uncle Zhang, I came back late. I made you suffer. Facing Li Su's words, since Li Su appeared, since he heard his voice, and saw his appearance, the desperate eyes of the 2 people directly gave birth to light. The corners of their mouths curled up almost at the same time, revealing a big smile. They opened their mouths and spoke in hoarse voices almost at the same time. No, Sewer, you're back just in time. Chapter 958 Beyond Imagination. The Mortal World. With a roar like thunder, a huge body shattered and collapsed. The source of the pest that has troubled the Zaya Kingdom for hundreds of years, caused more than dozens of bloody cases, and killed no less than tens of millions of people. The mother of insects died completely. Of course, it's not just the mother of insects. The entire mortal world, tens of millions of square kilometers of land, nearly 10 billion cockroach-like insects, were also killed cleanly. Everything, dust to dust, earth to earth. The whole process, no more than 3 minutes. The reason why it took so much time is not that it took so long to kill, but mainly because the entire mortal world was plowed, frozen, and burned again. After all, cutting the grass must be rooted out, and leaving an egg is disrespectful to cockroaches. As a race, that means there are still 300 in your room when you find one. Even if Li Su is Tai, he dare not be careless. Zhu Chang, Zhang Xian. At this moment, the two looked at Li Sumei, who clapped his hands, as if he had killed a fly, with a numb face, as if in a dream. There is no way. There is really no way. They have experienced too much in the past day, and they have been terrified by their own Xian duo. After being rescued, Li Su did not chat with them, but started to treat them directly. Although Li Su caught up, Zhu Zhang and others undoubtedly suffered a great crime. The means of those 5 things were too sinister. Although no one died, their spirits were obviously greatly damaged, and their hearts were almost about to collapse. In this case, even if the people were rescued, it would not be meaningful, because their spirits had collapsed. As for Zhu Zhang and Zhang Xian, who were still able to talk, although they looked normal, they knew their own situation. Their hearts might not have collapsed, but in fact, the resentment was deep in their hearts and the hatred was deep in their bones. They were all supported by this energy. Although they still had some rationality, it could not last too long. That kind of torture was no joke. The destruction of the soul was unbearable even for the late stage of the divine power realm, let alone the early stage, the mana realm, and even mortals. Although some people collapsed directly, they could not bear the pain, that could not see the end and spit out the truth they knew. Zhu Zhang and Zhang Xian did not blame them. Because normal people cannot withstand such torture. The two of them could withstand it, but they were more or less mentally problematic. Not to mention, even ordinary scientists only completely collapsed after 2 or 3 days. It was already very remarkable to be able to achieve such a degree. Therefore, after so many days, even if the body recovered again and again, the spirit was close to collapse. Although they were still alive. In fact, they were no different from being dead. If they were left alone, it would not take long for the results waiting for these people to be imaginable. Living dead. Therefore, Zhu Zhang and Zhang Xian refused treatment at the first time, and told Li Su not to waste his energy on them. They were also monks, and knew the situation of their comrades very well. This was a complete mental collapse. The basic structure of consciousness had collapsed, and it was almost impossible to save it. As a result, they were covered by a huge force in the next second. That was the 8 merit waters. That was the infinite light. They were stunned on the spot. In an instant, the two seemed to have stepped into heaven and entered the legendary Pure Land and almost became Buddhas on the spot. Faced with this result, the two almost cried out. That feeling, it is simply impossible to describe it in words. The body and mind seem to be purified, all desires disappear, and they directly enter the state of sages. Love or hate, with the impact of that power, no longer matter. When I finally came back to my senses, it was as if thousands of years had passed. The crazy emotions in my heart were as light as drinking fake wine. Faced with this result, the two were quite shocked. After all, the mind and the body are different. If you want to heal, you can only rely on yourself and heal it little by little over time. And even if it is healed, the wound is still there. It is possible that it will become a thunder point at some point and explode directly. As a result, after Li Su's operation, the two couldn't help but savor their feelings, and the feeling they gave back to them was only 4 words. Boring. This method undoubtedly completely exceeded the imagination of the two. There is no doubt that Lee Su, who returned after several years away, is no longer the same person in their memory. Faced with this result, the two could not help but look at each other with a hint of hope in their eyes. This magical power was too beyond imagination, and it could actually touch the soul directly. In this way, perhaps their comrades could still be saved. Then, they saw Lee Su using his magical power to take pictures of the remaining people for a whole day and night. Faced with this behavior, the two were really dumbfounded. As people who have experienced it personally, Lee Su's magical power is not just magical. The two can feel the amazing power in the 8-colored water and light. Every word of the floating scriptures in it gives the two a very heavy feeling, as if it is not a word, but a mountain or a star. If this power is used to kill people, not to mention the magical realm, even the immortal realm can't bear it. This level of magical power, in the game, is equivalent to the top level holy healing technique, the ultimate move of the priest series. It takes a blue sky to release one, and it lasts for a maximum of 10 seconds, at most 20 seconds. Lee Su drove for a whole day, and the most important thing was that he didn't even sweat from beginning to end. To be honest, when the Xianjiao plan was implemented, Lee Su and others Guo Xianjiao were not sleeping, but entering the mythical world. It did contain the thoughts of their elders, hoping that the other party could kill a piece of sky over there and gain powerful power. But that expectation was just that the other party broke through the immortal realm, and it was given a full 100 years. Finally, the rescue was completed. Zhu Chang and Zhang Shan took a breath and were about to ask Lee Su if he had consumed a lot of energy and wanted to recover quickly. As a result, Lee Su said, "Uncle Zhu, Uncle Zhang, this is not suitable for conversation. Let's go to the mortal world first and talk after we get back to our hometown." After that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the base as big as a basketball court. With a moment of trance in front of his eyes, the smell of his hometown immediately came into their noses. Seeing Lee Su finally preparing to talk to them, after getting 3 benches and patting them, Zhu Zhan couldn't help but glance at Zhang Shan and said, "Is this a dream?" You can't really blame him. Although he has always been thinking in his mind that one day, he will take everything back, but when this day really comes, all he has is unreal, like an illusion. Zhang Shan was also a little stunned. He was not much better than Zhu Zhan. It felt too unreal. After all, the last second, he was in a desperate situation. Now not only was he rescued, the fire plan was saved, and even the lost mortal world was back in their hands. The gap is really too big, too big. However, the next second he was grinning. His face was green with pain. It was because Zhu Zhan pinched him hard, and he almost grabbed tortillas of meat from his waist. In an instant, Zhang Shan's face turned black. After all, he was not unfamiliar with this operation. Seeing Zhang Shan's reaction, and feeling the feeling transmitted from his hand, Zhu Zhan couldn't help but nodded heavily and said, "It seems that it's not a dream." Zhang Shan said nothing, raised his hand, and punched the bastard in front of him. Zhu Zhan moved his body, and with a wide and fat body, he slid and dodged Zhang Shan's attack without hesitation. He rushed to Lee Su and spoke directly, saying excitedly, good boy, you really didn't let us down." Lee Su couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. After all, the person being pinched was his nominal father-in-law. As a result, before Zhang Shan got angry, Zhu Zhang's face suddenly sank, and he said very seriously, "Sua, tell Uncle Zhu, what realm are you in now?" As his words fell, Zhang Shan, who was on the verge of getting angry, paused and looked at Lee Su. Lee Su was stunned. Although he was a little confused about the reactions of the two, after thinking about it, he said, "Above the immortal. Is it true?" Although he didn't see Lee Su take action, the strength he showed was undoubtedly far beyond the realm of immortals. Otherwise, it would be impossible to easily defeat the 5 immortals of the Black Crow clan and the pests in the mortal world. Taking a breath, Zhu Zhan said without hesitation, "Sua, please go to the earthly immortal realm immediately. Grandpa Zhu and Minister Zhang's life lamps have shown signs of revival. They should be in the earthly immortal realm." Chapter 959. A look. Lee Su's pupils suddenly shrank, and he couldn't help but take a deep look at Zhu Zhan to make sure that he was not joking with him. When he saw the other party's extremely serious eyes, Lee Su took a breath and nodded directly. Okay, Uncle ZHU, I'll let you suffer for a while. Grandpa ZHU and the others were undoubtedly indebted to Lee Su, not to mention taking care of him. When he was still weak, he was attacked by the Crow clan and was almost killed. Grandpa Zhang went to the earthly immortal realm and killed all the Crow clan's territories. He was willing to kill the Crow clan that attacked him. Just for this reason, he couldn't sit idly by. What's wrong with this? ZHU Zhang and Zhang Shiyan spoke without hesitation. Lee Su nodded, stretched out his hand, and took the two people and the people who were in a coma and had not yet woken up directly into the demon subduing hall. Then he jumped up and disappeared directly from the mortal world. Lee Su was very fast. The moment he left the mortal world, he broke through the void, locked the direction of the earthly immortal realm, and quickly crossed over. The whole process took less than a minute, and he arrived at the entrance of the earthly immortal realm. Without hesitation, he walked in directly. Earthly immortal realm, I remember that. When he left last time, he was still in the realm of supernatural powers, and he was also quite embarrassed when he left. After several years, he came back here again, looking at the familiar, but extremely unfamiliar scene of the earthly immortal realm. He couldn't help but take a breath. The green mountains are still leisurely, and the green waters are always flowing. After several years, it is obviously impossible to change the topography. The entrance is just not far from Xiaocheng. The surrounding scenery is still the same, but Xiaocheng has changed a lot. When the demon clan suddenly launched a full-scale attack, Xiaocheng was undoubtedly the first to bear the brunt, and was almost completely destroyed. The city that was once full of science fiction has disappeared, and now all that can be seen is a mess and ruins. Even if he was not here at the time, he could still feel what the war was like at that time, just by looking at the ruins. After a slight sigh, Lee Su did not stop, because he had already felt the breath of Grandpa ZHU and the others, although it was very hazy, just as Uncle ZHU told him, they were really reviving. Is it a reward obtained in the world fragments? The person had been dead for several years, and it was not too difficult for Lee Su to suddenly revive. After all, he had mastered too many saints, and both flesh and soul could help him revive. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. Confirming that it was true, Lee Su naturally did not delay, and rushed directly to the location of the two. Grandpa ZHU's place was relatively close, in the ruins of Xiaocheng, while Minister Zhang was relatively far away, near the former Seeking the Way cliff. With a move of his body, he first arrived at the location where Grandpa ZHU's aura was emitting. As expected, the demon clan was also there. They had already blocked the area nearby, and not only that, they were also arranging formations. Although the formation was not complicated, it was quite effective. It was repelling the spiritual energy in the surrounding area, obviously hindering Grandpa ZHU's revival. The formation had already taken shape, and the spiritual energy around was repelled very cleanly. Not only that, there were people operating inside, holding some special magic weapons in their hands, sweeping there. Without fussing and waiting until something went wrong, Lee Su appeared directly in the center of the most intense aura. In an instant, he was discovered by the demons. Centipede demon, scorpion demon, sunflower demon. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of them, and their aura is not bad either. There are several of them in the supernatural realm alone. When they saw Lee Su appear, they attacked him without hesitation, especially when they found that he did not have the characteristics of a demon, but had the characteristics of a human. The result is imaginable. Before they could get close, they were blown away by Lee Su, leaving no ashes. If it were not for the resurrection of the two old men, they would not dare to make too much noise, otherwise, the situation would have been completely overturned. There is no doubt about the aura, but this situation is a bit beyond expectations. They can be said to be awake or not awake. The time is wrong, or the time is not enough. After confirming the situation around him, a crack appeared on Lee Su's palm, and blood dripped. At the same time, Dao Guo opened his eyes, and merged into the blood. The blood fell and began to expand instantly, transforming into the appearance of another Lee Su. Lee Su nodded, jumped up and rushed to the location of the minister's breath. After killing many demon clan geniuses and taking back the formation and destroying it, Lee Su stood at two places and waited quietly. Although he was not clear about the process of resurrection, the next thing to do was undoubtedly to wait for the moment of its formation and take the soul away directly. Lee Su's actions naturally alarmed the demon clan and the earthly immortal world. After all, since they found the abnormality, they have been paying attention to it and confirming the situation of the cultivator. Naturally, they found him directly at the first time. Soon, the demon clan army rushed over directly. There were people on both sides, and their strength was not weak. The weakest was also in the mana realm, and the strongest was comparable to the early stage of the true immortal. Unexpectedly, after leaving for 4 years, the demon clan and the earthly immortal world also improved rapidly. There are even people who are close to the realm of the true immortal. If he delays for a while, Tai may appear directly. Killing this kind of demon clan cultivator who is almost 2 realms lower than himself is naturally no problem for Lee Su. Once close, it will be like a black hole, swallowing the demon directly. After dozens of demons died one after another, a more terrifying aura swept across the battlefield in an instant, and 8 astonishing eyes fell directly on his body. It was the immortal realm. There were quite a few of them, comparable to the 8 demon kings before. And among these 8 auras, more than half of them were unfamiliar to Lee Su. He opened his spiritual sense and saw that they were latecomers who replaced the original 8 kings and their 8 kings. In an instant, Lee Su not only recalled what King and Basu told him, but also that the 8 demon kings brought many people into the myth world and joined the demon court. Unfortunately, the dream was good, but the result was tragic. Those demons were taken as blood food and eaten clean. The other races were not clear. The snakes were almost eaten, especially the black snake. The one that rebelled and harmed his ancestor seemed to have all died following it. Lee Su did not laugh at this. After all, even if there was no special situation of blood food, it was not uncommon for demons to kill each other. Lee Su looked up and did not leave. He just returned a look to the sight that was looking at him. Instantly, the new 8 demon kings who looked at this place were shocked. There was a thunder in their minds. Although they were thousands of miles apart, the 8 demons spurted a large mouthful of blood on the spot. It was as if their souls were hit hard and their hearts were broken. Not only that, the wound was directly reflected from the soul and presented on their bodies. With a bang, the body exploded on the spot, and the blood directly dyed the scene red. Among them, the situation of the 5 surnames was the worst. Zoe and Kay fell to the ground with wailing. The souls of the 2 people were broken, and their bodies shook wildly. A lot of blood overflowed from their bodies. Although these 2 people have long been in the immortal realm, the advancement of the subsequent realm is very problematic. Both the body and the soul have defects. Normally, they are fine. Facing Tai's gaze, especially Lee Su, whose soul has undergone a transformation, the lethality is very large. It can be said that he is a nemesis. A glance not only hurt their souls, but also tore apart the defects in their souls and magnified them. This is not as simple as being injured, but a real serious injury, especially Zoe. He merged and devoured too many souls, and his mind was completely torn apart. The souls that were forcibly absorbed broke away from his control and began to bite him back. As for Kay, his soul was directly twisted. It was not easy to absorb and merge the blood of the Crow clan, and the soul that was transformed based on this was directly twisted, which made his body and soul unable to match effectively. They were like foreign objects and repelled each other. How is it possible? The remaining 6 demon kings showed a look of horror on their faces. They no longer had time to care about Zoe and Kay's situation. As the lord of a place and the strongest existence in the earthly immortal world, it was really unimaginable that someone would hurt them with just a glance. This was not only injured, but also left a huge shadow on their hearts. That luck directly tore their courage apart, chilled their bodies and minds, and left only fear. Who is that person? Chapter 960 Negative Inheritance. Standing there, Lee Su felt it silently. The earthly immortal realm is undoubtedly much larger than the mortal realm, and there are several special places. Not only are there parts of the netherworld here, but there are also the old places of the dragon and Han catastrophe in the ancient times. Coming here again, although the realm is completely different, this place still gives Lee Su a very mysterious feeling. Several places are shrouded by huge shadows, and with a touch of divine thoughts, they give an extremely dangerous feeling. Those places seem to still be extremely dangerous to Tai. Faced with this result, Lee Su frowned slightly. This time when he came out of the mythology realm, his original idea was to completely deal with the mortal realm and the earthly immortal realm, to make sure there were no worries, and then return to the mythology realm, to concentrate on the changes in the heavenly court. Unexpectedly, the situation in the earthly immortal realm is much deeper than anyone he imagined. Even the Tai realm can feel the danger. Apart from anything else, the two parts of the netherworld and the dragon and Han catastrophe that he had gone down and entered once not only did not feel clearer, but more uncertain. It was as if there was something hidden. Before, because of his low realm, he could not feel it. But now, it was the other way around. He touched the surface, and it opened a corner for him. Taking a deep breath, Lee Su extinguished the idea of cleaning up the earthly immortal realm. As for the people of Xia country, they were all moved to the demon subduing hall and taken away directly to the mythological realm. Compared with here, Lee Su felt that the mythological realm was safer. After all, the mythological realm was large enough and had room for strategic buffering. The earthly immortal realm was different. It was less than 1% of the size of the mythological realm, but there were many unknown dangerous places. Because of the overcrowding, once something happened, I'm afraid that this world would collapse directly. Lee Su did not move, and the demon clan naturally dared not move. A glance hurt them severely, and their 3 souls and 7 spirits were almost scared out of their bodies. The new 8 kings did not even hesitate to resist, and quickly evacuated, and returned to their own nest, and completely buried all the breath. If one of Lee Su's clones was not in Xia country, which was equivalent to the exit of the earthly immortal realm, they would not dare to stay in this world anymore. As time passed, perhaps because of the recovery of spiritual energy, Lee Su felt that the location of the 2 old men's breath in Xia state became clearer and clearer. They recovered very quickly, not just at the beginning, but had been going on for a long time, but because of the loss of spiritual energy, the breath became weaker. At this moment, in Lee Su's eyes, the shattered souls of the 2 were recondensing little by little. However, there were still problems. Obviously, the recovery of the 2 was different from that of Lee Su. They did not practice the supreme skills, and could not achieve that kind of complete recovery. Moreover, to completely revive not only time, but also resources were required. In terms of the situation in the earthly immortal world, even if there were no restrictions on the demon race, it would probably take more than 100 years. Exhaling a breath, according to the situation of the 2, in about a month, the souls of the 2 should be able to complete the aggregation, and then just provide enough extraordinary energy, and there is no need to wait here. After all, he didn't have much time, and the time to enter the world fragments again was getting shorter and shorter. This was also a very important opportunity for Lee Su, which could promote his realm and speed up the process of the late Tai. 3,000 middle ways, relying solely on oneself to slowly gather, took too long. Although 100 years is nothing to Tai, it is obvious that what Lee Su lacks most is time. Not to mention the realm of saints, the late stage of Dalo realm must be achieved. After all, the appearance of the heaven court in the myth world, 33 powerful alien races, and the saints of the great sects personally came to the scene. Tai, a seemingly powerful realm, is obviously not enough. Slowly closing his eyes, Lee Su stood on the spot and practiced. Compared with passive improvement, active is undoubtedly faster. The effect of condensing the 3,000 middle paths is even better. It takes more than half a day to condense one. The soul gathering is faster than expected. Perhaps because Lee Su forcibly gathered the spiritual energy around him. In less than 10 days, the souls of the 2 people were basically gathered successfully. The next step is much simpler. It is just the repair of the physical body and realm, and the provision of energy. There is no need to stay here. However, just when Lee Su was about to gather the souls of the 2 who were only souls suddenly opened their eyes. Facing this scene, Lee Su was slightly startled. The 2 people in front of him were in a state where their souls were scattered. Under normal circumstances, even if they were gathered together, they should not wake up immediately. After all, their souls at the moment were only at the lowest level of the yin soul level, which was almost the same as that of mortals. Not only were they thin, but they also had no mana to support them. Looking at Lee Su, the two people's reactions were also very strange. There was no emotional fluctuation, and it seemed that their wills had not revived. Before he could speak, the souls of the two suddenly jumped up and turned into two streams of light in an instant, one to the east and the other to the north, flying away quickly. Lee Su was startled and couldn't help showing a strange look on his face. There was no mana fluctuation, but he jumped out of his mana circle all of a sudden, and this speed far exceeded the surface of the immortal realm. As a person who had achieved a favor to himself, Lee Su naturally would not watch helplessly. He flew up without hesitation and followed directly. While flying, Lee Su even called Zhu Chan and Zhang shined out from the demon subduing hall. Uncle Zhu, Uncle Zhang, what's going on with the old man? Why are their souls heading north, east? The two people who came out were also stunned. They had undoubtedly been waiting anxiously these days. Seeing the puzzled eyes of the two, Lee Su simply stopped talking and directly pulled the two people to chase in the direction where the two souls went. The other party was very fast, but it was not beyond Lee Su's ability. In an instant, he caught up with the two souls. In fact, the two souls did not run far. After all, the earthly immortal world is too small. Even the east and west ends are only a few 100,000 miles apart, which is only a matter of 2 or 3 somersault clouds. At this moment, one of them stood above the former territory of the Black Crow clan, in the center of the 100,000 Flame Mountains. The other stood above the former territory of the Jayamang clan, above the Zuan River. Before Lee Su could make any move, the souls of the two turned into thousands of light points, scattered and fell into the Flame Mountains and the Zuan River. In an instant, whether it was their breath or fluctuations, they all disappeared directly. Facing this scene, the three were stunned. Uncle Zhu, Uncle Zhang, what's going on? Facing this scene, Lee Su showed a puzzled look on his face. You know, he had waited for 10 days and was ready to take the person away directly, but it turned out like this. Facing this scene, Zhu Zhan and Zhang Shan frowned inexplicably. It's not that they knew what happened, but their minds emerged with memories of a long time ago that had been sealed. That was the era when their fathers struggled to live. At that time, there was no Xia country. At that time, the world was much more cruel than it is now, and it was so dark that there was almost no light. The consortium, in a sense, is a negative legacy left over from that era. In that era, not only did monsters eat people, but people also ate people. Faced with that era background, even my father and his friends did many bad things and performed some taboo behaviors that must not be touched. There is no way. After all, if you don't do that, you can't survive. I didn't think of it before. One is that my father didn't die, and the other is that I was powerless. When Lee Su appeared, I was too excited. But the situation at this moment made the two people's faces change. Although they did not experience that terrible era, some rumors were passed down. For example, the dead suddenly came back to life, but they were completely different from the previous people. This was not a new thing in that era. Standing in place, Zhu Zhan and Zhang Shan's faces kept changing for a long time. They closed their eyes with a little pain, but soon opened them again. Sua, let's go. The two spoke directly without any extra emotions. Lee Su couldn't help but look at the two of them. In terms of feelings, the two people in front of him and the two were completely different from him. Since they said so, they should know some of the situations. It's a very bad situation. After all, the places where the two old men disappeared, whether they died or not, were places with major problems. He, who was in the Tai realm, could not perceive the situation below. He was not afraid. With the treasure, he had no problem saving his life. The main thing was time. The people trapped in the myth world were not only the great sect, but also the teachers. Unlike the underworld, the time inside the heaven was the same as the myth world. The longer the delay, the bigger the problem. Thinking of this, Lee Su finally nodded. Okay. After that, he remembered his previous decision and spoke again. By the way, Uncle Zhu, please make arrangements for the Xia people. No need to make arrangements. Everyone will go with you to the mythical world. Chapter 961 Return, Second Half. The origin of the fire plan comes from the special black tortoise in the mortal world. It is a special treasure obtained by Yingwu, the lord of Xia Kingdom, in a certain world fragment. This tortoise is very special. Usually, its main body lives in a different time and space. Because it has spatial ability and can directly feed from the outside, it almost never opens its own space. Anyone who wants to enter its space needs to hold its tortoise shell. Even Li Su, unless he can lock the location of its different space, there is no way to find its location. According to the original plan, if Xianjiao fails to enter the myth, 100 years later, the spaceship loaded with the tortoise shell will set off to the myth world. That spaceship is not an ordinary thing, but an immortal weapon, which is also a reward from the world fragment. It is a legendary thing from the heaven, with the ability to move in the void, and it will automatically jump over once it locks on the target. The route has been set up long ago. Once activated, it will immediately jump to the entrance of the myth world, ignoring the obstacles outside and directly entering the myth world. When the spaceship is turned on, the fire bell plan will also be officially launched, notifying the people sleeping in the spaceship, who will control the spaceship and go to the pre-observed base. Next, the Dome and Xia people will be awakened and continuously sent to various bases in batches of millions, until the inner world of the black tortoise is no longer congested. That is, when the population is about 95 layers, the spaceship will carry the black tortoise and hide. After that, whenever the population exceeds the limit, such a dispersion will be carried out. As many batches as possible will be continuously scattered into the myth world for a full 1,000 years, waiting for the scattered people to bear fruit, or after a solution to the identity of the blood food outside the domain is studied, they will be completely integrated into the myth world. The above is the full picture of the fire seed plan. It must be said that for this plan, the top leaders of the Xia country really prepared a lot and were extremely thorough, especially the time length, which even reached 1,500 years. If there is no problem in the myth world, the possibility of success of the plan is quite high. In particular, the problem of solving the attraction of one's own flesh and blood to the outside world is actually a question of how much evil content there is. It is estimated that it will take a few years or decades, but hundreds of years and thousands of years are another matter. After thousands of years, the first batch of Xia people who entered had already died, and the rest were basically native mythical creatures. Even though there were still some differences between them and normal mythical creatures, they were basically not much different. By that time, Xia's fire plan would have been successful in a sense. After leaving the earthly immortal realm, Li Su quickly found the immortal spaceship from the heavenly court, hidden in the deep space through the coordinates given by Zhu Zhang. Resisting the urge to enter and visit his parents on the world island, Li Su directly put the entire spaceship into the demon subduing hall. It's not time yet. Although the world island formed by the black turtle is huge, it obviously cannot accommodate as many as 200 million Xia people. 95% of the people are sleeping, resting in a low temperature manner similar to hibernation. Freezing alone is undoubtedly an extremely vast project. That's a full 200 million people, 100,000 people at a time, and it will take a full 2,000 times to complete, and each time it takes a lot of time to recover. After all, people are not bears that spend the winter, and they can move and hunt immediately after waking up from hibernation. Moreover, this is not a winter hibernation, but a whole few years have passed. Fortunately, there is enough space inside the demon subduing hall, especially on the largest battlefield. There are millions of stars alone. The only pity is that there is no energy. All of them are extinguished. However, with the technology of Xiaguo, plus dozens of star crystals, it is not a big problem to place them. After a long breath, Li Su couldn't help but relax a little. The Xiaguo that troubled him was completed. Next, he could focus on the things in the myth world and no longer worry about the problems of Xiaguo. After all, if you want to target Xiaguo now, you must first kill him, Li Su. In other words, as long as he is still alive, there is no need to consider the safety of the other side. After the thought fell, Li Su acted quickly and returned directly to the entrance of the myth world. Unfortunately, in addition to the problems of Xiaguo, there is undoubtedly another thing that bothers him. That is, like him, No, it should be said that Dong Hyang, who holds the ancient prehistoric innate treasure Chaos Bell, did not meet him this time. It seems that the other party disappeared completely not long after the war between Xia Kingdom and the Demon Clan, and has never appeared since then. I don't know if it went to the myth world like him. This possibility is undoubtedly very high, but it should not have joined the Demon Court. After all, it is the holder of the innate treasure. Once it joins the Demon Court, you can imagine what the Saint of the Demon Court will do. Up to now, there is no news that the Saint of the Demon Court holds the treasure, so it is likely that it is hiding in a corner and practicing with concentration. After all, no matter what is wrong with its soul, the other party is always one of the ancient powers, the master of the heavenly court in the ancient times, and a near saint level existence. Because of the above reasons, Lee Su is very uncomfortable. After all, this is not an existence that can be underestimated. If it is really restored by it, as the top batch of existence under the prehistoric saint, such an enemy is a headache just thinking about it. Although this action was not perfect, Lee Su did not force it. At least the most important thing was solved. Now, he has less than 4 months left. After returning to the myth world and practicing in seclusion for a period of time, he can start the next journey to the world fragments. After the thought fell, he did not stay too long and jumped into the vortex of the myth world. Less than a month after leaving, he returned to that world again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, just as Lee Su left. After a few days of silence, the expected terrible existence did not come to kill the door, and the new 8 demon kings of the earth fairy world came out of their own nest again. No, it should be said that there are 6. Zhou, surnamed Immortal Realm, died. The former died from that look, and the latter was killed by Lee Su himself. Human traitors naturally cannot be left. Of course, there are also a large number of human relations in the territory of these 2 people, more than half of which are Xia people, and 3 of them are directly those who did not die in the last battle and were captured. Decided to leave, naturally will not give up on them, and sent them to the demon subduing hall. At this moment, the 6 demon kings couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after confirming that Lee Su's figure had completely disappeared, and sent people to the mortal world to find no trace of the other party. There is no way, it's too scary. The gap of a whole realm, and for a genius like Lee Su, the so-called number and strength are all jokes. However, just when the 6 monsters were extremely relieved, and even planned to prepare a banquet, and hold a banquet for surviving the disaster, in the 100,000 Flame Mountains, under the Zuan River, accompanied by a very low dong dong sound, an inaudible breathing sound appeared, and life was being nurtured, and began to recover little by little. Before the establishment of the Xia Kingdom, my father and his companions were quite extreme. In order to survive, they did many unimaginable things. One of the biggest taboos was to sign an oath with the cultivators in the world fragments, promising to become their carriers after death. And 9 out of 9 cultivators who usually agree to such things are demon cultivators. The demon cultivators here are not the so-called cultivators who practice evil and crooked techniques, but the ancient demon cultivators, the original demon gods before the creation of the great world. These beings are very scary. They often have no humanity and morality, and are extremely cruel. Although people who become carriers will have big problems, their strength will undoubtedly soar. Even people with poor talents will become very powerful and extremely powerful after becoming carriers. My father and Minister Zhang are undoubtedly the top geniuses of that era. If they become carriers, the original demon gods that come out will undoubtedly be extremely scary, and they will also have their memories. So the Spark plan must be implemented in advance. My father and his companions did not participate in the Spark plan on the mythology side. In the mythology world, Lee Su, who had returned, released Zhu Chang and the people he brought back from Bijilazhou. The demon subduing hall is a stronghold, but it does not mean that the mythology world has completely given up. For the cultivators, staying here is undoubtedly much better than staying in the demon subduing hall, at least before the energy is replenished. While helping them implant the evil nature in disguise, Zhu Zhang talked about the mythology world while explaining why he wanted to return here. Lee Su nodded in understanding. The original demon gods opened up by the prehistoric world, are they the 3000 great demon gods? Although they were greatly restricted in the prehistoric world because of the death of Pangu Saint, there is no doubt that this group of existences is very scary. If they are really them, the earthly immortal world is really dangerous. After everyone completed the implantation of the evil nature, Lisu took them directly back to the underworld, notified a GGO disciple to come over, and asked about the progress first. Knowing that it would take about half a year to complete the preparations, ZHU Zhang and others were arranged directly by the GGO disciples as casual cultivators in the lower domain to the interior of the Western Alliance. When this place is completed, and the existence of the demon subduing hall is completed, the problem of Xiago is basically completely solved. Exhaling a breath, sitting on a hilltop, Lisu looked at the brightly lit Fengdu city. After making sure that ZHU Chang and the others had successfully fainted and started to settle down, Lisu's mind was mostly focused on his own practice of the 3000 middle Daos. It has been almost a month since the mirror was broken. So far, the 3000 middle Daos have exceeded 200, which means that he has officially crossed the first level of Zhuangsun and entered the second level. The second level requires 500 middle ways. It should be completed at the same time as the world fragments are opened. When you come out of it, you should be able to advance to the third level at least, step over a small stage, and usher in a transformation. Of course, it is also possible to enter the middle stage directly. After all, the improvement brought by the world fragments is very amazing. Sitting on the top of the mountain, Lisu did not move, quietly waiting for the passage of time, until the time that could be felt became 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. In an instant, colorful light appeared around Lisu and directly enveloped him. World fragment progress, the second half. The world, journey to the west. Plot, havoc in heaven. Character, Sun Wukong. Mission conditions, survive for 3 months under the siege of the heavenly court. Ha. Nima, what the hell? The first half is Tang Monk. The second half is Sun Wukong? Wait a minute. Why is it 3 months of survival? Can Monkey King still die? Chapter 962, Havoc in Heaven. My heart was pounding, my scalp was numb, and my thighs were trembling. Something was going on. This was definitely something. Not only did he become the protagonist, but the most terrible thing was that he was told his identity right at the beginning, and the mission requirements were also pointed out. He was reminded of this. What did it mean? It meant that this time's entry was definitely completely different from the usual. Even though Lisu had entered the world fragment many times and had extremely rich experience, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered at this moment, feeling that the situation that was waiting for him might not be too good. I don't know when the havoc in heaven will happen. Although there are only 3 chapters in the main text of this plot, there is a lot of content. Before Lisu finished thinking, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and he had already appeared in a strange place. Here, the aura is compelling, and the rhyme of Taoism is agile. The mountain is a fairy mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, as if a god has moved in. Green and green, the mountains and fields are full of colorful flowers, and all kinds of rare and exotic fruits grow. There are Ganoderma lucidum as big as a house, Polygonum multiflorum as big as a hill, and red fruits as big as a fist, hanging everywhere. There is also the fragrance of ginseng, which can be smelled from miles away, and it is surprisingly strong. There is water in this mountain. The water is colorful, and the inner essence is mysterious. It actually has a strange fragrance. Smelling it can cure all diseases, and tasting it can make you feel full. Although it cannot increase your life, it can live 100 years and enjoy a long life. In the water, there are meter-long red carps. The waves on their bodies are like dragon scales, and they are born with a spiritual aura. Although they cannot be said to be things of destiny, they are rare in the world. There are also daffodils, lotus and other plants. They are all spiritual and powerful, blooming large and bright. Under the nourishment of the spiritual water of this fairy mountain, they have already lost their ordinary roots. They can be called fairy grass. Eating one plant can make you master all kinds of skills, and it is worth a lot of money. At a glance, it is really a fairy mountain and a fairy stream. Looking up, there seemed to be a big dragon in the mountain, with dragon paths all around, gathering the essence of the 10 directions of mountains, and gathering the essence of the 10,000 miles around. This place is extraordinary, it can be a dojo. Even if Tallulah comes here, I'm afraid he will forget to leave and never want to leave. Such a precious place. I'm afraid that there is no need to practice deliberately. It can break the mundane and become sacred. Lee Soo has been to many places, and the only place that can be compared with this place is the legendary Holy Mountain that he had visited not long ago, the dojo of the saint taking Dao Chianzan, Dalua Mountain. Moreover, there is no doubt that the spiritual energy of this place is far superior to Dalua Mountain, which has lost the saint and experienced the ancient destruction. This should be the hometown of Monkey King, the legendary Huaguo Mountain in the Aole Kingdom of Dongsheng Shenzhou. As for why he is so sure, the reason is very simple. Murderous intent. Extremely tragic murderous intent. The air is frozen, burning with terrifying flames. The flame gun that has ignited the void around Zhao Zhao is stabbing him fiercely. The person who did it was a baby. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, wore a red belliband, and had 2 buns on his head. He had a red little face, a red dot on his forehead, and chubby hands with baby-like joints, which looked so cute. With so many characteristics mentioned, the identity of the person in front of him can naturally be imagined. Neza, one of the 3 protagonists of Conferred Gods. Although he looks cute and fierce because of his surname, when you ignore his appearance, you will find that this is not cute, but the real murderer. The murderous intent directly gave Lee Soo goosebumps, and he felt how powerful this 8-year-old kid who broke through Conferred Gods was. The gun was getting closer and closer. That should be the legendary fire spear, which was personally refined by Taiyi Zenran, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Apart from anything else, the fact that the legendary Samadhi true fire was burning on the gun was enough to scare a person to death. In the play of Journey to the West, there are a total of 3 people who can be used. Taishang Laojun, Red Boy, and the kid in front of him. Not to mention that Taishang Laojun almost made the Great Sage into an elixir. Just looking at Red Boy almost burning the Great Sage to death, you can know how fierce the fire is. The flames burned fiercely, and Lee Soo was sure that if the gun was about to stab him, the flames would definitely explode in the next second, and he would be burned on the spot. Damn. Lee Soo's face changed on the spot. He didn't even have the mind to appreciate the beautiful scenery of Huaguo Mountain. All he had in his wide open eyes was the gun head that was constantly enlarging. He raised his hands, and the Ruai Jingu Bang, which was written on his hands, and weighed 13,500 kilograms, instantly blocked in front of him, and also blocked in front of the gun tip. In an instant, the pause disappeared. Time seemed to have returned to normal at this moment, and the fire spear directly hit the golden hoop in his hand. The stick was bent. A huge force exceeding 1,000,000 jins was erupting, and the void in front of Lee Soo collapsed. The huge force made his hands numb at this moment, and the stick in his hand trembled violently, and he could hardly hold it. With a loud bang, Lee Soo flew out, completely unable to stop, and almost turned into a meteor. However, not long after flying out, there was a terrible light flashing, heading straight for him. The speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. He retreated rapidly, as if he was standing still, watching the other party approaching. It was a person. It was a sword. No, it was a person holding a sword and slashing at him. With a low shout, the blood in his body boiled instantly. Fortunately, although the body was not his own body, and the magical powers he mastered were completely different, there might be some unfamiliarity, but there was no sense of rejection. Not only that, with his amazing talent and the amazing waiting of this world, although it was only a moment, Lee Soo still grasped the legendary body that he was leaning over and admired when he was a child. The body of the Monkey King. Muscles began to exert force, and Lee Soo swung the golden hoop in his hand. Although he didn't know much about stick techniques, his talent was there after all, and with his experience in sword techniques and knife techniques, he could still use it. The long stick was like a dragon, and it drew a circle in the air. It was the last to arrive first, and swept over the terrifying sword that was coming to cut. With a loud bang, the sword that was coming was knocked away by him. The attacker was shocked, and the force passed through the stick into the opponent's long sword, and passed along the opponent's palm. With a bang, the man's arm exploded, and the terrifying force tore his capillaries, and the surface of his skin spilled a handful of scarlet. Damn it. Facing this scene, Lee Su was not happy but shocked, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Damn, what kind of person is this? You know, he is now the Monkey King. Although he came too suddenly, and couldn't control the Monkey King's body to the extent of using his arms and fingers, he also burst out with 8 points of strength. According to the book, shouldn't the Monkey King's 80% strength break when it hits, and crack when it touches? Not to mention, that the weapon didn't break, but such a heavy blow only caused the opponent's skin to bleed, and the force didn't continue to penetrate into his internal organs and explode. Not only that, this one soldier actually gave Lee Su an extremely dangerous feeling. If that sword cut him, he would definitely lose his arms and legs. Indeed, when Neza died, Monkey King's body had not yet been punished by the furnace of the Supreme Master, but he also went to Xingtai in the Heavenly Palace, and suffered from thunder and axe chopping. Logically speaking, he had already been indestructible, so why did the sword of a soldier give him a feeling of being able to penetrate 3 points into his bones? Before Lee Su could catch his breath, 8 more sword lights blocked his left and right, up and down, and cut towards his limbs and head. He didn't pay attention just now, and was bearing the impact of Neza's strength. Now Lee Su finally came back to his senses, and saw the true appearance of the 8 swords. Inside, there were great stars shining, and amazing Dao rhymes gathering. Plus the one before. What the hell is this? 9-star officials. In Journey to the West, the first 9 guys to come. However, he remembered that these guys only fought a few rounds with the Great Sage, and then ran away with their weapons, defeated. How come Neza is here, but these guys are still here? Taking a breath, Lee Su twisted the golden hoop and hit, instantly throwing out dozens of stick flowers, stirring up the wind and clouds around. This is a stick weighing 13,500 kilograms. With his own strength, when it is swung, even without Taoist magic, the force generated is still terrible enough to destroy the world. There were constant loud clangs, and Lee Su fought 1 against 9, and the few people he hit were shaken all over, their knuckles cracked, and they couldn't help but retreat. However, before Lee Su could take advantage of the victory, the fierce kid came again, wrapped in the chaos silk, holding the fire spear, holding the universe circle, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and hit Lee Su on the head. Bang, bang, bang. After a few collisions, Lee Su's blood was boiling, and his hands and feet were numb. After a long time of attack, the fierce Neza also screamed, and his pupils were more fierce. It seemed that a dragon lived in his small body. The fire spear and the universe circle were incredibly heavy, and they directly knocked Lee Su into the ground. With a loud bang, Lee Su broke out of the ground from the other side, covered in mud. Looking at Neza with a face that said "I will kill you," his old face turned green. He not only found that the opponent was incredibly strong, but more importantly, this kid really wanted to kill him. Chapter 963, Havoc in Heaven. This plot is a bit similar to the original version of Journey to the West, without any explanation, just the literal meaning. In other words, the person who ends up on the scene really wants to kill Monkey King, not a plot fabricated by later generations. It's just acting. In fact, the whole process is restrained, and it's basically a fake fight. Originally, this alone is too much. But what's even more excessive is the strength shown. After fighting with Neza for more than 10 rounds, Lee Su found that the opponent's combat experience was really amazing. Not only did he have a superhuman combat intuition, but he also had extremely terrifying combat experience. Lee Su took a deep breath, and all the monkey hair on his body stood up. He was nervous, and felt the malice of this script. The combat experience shown by Neza was obviously formed after thousands of trials and tribulations and battles. A fire spear has been used by him to play a lot. The skills in it almost made Lee Su's golden hoop fall out of his hand several times. This is obviously not an experience that can be accumulated by making trouble in the East China Sea. Are you kidding? It's just a mess in the East China Sea. How many battles have there been? This level must have been achieved after fighting the conferred gods battle and living for countless years. Not only Neza, but also Jiao gave him a very dangerous feeling. Although his realm was not high, his sword skills were honed to a new level by them. Not to mention the strength, what came to his face was the incredible breadth of time. Behind each blow was countless days and nights of hard training. In terms of skills, It was simply inhuman, and he had achieved the point of turning decay into magic. Fortunately, he was Lee Su, who had a terrifying world waiting, and an incredible talent. Fortunately, this body was the body of Monkey King. As the future fighting Buddha, its talent was also shocking, and deserved to be the protagonist of Journey to the West. Otherwise, this battle would have to end directly at the beginning. Asterisk 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 facing Neza, who was coming towards him, Lee Su did not dare to be careless. He was completely focused and started a fight with him. Instead of keeping their distance, they fought at a very close distance. The two fought in a very small area, and the distance they could move was even less than 5 meters. The 6-foot golden hoop was shortened to less than 2 feet. Lee Su stepped forward, poking, stabbing, knocking, and hitting in a variety of ways. In an instant, Neza was caught off guard. He was not big, but his weapons were really big. The fire spear alone was almost 8 feet long, and the Kyankan circle was 1.5 feet wide. The former was difficult to move in a small area, and the latter needed a certain distance to show its power. Facing Lee Su's sudden change of attack method, Neza was obviously startled, and a look of surprise appeared on his fierce face. For a moment, he was really caught off guard by Lee Su. After all, the difference in their realms was not big. He was Tai, and so was Monkey King. However, unlike Neza, Monkey King's own strength is somewhat unstable, and he feels like a balloon that has been blown up. He is a bit floating overall. There is no way. Monkey King's breakthrough at this moment is mainly due to the relationship between the peaches and the golden elixir, not the Tai realm that can be automatically entered by strength. But even so, he was beaten back in an instant. The golden hoop weighing 10,000 pounds is not so easy to deal with. After all, whether it is the fire spear or the Kyankan circle, the power is more in functionality, not its own weight. On the side, facing the trembling of the two, although the 9-Yeo sword light is shining, at this distance, it is also unable to move forward for a while and unable to start. After all, at this distance, if the monkey spirits turn around or guide, their attacks may fall on Neza. Not to mention that Neza's own strength is terrible, plus several treasures given by Tai Zenran, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. They can only break Neza's skin and bleed at most, and Neza may have to recuperate for 100 or 80 years to beat them. Good Neza, facing this close-range combat, although he was caught off guard, he managed to hold his ground after a few moves. The Kyankan circle was raised by 2 of his arms, blocking the air in front of his head. The fire spear was held in 4 hands, and it split into 2. This spear is one long and one short. The long one is the flamethrower tip, and the short one is the snake spear blade. He shook his hand, swung the spear, and swept it with unprecedented power. Lee Su lowered his body, feeling the power of the sweeping spear, and did not block it. With a loud bang, the long spear was swept out, bursting with shocking power, forming a broken rainbow, and actually cut off a small mountain a few miles behind Lee Su. That is a mountain in the Flower and Fruit Mountain, gathering the essence of the mountains of 100,000 miles. It is extremely heavy and as hard as golden stone. Even if ordinary people chop it with a sharp blade, it is difficult to hurt it. At this moment, a strike in the air cut off the entire mountain, which shows its power. However, before Lee Su could be surprised, the short spear came. With both hands on his left side, he thrust the short spear at Lee Su. This spear was really fast. With Lee Su's consciousness, he only caught the opponent's hand-raising movement. The spear tip was almost in front of his eyes. Instantly, the hair on his body stood up, and his muscles were tense. As an ancient beast, the body of the spiritual stone monkey, the huge crisis triggered an instinctive reaction. At the critical moment, he raised the golden hoop and blocked the fierce stab. With a loud bang, the spear force was like a dragon, leaping several miles away, hitting a large stone through and exploding. It was obviously a parry, not a hard connection, but Lee Su still felt a huge force, which was transmitted along the golden hoop, shaking his arm and cracking his knuckles. This kid. Lee Su's pupils couldn't help shrinking, and his vigilance against Neza in front of him directly reached a whole new level. He moved his palm slightly, changing the angle of the golden hoop. Then the opponent's force shifted by 1 foot, one to his head and the other to the opponent's chest. At this moment, the distance to his head was drastically shortened, and to Neza's chest, it quickly extended. Just when his golden hoop was about to stab the opponent's chest, the circle of heaven and earth fell and hit the golden hoop heavily. At the same time, Neza raised his foot. With a loud bang, along with the splashing sparks, the angle changed, and the extended part just stabbed from the position where Neza raised his foot. Terrible sparks splashed, and the golden hoop rubbed deeply into the ground, nearly 100 meters. Not only that, with the remaining force of the golden hoop that separated Neza's stab, it actually moved horizontally for more than an inch. Even though the top only moved an inch, with Lisu's palm as a lever, the rod head moved horizontally for almost 100 meters underground. With such an amazing length, it still moved such a long distance underground. It is completely imaginable how great the so-called residual force is. Neza chopped the spear horizontally and raised it, smashing it down. Lisu moved a step to the left, avoiding the heavy blow. The golden hoop changed again, from short to long, and from long to short. In the blink of an eye, he took out the part inserted in the ground, and swept it horizontally. This blow was extremely powerful. Since entering this body, he has been constantly adapting, and now he has almost mastered it completely. Not only the golden hoop, not only the realm of Monkey King, but also his flesh, the blood of Lingming Stone Monkey, one of the 4 monkeys mentioned by the Buddha. A fierce aura rose in his heart. The power of the stick he swept out was extremely amazing, and coupled with the weight of the magic weapon in his hand, it had the power to split mountains and overturn seas. Facing this blow, the wind and fire wheel under Neza's feet shook, suddenly lifting him too high. He kicked out with one foot, and the wind and fire wheel smashed directly at the golden hoop stick. At the same time, his other 2 hands did not stop, and he raised the short spear again, and stabbed Lisu's head with another spear. The golden hoop stick in his hand shortened instantly, directly avoiding the opponent's stepping. At the same time, Lisu tilted his head directly, to avoid the stab to his head. He moved his fingers, and the golden hoop stick turned into a chopstick, and jumped several circles on his 5 fingers. The moment it returned to his hand, it turned into a 2-meter iron stick again, and swept towards Neza. A simple action made the power of the golden hoop stick reach an unimaginable level. Although it rotated several circles on the fingers, it was small, but it still had a terrible weight of 13,500 kilograms. The moment it became bigger, the air was torn by the stick. If it hit, it would really be a body made of steel and cracked. In midair, Neza's eyes changed slightly, and for the first time, his fierce face showed a solemn look. He used all 4 hands to force at the same time, and the gun he smashed down, and the spear he thrust out changed the angle to meet the stick that Lisu swept out. There was a loud bang, and a thunderclap sounded on the ground. With the 2 people as the center, the earth and the void were turbulent like waves, and the shocking power directly distorted everything, except the 2 people. At this moment, the Gyohyo on the periphery had disappeared, and had run away. The heavenly soldiers who almost surrounded the flower and fruit mountain were pushed dozens of miles away, revealing a look of shock on their faces. I didn't expect that the demon monkey could fight the 3rd prince of the heavenly court like this. Ha, interesting. Really, little Neza spoke, and a smile appeared on his fierce face. As the marshal of the central altar, he had not fought with anyone since he was deified. Unexpectedly, the battle that was supposed to be an easy one encountered unprecedented resistance. Feeling the pain and numbness in his arm, little Neza licked his lips, and his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Monkey, come again. Facing Neza, who had already entered the fighting state, and seemed very fanatical, Lisu took a breath, and only the astonishing ferocity continued to surge out of his body. Although he knew that this was not the time to tangle with Neza, but to find a way to spend the so-called 3 months safely. But there was no way. The opponent in front of him was really not something that could be dealt with by distraction. In an instant, the 2 fought together again, and the fire spear, Kyankan circle, wind fire wheel, Hunshanling, and golden hoop stick burst into shocking colors. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 964, Havoc in Heaven. The gun is very heavy. Each shot is full of amazing power. On the gun, you can see the vast mana flowing. As a famous naughty kid in Chinese history, he is not only naughty enough, but also very powerful. Looking back, the dragon he killed in his famous battle was not a wild dragon without a home, but a dragon from the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. That is to say, 4 dragons with the inheritance of the real dragon and the orthodox dragon clan. Although the fire spear, the chaos ribbon, and the universe circle given by Tai Zenran are indeed powerful, but they are not treasures. When they are used, who is stronger and who is weaker still depends on the holder. Therefore, Nessus' talent in fighting is absolutely real. Looking at the history of Chinese mythology, he is undoubtedly one of the best. After talking about the other part, his talent, let's talk about his body. Everyone knows that Nessus is not a flesh and blood body, but a lotus incarnation. I won't mention the reason, the focus is on the situation of this incarnation. First of all, this thing is not flesh and blood. It is an incarnation, or a body outside the body. It has the characteristics of flesh and blood, can host and nourish the soul, can carry magic power, and can improve the realm with practice. But it is not flesh and blood, will not bleed, and does not have the so-called fatal weakness of the flesh. And as a lotus, it is naturally evil repelling. Not only is it invulnerable to all evil, but it is also a natural counter to the evil magic of the soul. Although the book does not clearly mention what lotus is used, whether it is Tai Zenran and Fengshan or the Buddha in Journey to the West, it is naturally impossible to use ordinary things. It must be extremely magical, otherwise it is impossible to transform into such a flesh. In other words, compared with the fire spear, Kyankan circle, Hunshan Ling and other things, his flesh is the most troublesome part. After hundreds of rounds of collision, Li Su formed power through the collision of the golden hoop with the opponent, and more than half of it was dissolved by the opponent's special flesh. Its skin, flesh, meridians, and bones are like one body, and there is no structure at all. This leads to the fact that, once Li Su's power enters the opponent's body, it is like a stone sinking into the sea, and it is difficult to kill in a targeted manner. The result of an outbreak is often instantly healed and smoothed by the opponent. Talent, incarnation. The combination of the two makes him look fierce, but there is no doubt that this kid is a killing machine. Whether he likes it or not, he is born to be a battlefield. Of course, after talking about Nessus' advantages, we have to mention Li Su's advantages. First of all, let's talk about the body. Monkey King's body is naturally unusual. As the legendary Reeling Ming stone monkey, it is also extremely abnormal. It is a stone fetus, which can be said to be born extraordinary. The stone itself is amazing. Regardless of whether it is the sky repairing stone of Nuwa, the 9 orifices and 8 holes born there alone show its magical nature. Although Li Su fought for a long time, the power transmitted from the golden hoop made him feel quite uncomfortable, but that's all. In a sense, Monkey King's body is not much different from Nessus' body. Neither is a proper body, and there is no situation that flesh and blood should have. In fact, in the entire journey to the west, even if Monkey King's head moved, not a drop of bloodshed. After talking about the body, let's talk about talent. Li Su's talent is naturally not as good as the legendary Monkey King, the son of the face in Journey to the West. But he has a world bonus, and his talent can be said to be a bug. Naturally, whether it is his cultivation comprehension or his combat comprehension, he is undoubtedly the top one. Therefore, the two of them are almost the same. Asterisk 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 facing the high-spirited Nessus, Li Su is very troubled at this moment. Nessus' strength, the strength of the surrounding Jiao, and the strength of the heavenly soldiers and generals surrounding him are undoubtedly one of his headaches, but not all. His biggest headache is what to do next. He was not distracted by the battle. It was just a few hundred rounds, almost an hour later. Even if most of his mind was on the battle, he could still spare a little thought to think about other things. For example, what to do next. The task requires persistence for 3 months. That is, a full 90 days. Of course, it could also be 92 days. After all, there is a leap month in the ancient calendar. You know what? This possibility is quite high. After all, although he can't remember the exact day when the havoc in heaven happened, it must not be in February. Although 2 days may not seem like a big deal in 3 months, sometimes you really can't underestimate these 2 days. When it comes to a life-threatening situation, 1 second can feel as long as a century. Sorry, it seems to be off topic. However, although the question is off topic, when thinking about this question, Lee Su thought of some settings in Journey to the West. In Journey to the West, there is a saying that one day in heaven is 1 year on earth. Why not go directly to heaven? If he and Nessa fight for a while, half of the 3 months will have passed in heaven. After all, they have been fighting here for almost an hour. Undoubtedly, this method is quite feasible. For Lee Su, it is not difficult to operate. Although he has never used the somersault cloud, the skill is already in this body. He can feel that it only takes a little time and can be mastered by performing it once or twice, and it can be directly perfected. As for his learning talent, he has no doubt at all. However, there is a very important problem here, that is, what will happen after going to heaven. Mainly, Nessa and Giao's attitude made him quite uneasy. The other party had no intention of acting at all and really wanted to send him to the West. What if he went to heaven and the big guys in the heaven could not help but come down? What a tragic situation it would be. The 3 pure ones and the 4 Imperials are all in heaven. Not to mention these big guys. If the conferred gods really existed, the people of GGO alone would be enough for Lee Su to drink a pot. Zhao Gungming, Sanxiao, the 42 heavenly lords of the Thunder Department, the god of the Fire Department, the god of the Plague Department, the god of the Fighting Department, etc. Just thinking about it, Lee Su couldn't help but feel numb. The Jiao Star Lord just now was undoubtedly from GGO. Just looking at their murderous faces, it didn't seem like they were doing official business, but a smell of private business. Therefore, the idea of going to heaven was immediately extinguished by Lee Su. I feel that, if I really go up, there is a high probability that I will be hit by a club and shot from the dark. Not to mention 3 hours. Even 3 seconds is more than enough. If going to heaven doesn't work, then going underground? Well, it's not about running underground, but running around on the ground and hiding. After thinking about it, Lee Su quickly shook his head and denied this point. Because he had read the original book about the chapter of the little saint fighting the great saint. Yes, not the TV, but the original book. It was written very clearly in it that, although Erlang Shen refused the help of the heaven, he said that his brother would help him if he won, and his brother would help him if he lost. However, he called Li Xian Wang and asked him to use the mirror to keep an eye on Monkey Brother, saying that it would prevent the other party from getting away. This was indeed the case. After Sun Wukong ran away, Erlang Shen immediately found Li Xian Wang and found the other party's whereabouts. In other words, at this moment, he had actually been located by the heaven, and it was a location that could not be avoided even with 72 changes. After thinking about it for a long time, Lee Su felt very uncomfortable. When watching TV, I just felt my blood boiling. When I really became a great saint, I realized how deadly this scene was. When a person is targeted by the state machine called the Heavenly Court, the result is actually already determined. Asterisk 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 ding. There was another loud noise, and Lee Su couldn't help but take a step back. Nessa's power became more and more violent. His eyes were actually visibly red, and his clever and cute little face was vaguely revealing a sense of devilishness. With a bang, the flames ran wildly, and the Samadhi true fire exploded. Seeing that he couldn't take it down for a long time, Nessa directly changed his original offensive, and a raging fire was directly ignited on the fire spear, and he used the Samadhi true fire to attack. Lee Su, who was fighting in close combat, changed his face slightly. This fire was not a joke. This was the Samadhi true fire. That was to say, the opponent could not spit out a rain of fire like Red Boy, otherwise Lee Su would not dare to fight with him in close combat like this. Just as he stepped back, before Lee Su could move, the sword light exploded, and Jiao arrived. At this moment, the 9 of them also had blood red eyes, and their murderous intent soared to the limit. Compared with before, the sword light was a little unstable, but it was 7 times more ferocious. Lee Su did not dare to neglect it. He played with the golden hoop stick in many ways. He rotated and moved between his hands, sweeping out countless shadows of the stick. It was a force of millions of pounds, and the wind swept out could crush rocks and break rivers. There was a burst of dense sounds, and Jiao's attack was directly opened by Lee Su, and 2 of them were exposed in front of them. Naturally, Lee Su hit them with a stick and swept them. There was a cracking sound. Facing the golden hoop, how could the flesh and blood body resist? Lee Su hit them on the spot, and they fell out. Seeing this, the other 7 people didn't care. The sword light turned, and they came again. Lee Su's hands did not stop, and the stick became the world. The 1-hour fight with Nessa was not a joke. His stick skills had been pushed to an astonishing height. In an instant, the 7 styles of tapping, sweeping, blocking and entanglement were combined into one, directly breaking the 7 people's joint attack. The powerful force made Kiyeo's blood boil, and the sword-holding arm was shattered by the amazing power transmitted from Lee Su's golden hoop, and blood mist filled the air. Lee Su swung the stick horizontally, intending to defeat the two. The next second, one of the Kiyeo suddenly felt a dangerous breath from his abdomen. Lee Su's eyes focused, but saw a fire-tipped spear piercing the Kiyeo's abdomen and stabbing towards his chest. It was Neza. He didn't know when he came. The 2 spears had already combined into one, and the distance was 8 feet, more than 4 meters. And it was obvious that the distance between the Kiyeo and Lee Su was less than 3 meters, which was exactly the reach of the spear tip. The swept stick was retracted, and Lee Su hurriedly blocked it. With a clang, although he parried, the spear and sword passed through his body. Monkey hair was flying, and torn by the extremely sharp spearhead. Of course, this is not the point. The point is the fire. The Samadhi true fire on the spear burned Lee Su. There was a sharp pain in his waist and abdomen, and the chainmail gold armor he was wearing was broken, and a terrible burning heat came over, burning not only his body, but also his soul. As soon as he moved his footsteps, he almost subconsciously used the somersault cloud, and in an instant he was 100 miles away. Before Lee Su could stop, he heard a loud bang, and the body of the man in Jiao who was pierced by Neza's gun was directly blown into pieces. The fierce Neza was covered in blood, and the wind and fire wheels under his feet were spinning wildly. He crossed the distance of 100 miles in an instant, and approached Lee Su. "Monkey, don't run away, die for me." Looking at the doll who seemed to be crazy, Lee Su's face changed again and again. Although it is not uncommon to do anything on the battlefield and step on the corpses of comrades to move forward, this is undoubtedly a bit too much. And the most important thing is that Jiao is a disciple of Jiao, and Neza is obviously a 3rd-generation disciple of Chanjiao. Seeing the killing intent becoming more and more intense, sweeping towards him instead of Neza's Jiao, Lee Su, who was originally quite troubled, felt his heart drop to the freezing point at this second. This is not right. Chapter 965, Havoc in Heaven. Although, from the beginning, I felt that there was something wrong with the script. After all, in Journey to the West, Monkey King, as one of the people who sought Buddhist scriptures, had to make trouble in the Heavenly Palace. In other words, the Heavenly Palace was actually more of a cooperating play. The purpose was to complete the great cause of seeking Buddhist scriptures, form the West and Buddha's eastward journey, and check and balance Taoism. If it involved the conferred god, it was the 2 Western saints fulfilling their vows. If it did not involve the conferred god, it was the Emperor of Heaven's attempt to check and balance the power of his subordinates and break the situation of one-man dominance. In other words, no matter which one, Monkey King's play had to go on. Therefore, the attitude of Neza and the others was a big problem. But now, it was different. Facing this Neza who shouted that the demon monkey would die, but was full of demonic nature, Lee Su instantly realized that the problem in the script was probably bigger and worse than he had imagined. They entangled again, and Lee Su's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. The tragic scene gave Lee Su, who was already under great pressure, an extremely suffocating feeling. Before, he might have had a 10,000th idea that as the plot developed, as long as he could master the skills of Monkey King, the problem would not be too big and he could hold on for 3 months. Now, he didn't have this idea. Lee Su had a hunch that if he lost, there would be no plot of being captured and tortured in heaven and thrown into the alchemy furnace. It was at this scene that Nessa in front of him would kill him without hesitation, using the Samadhi true fire. Just like his last reincarnation as Tang Monk, this world of Havoc in Heaven might have some fatal problems. Damn it. Thinking of this, Lee Su's eyes rarely showed a hint of impatience. Because the plot of the whole Havoc in Heaven was too compact, From the arrival of the heavenly soldiers to the capture of Monkey King, it only took 3 days in total. The first day was Jiao and Nessa, the second day was Muzha, and the third day was directly Erlang Shenzhen, and then he was captured. Converted to the time in heaven, it was only about 12 minutes before and after. Wrong, all wrong. He should not think about how to delay. On the contrary, he should speed up his pace, beat Nessa and Jiao back, and strive for S time. Only in this way can he have the energy and effort to find a way to find out the current situation of this world and find a way to complete the task. Thinking of this, Li Su's face was not only a little ugly, he was scratched on his waist. The wound was not a problem. It was not big. It was mainly the Samadhi true fire that made him very uncomfortable. His physical body seemed to be affected and his movements were restricted to a certain extent. Undoubtedly, this situation was not good. Nessa's strength was not weak. After fighting for almost an hour, although Li Su had adapted, he did not have much advantage. This time he was injured and fell into a certain disadvantage. Moreover, as the Samadhi true fire on the fire spear took effect, Nessa's attack also changed. He directly used the fire spear as the main weapon and waved the Samadhi true fire to attack Li Su. Faced with this result, Li Su had to keep a distance from the opponent and did not dare to get too close. With the space to display his skills, Nessa completely let go of his hands and feet. Not only the fire spear, but also the universe circle and the heavenly silk also got more space. 4 of his 6 arms directly formed seals, remotely controlling the 2 magic weapons, and together with the fire spear, they attacked him. Not only Nessa, but also Liu, they also caught up. The serious injuries of 2 of them, and the death of 1 did not affect them. Instead, it seemed to stimulate their murderous spirit. They attacked Li Su regardless of anything, wanting to create an opportunity for Nessa like the previous man. For a while, Li Su felt uncomfortable. He had to divide some of his mind and pay attention to the actions of the 6 guys. Coupled with Nessa's extremely strong strength, Li Su was caught up, and the whole rhythm was extremely embarrassing. However, Li Su is Li Su. With the weight of the world, his talent is too high and too amazing. Not only did he master the body of Monkey King in a very short time, but he also mastered the stick technique that he had never used before in less than an hour, and combined with the characteristics of the golden hoop, he brought the word Ruai to its fullest extent. With his body injured, he stabilized little by little. After all, although Nessa was strong, Jiao was obviously 1 level lower. By grasping the distance, Li Su in turn restricted Nessa's burst. The body technique of somersault cloud was being mastered by him at an extremely amazing speed, and he became proficient. It was worthy of being the technique passed down by body patriarch. When Li Su took it seriously and felt it carefully, he naturally found the difference. This is not only a method of long distance movement, but also has mysterious body techniques involving the method of space movement. It is also amazing when used in combat. The shorter the distance, the faster it changes. This kind of melee helped him. However, it is obvious that Nessa's combat intuition is also amazing. Although his eyes are crazy, he is not confused. Instead, he is more rational and has the top battlefield reading ability. Although he was in the middle of a battle, he could still see through the situation like a bystander. Get out of here. A childish roar was directed at the remaining Liu. Liu was shocked, and the killing intent in his pupils was still as real as substance, but after Nessa spoke, he immediately chose to retreat, turning the original siege into a one-on-one fight between the 2. Nessa obviously also mastered an amazing body movement. Even when facing Li Su's somersault cloud technique, he was still able to keep up. Although there are minor shortcomings, don't forget that he is stepping on a top magic weapon, the wind fire wheel. This makes him extremely fast and extremely powerful. Immediately, the battle became more and more terrifying. The terrifying body movement made the 2 of them pull out hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of after images, and the golden hoop and the fire spear kept colliding wildly in the void. It was obviously a fight and a close fight, but the distance between the 2 sides covered a full range of nearly 100 miles. There is no doubt that in the Taizhuangs and Leia, they are all at the top level, and it is a collision between the top level Shai and Jiao. From the moment Jiao broke away, he no longer had the qualifications to join. The fight continued. There were hundreds of rounds of collisions in 1 minute, and the places they passed were even more messy. For this reason, the heavenly army surrounding the vicinity could not help but start to retreat, constantly expanding the encirclement. There was no way, the two were too fast, and thousands of afterimages formed on the battlefield, and those afterimages were not only fake, but also real. The power of both sides was also erupting. That power was not only Xiangxin, but even if Tai was accidentally hit, he would vomit blood and be seriously injured. Li Su's eyes flashed again, shaking constantly. After this series of fights, he had completely mastered the somersault cloud. With the super high talent bonus, his proficiency had already entered an astonishing level. It was a bit too much to say that he was extraordinary, but it was right to be perfect. At this point, it was very difficult to improve. It takes time and accumulation, or there must be a quiet enough environment for him to experience it. Realizing this, Li Su immediately gave up his control of the somersault cloud and turned his attention to the art of changing the earthly evils. As someone who has entered Journey to the West once, the art of changing the earthly evils is not unfamiliar to him. In fact, he had learned the art of the heavenly gang long before. As two methods of avoiding disasters, although the directions are different, they also have something in common. The former is an element, and the latter is a substance. The former's cultivation is ultimately immortal, and the latter's cultivation is ultimately indestructible. In the end, control all the ways of the world, and transform all things in the world. While fighting against Nessa, Li Su began to frantically comprehend the memory of practicing the earthly evils in Monkey King's body. Undoubtedly, it was very strenuous. Facing an opponent who absolutely could not relax, even though Li Su had amazing comprehension, he really couldn't spend too much of his mind on the earthly evils. The earthly evils method, which has 72 changes, has a very large amount of information. Compared with the comprehension of 36 changes, the 72 changes pursue knowledge of the composition of all things. Although it is very difficult to learn, fortunately, Monkey King has already learned it once, and his mastery of this technique is amazing. He is extremely talented in this aspect. The 72 transformations can be said to have reached the pinnacle, and he has touched the true meaning of indestructibility. Otherwise, this havoc in heaven is probably not just letting the water go, but the sea. After all, looking at the entire journey to the west, how many people dare to use their flesh to directly resist the chopping of swords and axes, except Monkey King? Beginner, small success, skilled, great success. Perfect, and then integrate. Suddenly, Li Su shrank his body and turned into a mosquito, directly avoiding Nessa's attack. This avoidance is very different. It is not just from the visual point of view, but from the spiritual sense. For a moment, Nessa was stunned, because in his perception, the demon monkey completely disappeared. Not only the person, but also the breath. The next second, his face changed, and the spear went around. With a loud clang, even though he was supported by 4 arms, his strength was obviously insufficient in a hurry. The huge force of 1 million pounds carried by the golden hoop made his 6 arms tremble, and his whole body tremble. Nessa staggered a few steps, and his hand holding the fire spear was numb. The sudden attack from behind broke his rhythm and his magic power was disordered. Before Nessa could adjust, he appeared in front of him, when he was alert behind him. The golden hoop fell down, and swept towards his head. The only 2 remaining arms were raised, and directly blocked in front of the golden hoop. With a click, the arm broke on the spot, and the small figure was directly lifted up by the amazing force and smashed out. Taking a breath, Li Su took advantage of the victory to catch up, and the somersault cloud was directly used to take down Nessa. However, before he could complete further actions, a rainbow light fell from the sky, directly covering the Nessa, who was smashed away. Whoosh, the man disappeared directly in the rainbow light, and rushed into the sky. As Nessa was defeated, Jiao and others not far away also changed their faces, and flew into the sky without hesitation. With their departure, the 100,000 heavenly soldiers around them also moved. They rolled up their robes, covered themselves in the clouds, and disappeared directly. As the heavenly soldiers left, an amazing scene appeared. The entire Huago mountain dimmed directly, and fell into endless darkness. That feeling was simply indescribable, as if the sun, moon, and stars had all retreated, or a huge lid fell and covered the Huaguo mountain inside. Li Su's face changed slightly, and his spiritual consciousness immediately overflowed and rushed thousands of miles away. After a moment, he retracted his spiritual consciousness, and his face was so cold that water could almost drip out. It was not an illusion. Huaguo mountain was really blocked. Unable to help but take a breath, Li Su clenched his fists. The idea of running away while the first wave of soldiers retreated was bankrupt. After a moment of depression, Li Su suddenly showed a strange color on his face. Because he found that the heavenly soldiers and generals had obviously retreated. But what about the monkeys and grandchildren? Chapter 966, Havoc in Heaven. Where are the other monkeys? Li Su was a little stunned. There are many monkeys on the Flower Fruit Mountain. It is also mentioned in the original book that, although they were later dispersed by Erlang Shen, they should have been nearby before. Now that the Heavenly Palace has withdrawn, why didn't those monkeys come? After waiting for a while and making sure that there was no shadow of monkey, Li Su couldn't sit still and planned to go and look for them. He didn't want their fighting power, but wanted to find out the situation of the havoc in the Heavenly Palace through them, and what went wrong. At this rate, he could hold on for 3 days, but it would be nonsense to hold on for 3 months. Li Su didn't want to die here. With the somersault cloud, Li Su moved very fast. After a while, he ran the entire Flower Fruit Mountain, including the Water Curtain Cave. As a result, after such a circle, he didn't see a single monkey. Not to mention monkeys, there was not a single living thing in the huge Flower Fruit Mountain. Standing in front of the Water Curtain Cave, Li Su couldn't help frowning. Although he knew that there was something wrong with this book, he didn't even have a person to ask about it, which was really beyond his expectation. After a moment of silence, he looked directly into the Water Curtain Cave. According to the original plot, this Water Curtain Cave seems to lead directly to the Dragon Palace. With this thought in mind, Li Su's consciousness spread out and began to look for the passage leading directly to the Dragon Palace. After a while, he really found it. It was in the Water Curtain Cave. There was a waterfall inside. There was a hole under the pool, which was bottomless and led to the unknown. After making sure that there was nothing else around, Li Su did not hesitate and jumped directly into the Water Curtain Cave and came to the hole blocked by the water flow. He jumped and rushed down along the hole. It's a bit uncomfortable. After entering the water, Li Su frowned slightly. Although it was mentioned in the original book that when they were in Tangshan River, Monkey King said that he was not good at water fighting and asked Zhu Beiji and Monk Sha to go into the water to lure out the carp spirit of Guanyin. I thought it was just that Monkey King didn't want to go into the water. Now when he entered the water, he immediately found that it was not as pleasant as being on land, and his body movements were restricted. Thinking about it, Li Su did not stop and continued to go down quickly, wanting to go through this cave and go to the Dragon Palace. Salty taste, it really can enter the sea. After walking for a distance, about 10 miles, Li Su immediately found that the water quality around him had changed. It was no longer fresh and sweet, but salty with a certain fishy smell. It was seawater. Not long after, light was seen in front, and the cave entrance began to expand rapidly. He took a deep breath in his heart. In this way, he should be considered to have entered the deep sea. He didn't know what the situation was on the Dragon Palace, and since there were no monkeys on the Huaguo mountainside, he might be able to go straight into the West Sea from the East Sea, jump from the Dongsheng Shenzhou side to the southern Zhenzhou, and then turn west and walk towards Lingshan. At this moment, the journey to the west has not started yet. The road to the journey to the west must be full of various monsters and demons. If the Heavenly Court wants to find him, he can also use the aura of monsters to hide his whereabouts. In this way, 3 months can be said to be a breeze? Before going down to the entrance of the cave, there is one more step to enter the sea. Li Su suddenly stopped his steps, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He couldn't help but be surprised. It was really the scene in the sea that scared him. How to describe it? Have you all seen One Piece? At this moment, Li Su seemed to have entered the doldrums in the world of One Piece. The vast ocean in front of him was full of huge beasts. In the dark sea, there are countless water monsters lurking. And these water monsters are not gentle and cute guys like whales and sharks. They are all dragons, real dragons. At this moment, the light in front of Lee Su's cave entrance was the luster of their scales, which illuminated the huge cave where he was, and the surrounding area as bright as day. Of course, if it was just a dragon, Lee Su would not say anything. But looking at those real dragons, each of their scales was as high as a 3-story building. A dragon lying there was like a great wall. That was a completely different mentality. These dragons were not only big, their aura was also extremely frightening, filled with an incredible tyrannical aura, which was the smell of having experienced war, and it was the kind of extremely tragic war. The whole body of each of them was full of blood. That was karma. It was a sin of killing. The degree of richness was no longer comparable to the level of red names in the game. It had to be the kind that the entire server would be notified when it went online. Even if he didn't leave the cave, just feeling it, Lee Su couldn't help but stand upside down with all his monkey hair at this moment. Damn, what's going on? Lee Su, who was planning to go out, took 2 steps back in an instant. It was not that he was afraid, but the scene looked a little scary. No, he was a monkey now. In Journey to the West, there was such a dragon. Just when Lee Su was in doubt, an old dragon in the deep sea dragon group moved slightly, and its huge dragon eyes slowly opened. The huge body of this dragon was full of scars, including scratches, burns, and lacerations caused by blunt impact. One of its dragon horns was broken, and there were 5 shocking claw marks on the dragon's face, which almost affected the dragon's eyes. There was no holiness, no peace. There was only scarlet and tyranny, deadly and cold. That was the look of the top predator, matching that terrible body, undoubtedly the top of the food chain, the extreme. As if sensing something, the old dragon shook his body slightly and moved closer to the cave entrance. Great sage. The old dragon stopped about 100 meters away from the cave entrance and spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Lee Su was stunned and shocked by the title. This thing, does it know him? No. Does it know Monkey King? Although he thought about it, Lee Su did not speak, nor did he show his figure. Instead, he stepped back several steps, extremely alert. He did not think that such a large group of real dragons did not stay in the Dragon Palace, but ran here, just to sleep, or to play. Without hearing Lee Su's answer, the old dragon spoke again. It is indeed the great sage. It is the little dragon, the Dragon King of the East China Sea. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Lee Su was shocked, and he almost bit his tongue when listening to the words of the old dragon outside the cave. Who the hell are you? Looking at the old dragon's body, that had obviously experienced countless bloody battles, and the red light and karma rolling around his body, even Lee Su, who was not panicked in the face of things, couldn't help but complain wildly in his heart. Don't insult the Dragon King of the East China Sea in my mind. It doesn't look like this. If the Dragon King of the East China Sea and Journey to the West looks like you, I'm afraid Monkey King's equipment can't handle it. Just when Lee Su was complaining in his heart, suddenly, an extremely huge force surged out of the water. The water around his body seemed to be controlled by something, and it directly entangled him. The huge force burst out instantly, pulling his body out. It's really the great sage. Old neighbors meet. Why hide and hide? Come out, great sage. My dragon clan Sting Hei Shinsen, Phoenix Tail Golden Wing Crown, Shuttle Golden Armor, Lotus Silk Cloud Shoes. I've borrowed them from you for so long. It's time to return them to the old dragon. As for the interest, I'll use your flesh and blood in exchange, great sage. Cruel and cold, the words were like the wind in December, directly chilling my heart. Damn it. Is this Journey to the West, or Neza Conquers the Dragon King? Question mark. Lee Su was furious. He shook his body without hesitation, and the huge magic power burst out, directly shaking the surrounding water away. At the same time, the somersault cloud technique was activated, and he would return the original way without hesitation, leaving the range covered by the opponent's magic. Yes, great sage, I have prepared an iron pot in the West Sea. Old dragon, I got the best oil from the 3 realms at the end of the South Sea. And the North Sea. The North Sea has also prepared snow white refined salt. Just as Lee Su was competing with the self-proclaimed East Sea Dragon King, 3 more voices came up. Judging from the content, they were obviously the 3 kings of the South Sea, West Sea, and North Sea. They woke up at some point and quietly came to the outside of the cave. They used their water-based magical powers and, together with the East Sea Dragon King, pulled Li Su's body to get him out of the cave. The terrible force immediately suppressed Li Su, who was stabbed by the needle. The stone monkey's body was creaking under the pressure. It seemed as if his body was bearing dozens of mountains, and his internal organs were under tremendous pressure. In an instant, Li Su's heart sank. Not only was he under great pressure on his body, but the murderous intent in the voices of the guys was not concealed at all. He could already imagine what kind of scene he would encounter if he was pulled out of the cave. Taking a deep breath, Li Su's pupils shrank, and they turned scarlet, full of ruthlessness. Change. With a low shout, the monkey hair fell off. With a flash of light, it turned into a clone, forming hundreds of monkey spirits. The golden hoop stick appeared immediately and hit the cave entrance. Boom. With a loud bang, hundreds of golden hoop sticks were swung, bringing with them a force of nearly 10 million tons, which directly disrupted the small cave and interrupted the power in the water on the spot. The next second, Li Su moved and ran very fast, returning to the water curtain cave along the underground waterway in the blink of an eye. Landing on the ground, his whole body was wet, and Li Su's expression was so wonderful, colorful and constantly changing, as if he had opened a dyeing factory. This plot, there is absolutely no way to survive. Chapter 967, Havoc in Heaven. It's annoying. Going up to the sky is not okay, staying here is not okay, and going into the sea is not okay. Li Su asked himself that he had been to the world fragment many times, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation where almost all ways out were blocked. It seemed to tell him that there was only one result for this book: struggling desperately, and then getting into trouble little by little, becoming a desperate prisoner, and dying in the so-called 3-month mission time. Standing in place, Li Su couldn't help but take a few breaths. Not only was the pressure high, but the struggle just now was also very exhausting. The Four Seas Dragon King is very powerful. To be honest, if Li Su hadn't stopped immediately after discovering something was wrong, and didn't approach the cave in trance, and even stepped back a few steps vigilantly, the situation just now might not be that he escaped back, but was dragged out directly. The distance is 1 point, and the amount of water is even more. Here, I have to mention that Monkey King is indeed not good at fighting in the water. At first, he just felt a little uncomfortable. When the Dragon King attacked him, he found that, although the somersault cloud can move underwater, it is really limited. It's not that it can't be fully exerted, but it is suppressed. Don't underestimate this level. Although it is not much, it is of great significance. In short, it is as if the absolute top level has become the top level. The difference of this word does not show anything at the bottom level, but at the high level, it can really be said to be a dimensional distance. The feeling that the Dragon King of the East Sea gave Li Su should be the Tai surface level. If it is on land, or in the sky, with the body of the Lingming Stone Monkey, it is not a problem for one to fight for. But in the sea, even if he faces only one of them, Li Su will be very uncomfortable. Taking a deep breath, he didn't care about his wet body. He sat down cross-legged directly, frowning. It seems that in the current situation, he really has no chance at all. After all, after Nessa retreated, Mu Zha, that is, Hui Enzings, came again. After him, it was Erlang Shen. In other words, he only had less than 2 days before Monkey King was captured. This time is really too little, too little. In addition, there is no more information, and it is unknown what kind of changes have taken place in this script. It is undoubtedly more difficult to break through. Just when Li Su was thinking about how to break the impasse, he suddenly frowned, and his face changed slightly. It was very strange, but there was no doubt about it. In his heart, yes, in his heart, something was overflowing. Not much, but it had a great impact. His emotions fluctuated uncontrollably, his pupils turned red in an instant, his expression became distorted, and his soul was directly ignited by that emotion. Click, click, sparks came out of his teeth. Li Su's pupils were wide open, his face flushed red, and with great willpower, He held himself down tightly, not letting himself move with the bursting emotions. 1 minute, 2 minutes. It took nearly a cup of tea, and the emotions were suppressed by him, and did not explode. Huff. The emotions disappeared. Lee Soo was sweating profusely, as if he had experienced a battle, and the whole person was almost exhausted. After a long while, the rapid breath gradually calmed down. Faced with this situation, Lee Soo was afraid, and at the same time, couldn't help being shocked. Obviously, this emotion is not his. This emotion comes from the body he is leaning over, that is, the Monkey King Sun Wukong. The reason is also very simple. Anger, unimaginable anger. When the emotion broke out, Lee Soo saw many pictures, the pictures he had experienced not long ago. There was not much content, and it was extremely simple. The picture of Nessa trying to kill him. The picture of Jiao Xingjin killing him. The picture of the Four Seas Dragon King also intending to kill him. And to these pictures, the body gave only one response, anger, almost infinite anger. In a trance, Lee Soo even saw a figure standing there oaring to the sky. Lee Soo's face rarely showed a bitter smile. For a person who dared to ask the Emperor of Heaven to give up his position, not to mention the strength, just the heart, it is completely imaginable how unruly and disrespectful the original owner of this body was. Why did the Monkey King become a god in the hearts of so many people and become an almost irreplaceable existence? Just like the conversation in the Legend of Wukong. What is the great sage going to do? Step on the south sky and shatter Link Zero? If you don't come back once you go, then you won't go. Even if the soul is gone, does the body still remember that rebelliousness? Unable to help but mutter in his heart, Lee Soo slowly closed his eyes. He had never expected this scene. Just a moment ago, he was almost taken away by the emotions in his body. Take a deep breath and exhale deeply. Reaching out and pulling a handful of monkey hair on the top of his head, Lee Soo slowly closed his eyes. The enemy is the invincible heaven and the terrible real dragon. The flesh is the unruly Monkey King, the fearless Monkey King. This is really forced to Liangshan. There is no way to retreat. Okay, if this is what this book originally meant, then go the way you want. Closing his eyes, Lee Soo completely let go of his mind. His consciousness went deep into his own bones and began to frantically grab the memories inside. Monkey Brother came all the way down, and the memory of hundreds of years of practice. The art of the earthly evils, the method of longevity, the art of somersaulting a distance of 108,000 miles, little by little, his own talent, plus the weight of the world. The learning ability of more than 200 was completely aroused, detonated, and triggered by Lee Soo at this moment. He almost frantically grabbed all of Monkey King's Taoist cultivation. Not only did he grab it, but he was also comprehending, enlightening, and suddenly realizing it. It must be mentioned that as the protagonist of Journey to the West, Monkey King's comprehension is quite terrifying. Even Lee Soo, just digesting the information in his body is quite strenuous. It takes a long time for him to burst out a flash of inspiration and flash out some ideas. For a person who suddenly realizes something as easily as eating and drinking water, this is incredible. 5 layers, 7 layers, 9 layers. Lee Soo devoted himself to it, absorbing and digesting the practice experience of the Monkey King bit by bit, and then integrating it. I don't know how long it has been, an hour, maybe a day, maybe hundreds of years. At the moment, when he finally accepted all the cultivation memories of the Monkey King, a voice suddenly came to his ears. Grandpa Monkey King, Grandpa Monkey King, there is another fierce god from the heavenly court outside to challenge you, asking you to surrender, and saying that he will capture you, and take you to heaven. Lee Soo opened his eyes and was stunned. At this moment, there were countless monkeys in the water curtain cave, which should have been empty, and 4 monkey generals were standing beside them. Marshal Ma and Marshal Liu, and Generals Beng and Bei. At this moment, although they looked panicked, there was a glimmer of light in the depths of their eyes. It was longing, pride, and unparalleled confidence and pride in the Monkey King. My king, my king. One after another, Lee Soo laughed inexplicably, and understood in his heart. He jumped up, and said with a smile, let's go and meet this young general from the heavenly court. After leaving the water curtain cave, the sun was shining outside, and the heavenly court formation was set up, with 100,000 soldiers and generals gathered. A figure stood in the air. He was dressed in green, handsome, with a little cinnabar between his eyebrows, and holding an iron stick. Although he looked ordinary, he couldn't be more ordinary than the third Prince Nessa. There seemed to be a faint sound of wind and thunder between his mouth and nose, and there was also a shining Buddha light behind his head. Although he hadn't spoken yet, Li Su, who came out, recognized him at a glance. He was the eldest disciple of Guanyin Bodhisattva of the South China Sea, the Walker Huyan, Mu Zha. Li Su smiled, holding the stick, and without saying anything, suppressed the anger of reminiscing about the past. At this moment, it erupted from his heart, infected his soul, and merged into one. That young general, dare to disturb your grandfather the great sage, take a stick from me first. The peerless ferocity had already left his body. Li Su jumped 1,000 miles away, and raised his hand to strike. Ding. There was a loud noise, and the sound spread for thousands of miles. The shocking demonic energy was directly above the clouds, and the terrifying anger could burn the 9 layers of fairy clouds. With one blow, the Huiyan walker was twisted, and turned into a meteor by Li Su's rage, flying thousands of miles away. After the blow, Li Su's eyes were red and his face was stern. He shouted, "Not enough, come again." He swung his stick wildly. With a thud, thousands of troops were shattered in the east. With a bang, tens of thousands of troops were broken in the west. With a few blows, the terrifying formation of the heavenly soldiers and generals was smashed to pieces by him. Their fierce faces turned into faces full of panic. They screamed wildly and fled. Looking at the heavenly soldiers and generals going away, standing in the sky, Li Su felt the lofty ambitions in his heart, and was unruly. For a moment, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. "Brother Monkey, is this how you felt that day? This feeling is really addictive. I can't stop." Ha 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 ha. Unable to hold back his laughter, Li Su jumped up and set up the somersault cloud. He couldn't wait any longer, and couldn't wait any longer. Come on, Ling Xiao. Chapter 968, Havoc in Heaven. With that rebelliousness and that madness, Li Su rode on the clouds, and broke through the encirclement of the soldiers of the heavenly court in the blink of an eye, heading towards the legendary Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, he had already passed through the clouds for thousands of miles, and the boundless wonders came into view. The magnificent Nanshanmen towered in the clouds, and behind it was a dazzling golden light. There were 33 heavens, layer upon layer, and there seemed to be no end. In the center of the 33 heavens, there was an extremely huge golden palace standing solemnly. The heavenly court, which had only been seen on TV, really appeared in front of Li Su at this moment, throwing away the mysterious veil. The spiritual energy was like a spring, and the rhyme of Tao was like rain. There were treasure temples, and scriptures ran through the sky. There were palaces, and the sacred light was endless. This heavenly palace was truly extraordinary, as if it was made of gold, and inlaid with countless gems. There were agates shining for thousands of miles, corals as huge as mountains, pearls hanging like the moon, and there were countless rare animals, spiritual flowers and herbs. The Yaochi was filled with fairy spirits, and a 10-color halo was emitted from it. It was filled with the supreme power of creation. It seemed that, as long as one entered it, even a mortal body could be transformed into a fairy after a certain period of time. The peach courtyard was extremely huge. Looking around, there were countless fairy seedlings in it. The peaches were shining brightly, and the light of immortality was gathered in it. The Linxio Palace was even more magical. There was golden spiritual energy pouring down from it, and it was surrounded by a light golden curtain. There were countless divine texts inside. They were supreme scriptures, and they were written with the strongest Taoism in this world. There were Sanking, Xiu, Wu Liao, Liusi, Qian, Baji, Jiao, and Shidu. The laws of all saints and gods were written on it. Under Linxio, there was a galaxy hanging upside down, spanning thousands of miles, and connecting the 33 heavens. It was a river, and it was also Tao. There were countless stars inside, like a big tree, showing the supreme holiness. Above the sky, the sun and the moon are just 2 palaces. All the truths in the world are gathered here, and surround the sky. It is really a fairyland and a wonder in the world. Facing this scene, Li Su was also distracted for a moment, but he woke up immediately the next second. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the wild words that the great sage said when he stood above the sky and faced the strongest man in the world, the Buddha of the West. Lee Su couldn't help but smile at the sky. Even so, let's make a big fuss. Monkey, how dare you? At this moment, a shocking voice sounded, and a figure jumped down from the South Heaven Gate and blocked his way directly. Wearing a three-mountain flying phoenix hat and a light goose yellow collar, holding a three-pointed two-edged spear, the three eyes between his eyebrows shot divine light. There was no need for the other party to protect his identity. Lee Su recognized this person at the first time. He was the heavenly justice god who had appeared in countless Chinese myths, Erlang Shenyang Jian. At this point, there is no need to say anything. Lee Su did not hesitate or be polite. He twisted the golden hoop stick, used the somersault cloud, and rushed forward to hit with the stick. Facing Lee Su's attack, Erlang Shen obviously did not mean to say any more gossip. He danced with the three-pointed two-edged sword in his hand, and chopped it down. In an instant, the two fought together. Point, stab, sweep, and smash. In Lee Su's hand, the golden hoop stick took away all changes, only violently tilting. Facing Lee Su, the magic weapon in Erlang Shen's hand also showed the power of thousands of hammers and hundreds of times of tempering. That was the glory of the battlefield. Hard training, years and efforts. Ding, ding, ding. Two figures, fighting crazily. From the sky to the ground, from the ground to the sky. Like a thunderous roar, it continued to erupt between the two. The fight reached its climax from the beginning. Neither side held back, nor did they test. 1 hour, 2 hours. The two fought fiercely. The whole sky was ignited by sparks, and terrible vibrations continued to ripple. The clouds were blown away, and the earth was cracked. The sun went from high in the sky to setting in the west, and the dark moon went from shining to rising. It was not until 3 days and 3 nights later that the situation finally changed. Erlang Shen finally couldn't resist Lee Su's violent attack and was suppressed by Lee Su. With one stick, he swept the man away. Lee Su's face did not show any pleasure, but a sigh, revealing a trace of disappointment. As expected of Erlang Shen, he was so powerful that it was unbelievable. The three-pointed two-edged spear in his hands was truly used by the opponent to the point of transcendence. Even though his own world was weighted, and his talent was like that of a ghost, it took him 3 whole days to find a flaw. What a pity. Monkey, don't be so arrogant. Before Lee Su could force his way in, another huge voice rang out in the Nanshan Gate. The voice was 3 parts childish and 7 parts fierce. It was the third Prince Neza who was injured and retreated more than a day ago. The little man, with his feet on the wine fire wheel and holding a fire-tipped spear, rushed directly towards him. Come. Lee Su raised his head and roared, and the golden hoop turned into thousands, directly enlarging the attack range and covering the opponent. Although the number of opponents increased, the situation did not change. Even if the third Prince Neza came down and cooperated with Erlang Shenyang Jian, after a brief stalemate, the two were suppressed by Lee Su. Facing this scene, Yang Jian's face became more gloomy, and Neza screamed even more. Unfortunately, they were facing Lee Su, who had supreme talent and could make enlightenment as easy as eating and drinking water. With the body of the Monkey King, the more fierce the battle, the more amazing the improvement in strength. His stick skills were breaking through at an incredible speed. From catching up with Monkey King's perfection, to being outstanding, to integrating and mastering, and finally reaching the pinnacle. On the other hand, although the two were amazingly powerful, their own strength did not change from beginning to end, as if they were copied and pasted. Boom. Boom. A terrible thunder sounded, and above the sky, amazing starlight appeared, and 36 people stood in the starlight. Those were the gods of the thunder department, and they came down. Lightning, extremely terrifying lightning, as they appeared, shone white in the sky, and fell towards Lee Su. Before Lee Su could react, another figure flew over from a distance, wearing green clothes, and holding an iron stick. It was the Huiyan Walker who was hit by him, and flew thousands of miles away. There was also Swordlight, and the GIAO star official also appeared. The terrible Swordlight, intertwined with thunder and lightning, chopped towards Lee Su. Faced with this situation, Lee Su was not afraid. His face showed a rebellious look, and the earth demon technique was running, showing 3 heads and 6 arms. With 3 golden hoop sticks in hand, he killed directly. The 3-pointed two-edged knife split with a stick, the fire spear swept away with a stick, the Huiyan iron stick was swept away, and the 6 arms were raised, knocking, smashing, hitting, and sweeping. There were bursts of thunder. Li Su smashed Jiao with his stick, smashing the sword light and the lightning on it. He jumped up, performed somersaults, and arrived at the thunder gods in the blink of an eye. He swept the stick, and 3 or 5 thunder gods were shattered on the spot. He swept it again, and 7 or 8 more thunder gods were smashed. In just a few blinks of an eye, in just a breath, the thunder clouds in the sky dispersed, and the thunder gods turned into debris, and were smashed by Li Su with a golden hoop. There was no rest, and 100,000 heavenly soldiers gathered. The armor was as bright as the sun, and the swords were swung like rain. 100,000 heavenly soldiers surrounded Li Su directly, and countless soldiers fell on him. His eyes were fierce, but he took a breath, and his body grew up in vain. In an instant, he turned into a 10,000-foot armor image. The golden hoop in his hand turned directly into a pillar of heaven. He turned around and swept it. With a loud bang, the clouds dispersed suddenly, and the 100,000 heavenly soldiers were destroyed. At this moment, Erlang Shen and the other 2 also recovered their breath. They also grew larger, showing a huge armor image, and rushed towards Li Su. Not enough, not enough, just this is far from enough. Facing the 3 people who came to kill him, Li Su didn't even look at them. From the moment he surpassed them, the threat of the 3 people dropped sharply. After all, Li Su never stopped. The more he exerted his strength, the stronger his strength became, and the more powerful the power he showed when he leaned over became. He swept the 3 people away with 2 sticks. Li Su let out a long roar, and the huge golden hoop was raised by him and inserted downwards, passing directly over the flower and fruit mountain, and falling into the huge East China Sea. He stirred it vigorously, and there was a loud bang, which set off 100,000 huge waves. Old dragon of the East China Sea, don't you want the Ruai golden hoop? Don't you want the chainmail golden armor? Come on, come up. Although the East China Sea is huge, how can it withstand the stirring of the Dinghe Shanti? In an instant, blood flowed for thousands of miles, and millions of corpses floated. Countless corpses of shrimp soldiers and crab generals floated up, obviously hit by the stirring golden hoop and unshaped. Roar. A huge dragon roar exploded in the East China Sea, and the ferocious dragon showed its face from the abyss. 4 eyes stared at Li Su, and the look in his eyes really wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Demon monkey, how dare you? How dare you? Ah. Facing the wrath of the Dragon King, Li Su couldn't help laughing up to the sky. Ha ha ha, I dare to step on Linxio, a mere dragon palace. What can you do if it turns over? But you, the old dragon of the East China Sea, who gave you the courage to provoke the Monkey King. Chapter 969, Havoc in Heaven. HMM. Suddenly, Li Su frowned slightly, as if he felt something. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at the end of the clouds above the 9 heavens, in front of the South Heaven Gate. At this moment, there was a man standing there. His face was red and his beard was very long. When he blinked, he thought it was Guangong who came and journeyed to the west and 3 kingdoms crossed the set. But when he looked closely, he saw that this man held a golden seal in his left hand and a golden whip in his right hand. He was wearing a red robe with golden armor. There was a red mark on his forehead like a pupil, which could see good and evil and break the truth. In an instant, Li Su couldn't help but pop up a name in his mind. Taoist Guardian Mountain God, Tei Li Sheng Ying Hua Xianzhen, Du Shenji Chitalinguin, Wan Linguin. In Journey to the West, the only one who really blocked Monkey King and entangled him in place and couldn't get away. Li Su frowned immediately. Unlike Erlang Shen and the others, this person had not spoken a word since he appeared, but he put great pressure on him. He had amazing Taoist magic in his body, and he felt the extremely familiar aura of the 3 pure ones. Not the 3 pure ones in Journey to the West, but the 3 pure ones in Conferred Gods. This person is a disciple of the saint. This thought could not help but emerge in his mind. Just as Li Su was thinking, the figure of the spiritual official disappeared. In an instant, the monkey hairs all over Li Su's body stood upside down, A creepy smell passed into his heart, and a chill rushed directly from his spine to his forehead. The spiritual consciousness exploded instantly, with himself as the center, locking the surroundings. Behind him, in less than 0.0001 seconds, Lee Su's terrifying spiritual consciousness captured a trace of aura, and then 3 golden hoop sticks went around at the same time, blocking his back strength. The disappeared Wang Lingwen appeared, and the golden whip in his hand hit the path blocked by the 3 sticks without bias. With a loud bang, the power of the mountain exploded. The 6 arms and 3 sticks seemed to be struck by lightning, and there was a feeling of being unable to control it. The 10,000 feet body was shaken and moved sideways for several points, flying several miles away. Unable to help but groan, Lee Su's 6 arms were shaking, and the palms were piercing with pain, and cracks appeared on the tiger's mouth. This guy. His face couldn't help but change, and the 10,000 feet armor image disappeared directly, and Lee Su instantly returned to his original size. At this moment, the 3 heads and 6 arms were put away, and returned directly to the real body. Both feet bulged up, and the great magic power fell into it. The method of somersaults broke out, and the technique of 108,000 miles was directly performed by him to the extreme. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Several miles passed by in a flash, and before the opponent's golden whip was retracted, it directly hit the opponent's head. Lee Su was fast, and Wang Lingwen was not slow either. He turned his hand, and the golden whip immediately changed the angle and hit the golden hoop. Ding. With a loud bang, the two shook at the same time. Obviously, Wang Lingwen only trembled slightly, and then calmed down. Lee Su, however, felt as if he had hit an iron wall. He took 2 steps back, and his palm hurt even more. Come again. With a loud shout, Lee Su did not retreat, nor did he have the intention to regroup. At this moment, his soul had completely merged with the body he was attached to. His personality was naturally affected, and he took a 180-degree turn. He directly fought with Wang Lingwen. Boom, boom. There is no doubt that Wang Lingwen's strength is far above Erlang Shen and the third prince. The power he burst out is even more amazing. Every blow is like a thunderbolt bursting from the sky. Even with an extraordinary body, the pinnacle of stick skills, and the violent and unparalleled magic power, it still could not shake. Fortunately, the stone monkey's body had no blood, otherwise he would probably be beaten to vomit blood. Not enough, not enough, not enough. Facing this huge impact, Lee Su's pupils shrank more and more, and his eyes spit out a terrifying light. It's not about Wang Lingwen's strength, but about him. His strength is not enough. In an instant, Lee Su's brain was boiling, his mind began to spin rapidly, and his soul seemed to be ignited. The art of the earth. Lee Su was absorbing, digesting, and realizing. Up to now, among all the magical powers, only this one is still in the realm of perfection, which is more than a step away from the realm established by Monkey King. This makes his indestructible body flawed and not perfect. The magical power must also catch up. No, it must be surpassed. That is, Lee Su, with the blessing of an extremely perverted world, even in the face of such a terrifying existence as Wang Lingwen, he can still draw out some of his mind to realize the skills. Moreover, relying on these little minds, he has achieved enlightenment, and really blossomed on the spot, and will bear the supreme true fruit. 1 move, 10 moves, 100 moves, 1 round, 10 rounds, 100 rounds. The two kept fighting, and the arrogance that erupted was so strong that even Erlang Shen and the others couldn't help but push away and dared not get close. If you get caught up in it, you will be seriously injured, even if you don't die. In the East China Sea under the Flower and Fruit Mountain, the old dragon of the East China Sea also showed a look of surprise at this moment. It is obvious that the strength of this great sage equaling heaven is a bit beyond imagination. No, it should be said that it is impossible to imagine. That is Wang Lingwen, the guardian god of Taoism. Don't think that everyone is qualified to sit in this position. This is the only position among many positions that only asks about strength and not other things. However, Demon Monkey, you won't be proud for long. It's almost there, it's almost there. The old Dragon King's eyes flashed with cold light, with a cold look, looking at the two people fighting in the void, whispering softly, asterisk 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 in the sky. The fight continued. Facing Li Su's amazing stick method, Wang Lingwen didn't have many means, but there was a kind of heavy sword without edge, great ingenuity and simplicity in it. Obviously, Li Su's strength was constantly improving, but it was hard to bite. The whole battle was always at a disadvantage. In this regard, Li Su was not anxious, because it's almost there. The Disha technique has been completely digested, catching up with Monkey King's progress. As Monkey King deserves to be called, Li Su's talent is weighted by the world, which makes it so amazing. As a result, the other party can comprehend this magical power to such a level in just a few years, creating an indestructible golden body, just relying on his own talent. As his understanding of the magical power becomes more and more amazing, Li Su also discovers the true essence of the Disha transformation technique. His body is getting stronger, and the cracked tiger's mouth from the previous fight has now recovered, and the damage caused by the terrible power transmitted by the golden whip is also getting smaller. A special power is taking shape in his body, covering his whole body, forming an indestructible Vajra of all methods and all forces. Is this the indestructible Vajra of the Disha technique? Feeling his own situation, Li Su couldn't help but take a breath. It's worthy of being the two major calamity avoidance techniques in Journey to the West. Whether it's Xiangang or Disha, each one can be said to be the top level inheritance of Zuanmen, without a doubt. However, as the magical power continues to improve, at the moment, when he is about to enter the pinnacle and cast an indestructible golden body, Li Su's eyes move slightly. He stopped his enlightenment of the earthly evil technique, and stopped it at the threshold of reaching the pinnacle, stopping one step away from the realm that Monkey Brother had realized. Not only did he stop, but Li Su directly put his barely overflowing mind into other aspects. Sure enough, the world is the same. Taking a breath, his eyes glowed. While constantly entangled with Wang Lingwen, he kept practicing and practicing another set of Taoist magic. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Unlike Yang Jian at that time, this time Li Su directly fought with Wang Lingwen for a whole week. There is no doubt that it was very embarrassing and very strenuous. His arms had cracked from the tiger's mouth to the arm position. His arms were full of cracks, very deep, and might break directly in the next moment. Even if it was just a little difference, it was still like a distance in the same dimension. Facing this scene, Li Su's face was not impatient or uneasy, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes became brighter. As for the reason, it's done. As soon as he thought about it, he broke through the method of transformation of the earthly evil, which was only one step away from the limit. In an instant, Li Su's body burst into an immortal light, and the earthly evil was indestructible. He succeeded. At the moment of success, many people's eyes moved. Yang Jian, Neza, and Mu Zha rushed over almost at the same time. Not only that, Wang Lingwen also paused slightly. He raised the golden whip high, smashed it down fiercely, and hit Li Su's golden hoop. This time, there was no immediate opening, but the whole person pressed up and directly pressed Li Su to death. Before Li Su retreated, Yang Jian and the other two also came, and the three pointed to edge sword, the fire-pointed spear, and the iron stick fell at the same time. 3 heads and 6 arms. The Dharma image rose. Li Su raised the stick and directly blocked the attack of the 3 people. With a loud bang, the 5 people were directly deadlocked in a group, and the terrifying power continued to explode with them as the center, forming a huge wave of thousands of miles. Facing this scene, the old Dragon King who was staring at the battlefield under the East China Sea suddenly showed his head, with a touch of excitement in his ferocious eyes. Although the development was somewhat beyond expectations, the demon monkey showed extremely amazing strength, but it was a pity. He didn't know the plot. This was the plot of the havoc in the Heavenly Palace, and this was undoubtedly the cause of his defeat, the cause of his death and soul. But, almost at the moment when the old Dragon King's thoughts fell, the sky was shining brightly, and a figure appeared. The figure was very faint, completely without a divine shape, like a shell. He only saw him lift his sleeves lightly, and a 5-color bracelet appeared in his hand. The bracelet was very extraordinary. It made up for the great way of saints, with supreme scriptures, surrounded by thousands of Tao rhymes, and shining with supreme divine brilliance. There is no need to say more about this thing. It appeared twice in Journey to the West, and both times it showed unimaginable power. The thing of taking Daod Shianzan, the Vajra bracelet. Although it is also just a body, the power inside is obviously not a joke, and the most terrifying thing is that there is a special aura in this thing, which is specifically aimed at the soul, and is most restraining the magical power of the indestructible body. The figure stretched out his hand and threw it, and the diamond bracelet instantly cut through the sky, came out from the south heaven gate, and hit Lee Su's head straight. Faced with this scene, Lee Su's pupils suddenly shrank, and he wanted to move. After all, this thing thought of its birth. Even if it was not real, no one would be willing to use their brains to bear it. Unfortunately, he was under pressure from Wang Lingwen and other 4 people at the same time, and his body could not move at all. It can be said that he could only watch the diamond bracelet arrive in front of him and hit him directly on the head. Ding! A loud noise resounded through the sky. Faced with this scene, the old dragon of the East China Sea couldn't help but float to the surface of the East China Sea, looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, you are finished, monkey demon. Chapter 970, Havoc in Heaven. It really hurts. Under the astonished gaze of Wang Lingwen and others, Lee Su gently touched his head and grimaced. Although it is said that the practice of the earthly evil art has reached a great level and can form an indestructible body, the body is comparable to a magic weapon and has the power of indestructibility. But being hit by the legendary Vajra bracelet, even if it is just an illusion and not the real body, is still very uncomfortable, and a big bruise has swollen on the head. How is it possible? Wang Lingwen stared at Lee Su in disbelief. He saw it very clearly just now, and it can be said that he captured it very clearly. When the Vajra bracelet hit the opponent, it did little damage to the indestructible body, and mainly targeted its soul. If an ordinary person is hit, even if nothing happens on the surface, the soul will probably be shattered on the spot. The demon monkey is at a very high level, so the soul will not be shattered, but it will undoubtedly be shaken, and lose consciousness for a short time, and cannot control itself. As a result, the opponent's soul was indeed shaken, and even knocked out. The 3 souls and 7 spirits appeared. All 10 souls left the body, but after a slight tremor, they immediately returned to the body. Obviously, the soul-beating power of the diamond bracelet did not have much impact on his soul. The reason is also very simple. It is related to the light on the other party's soul. Wang Lingwen naturally would not miss that light, or even make a mistake. That is the immortal light. Corresponding to the indestructible power of the earthly evil technique is the supreme achievement of the soul, the power of the heavenly gang. Thinking of this, Wang Lingwen couldn't help but speak, and uttered an extremely shocking situation, saying, "Why do you know the art of the heavenly gang?" As Wang Lingwen spoke, Yang Jian and the other 2 couldn't help but shrink their pupils. As the only magic in Journey to the West that can avoid the 3 disasters and the 2 supreme Taoist methods, it is a unique magic. Being able to master one of them can already be said to be an adventure among adventures, an opportunity among opportunities. Where did the other party get the art of the heavenly gang? No, the question that needs to be shocked is no longer here, but that these 2 great magics are completely different. If one has talent in Xiangang, then practicing Disha will be full of difficulties. On the contrary, if Disha has amazing talent, the Xiangang technique will naturally be limited. Xiangang technique? It turned out to be the Xiangang technique. Above the East China Sea, the laughing old dragon king froze his face and showed an expression of disbelief. What a joke. How could that demon monkey have the legendary Xiangang technique? Although throughout the entire journey to the west, it is clearly mentioned that the only person who practiced the Xiangang technique is Zhu Beiji, and he used it very poorly, which led to a decline in his reputation. But is the Xiangang technique bad? Not bad. Let's not talk about anything else, just talking about Zhu Beiji himself. Is he bad? Can someone who can get Taishang Laojian to refine weapons for him and become the marshal of Xianpeng really be bad? He is one of the 4 guardian gods of Zongshan Ziwei Beiji Taehuang Emperor, and he is also the head of the North Pole. You know, in Taoism, there is such a saying that anyone who practices thunder magic cannot use the thunder god without Xianpeng, and anyone who practices thunder magic alone cannot show his effectiveness without Xianpeng. From this, we can see how high the status of Marshal Xianpeng is, and how strong his strength is. However, He, with that status and identity, still finds it difficult to practice the Shayangang technique to perfection. From this, we can imagine how high the talent requirements of the Shayangang technique are. There is not much difference between the status of Shayangang and Isha, but the corresponding scope is different. The pursuit of immortality is the same realm. The only difference is that the former is the indestructible body, while the latter is the immortal soul. Compared with the actual physical body, it is naturally much more difficult to practice the soul. Well, I have gone off topic. Back to the topic. The body of the demon monkey is a rare physical body in the world. It is the highest material for practicing the Disha method. It is said that it is born completely in accordance with the Disha technique. With such a body, a certain situation will naturally form. That is, the body is strong and the soul is weak. The great sage equaling heaven is not qualified to bend over by just anyone. Just that arrogant heart is impossible for anyone to control. After all, you have to understand how high that heart is. Ignore the heavenly court and fear the Lord Buddha. You know, the former means the highest authority in the world, and the latter means the strongest existence in the world. Even they can't urge the Monkey King to lose his heart. The Monkey King didn't start making trouble in the heavenly palace at the beginning, but after he was caught and tortured. That is to say, even though he has been suppressed by the highest authority once, he is still as unruly as before, without even the slightest thought of fear. How many ordinary people can do this? Therefore, in the eyes of the old Dragon King, no one can control the body of the Monkey King, but will only be controlled by his body in turn. In fact, this is also true. The other party went from the water curtain cave to the East China Sea, which essentially violated the heart of the Monkey King. The demon monkey would never do such a thing. Even though he was pressed under the 5-element mountain, he still struggled hard to overturn the 5-element mountain. Therefore, in the eyes of the old Dragon King, the behavior after this should be the demon monkey's body suppressing the other party's heart, and the remaining emotions in it distorted the other party's original will. Although it was a little unexpected that he stirred the East China Sea, overpowered Yang Jian and the other two, and even fought against Wang Lingwen. But, he cultivated the Shayangang technique? How is that possible? Not to mention the origin of this method, the demon monkey alone learned enough for the other party to comprehend for 100 or 1,000 years, and he might not be able to reach the level of the Monkey King. Not to mention that there is a certain interference between the two major techniques. Unless you fully understand it, you will never be able to practice the second one. Where did he get the time and energy to master the Shayangang method, which is much more difficult to get started than the Disha technique? And how high is the talent of the other party's soul in this area to master the Shayangang technique in such a short time? After all, even the demon monkey with the highest physical talent took several years to successfully practice the Disha method. Could it be that the other party's talent and soul is stronger than the demon monkey's physical body? No, absolutely not. This is absolutely impossible. How could there be such a talent in the world? Not only that, at this moment, the fierce face of the old Dragon King showed an extremely ugly look. It doesn't matter how the other party cultivated the Shayangang technique. After all, the strength of the monkey demon is there. As long as the other party adjusts his mentality and caters to the Monkey King's rebellious intention, he will not lose no matter whether it is the third prince, Hu Yanxing's, Erlang Shen, or Wang Lingwen. The Monkey King at this moment is undefeated. The main reason for being caught is that he was hit by the diamond bracelet of the Supreme Saint. This is the key. Are you kidding? How could the power of the diamond bracelet lead to such a ridiculous result just by falling? Moreover, the Monkey King, who was obviously invulnerable to swords and guns a second ago, suddenly had his collarbone pierced easily after falling. This is not logical at all. Moreover, the collarbone in front could be easily pierced, but when he was tortured later, the sword and axe of the heavenly court could not cut into it. Therefore, the diamond bracelet not only made the Monkey King fall, but more importantly, it broke his indestructible golden body. And this is also the only 2 times in the havoc in the heavenly palace that the Monkey King can be killed in a real sense. As a result, the opponent actually cultivated the Shayangang technique, removing the only weakness in the flesh, so that the Vajra bracelet could not play the effect it should have. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Fortunately, I made preparations in advance. Li Su glanced at Wang Lingwen with a solemn look in his pupils, and his heart was not as relaxed as he showed. Practicing the Xiangang technique was originally just a very sudden idea. After all, he knew the plot and understood what Monkey King would face when he made trouble in the Heavenly Palace. These people in front of him were trivial matters, and the real horror was still to come. For example, the Vajra bracelet of the saint taking, and the end of the strongest Buddha in Journey to the West. This is the most terrifying opponent. I didn't expect to win, but I wanted to be more fully prepared and have more power to deal with unexpected situations. But I never expected it. The Vajra bracelet actually broke his indestructible golden body, the invulnerability to all methods that came from the great success of the Disha technique. Wang Lingwen was stunned by the Xiangang technique and paused. Yang Jian, Neza, and Huiyanxing's did not. The moment he was hit by the diamond bracelet, unprecedented killing intent burst out from their pupils. Head, heart, waist and abdomen. While suppressing him, the three people acted quickly and ruthlessly, and rushed to kill him directly. Fortunately, Li Su's Xiangang technique was formed at that time, and his soul controlled his body, and turned directly into water, without the so-called vital points. Otherwise, he would have died directly just now, and the story would have come to an end directly. Why? Li Su's eyes showed a strange color. Why did the other party know? Knowing the existence of the diamond bracelet? Since they were people in the script, they should have experienced it, as if it was the first time. Taishang Laojun would take action. That was the result of the discussion above, not a pre-order. Moreover, if he didn't feel it wrong, the timing of the diamond bracelet's appearance was also very coincidental. He had just completely mastered the earthly evil technique, and mastered Monkey King's indestructible golden body. As if it was a signal, the four people pressed on immediately. This copy also had a problem. Not only that, just like the previous books, there was a bug and someone jumped out of the script. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 971, Havoc in Heaven. No hurry, no hurry. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the failure of the diamond bracelet and the shock that the other party had actually learned the Xiangang technique. Although the development of things has changed, it doesn't matter. After all, this first level itself is not 100% successful. After all, although the flesh remains the same, the soul inside is different. Therefore, this story and such accidents have not happened before. For example, once, the opponent's hand skills were not good enough, and he could not completely digest the stick technique of the Monkey King. He was hit by Erlang Shen, so he shifted his position. The falling diamond bracelet did not hit his head, but was knocked open by the opponent's golden hoop. Another time, he particularly liked to perform the art of change, and hardly fought with Erlang Shen. When the diamond bracelet fell, the opponent just changed, causing the diamond bracelet to hit the golden hoop directly. Counting back and forth, this accident happened quite a lot, and there were always one or two times among tens of thousands of times. Although this time was the only time that he really survived this crisis, he didn't have to care about it. After all, the killing game of the Havoc in the Heavenly Palace was not just here. There are two of them. And unlike the chance of this existence evading, that is the real must-kill situation, a completely unsolvable situation. That is, suppressing the five-element mountain. When the Buddhist verse falls, the indestructible golden body will also be suppressed, which is the reason why the demon monkey cannot turn over. The indestructible golden body is not a joke. It means the supreme body, with infinite power. This technique was created by observing the creation of the saint of the beginning of the world, and wanted to have that great power. Therefore, after the art of the earth is cultivated, not only the body is indestructible, but also the supreme power. Even the magical power of the five-element mountain, which combines gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, can still be overturned. In the fight against heaven and earth, it can be said to be invincible. Therefore, if you want to suppress the Monkey King, you must seal his indestructible power, so that he cannot show that great power. Just like the Vajra bracelet is indestructible after being broken, once it is suppressed by the 5-element mountain, when the Buddhist verse falls, the Shyanggang technique or the Disha technique will lose its meaning. Unlike the Vajra bracelet, the suppression of Tathagata Buddha is absolute, and there is no possibility of any exception. After all, in this story, the Buddha itself represents invincibility. In the experience, it is not that there have been terrible Shyangelo who performed extraordinary and even surpassed the power shown by the Monkey King. But when facing the Buddha, everything has lost its meaning. So, just wait patiently. This story itself is unsolvable, and the other party has no possibility of getting through it. Because he will never think that, if he wants to pass this story, it is not the so-called havoc in heaven from the beginning, but to find himself, and find the person who wants to kill him. That's right. This is the biggest problem of this copy, and it is also the reason why he has experienced thousands of times, but always laughs in the end, and becomes the winner. Therefore, the more amazing the other party's performance is at this moment, the more desperate the other party will be when the result comes. I'm looking forward to it. There is no doubt that this guy in front of me should be the strongest one among the monster monkeys I have ever met, right? At least in terms of comprehension. With such comprehension, I think he should be sought after by many stars outside, unattainable, right? I really want to see it. See the expression of the other party when he knows the truth. Remember the last one, that expression is really unique, even if it has been a long time, it is still memorable. After all, no matter how this world changes, it will return to its original state. No matter how it changes, it is all in his mind, which is really boring. Only when this different and uncontrolled soul appears, can we gain fresh feelings. Before the day of going out comes, these are undoubtedly the source of his fun. Okay. Struggle to your heart's content, display your abilities, show your talents, fight to the death with the heavenly court, complete the obsession of the monkey, and sit on the throne of the Linxio palace. The brighter it is, the more brilliant it is, the stronger the smell will be when it is extinguished. And I just need to wait. Just wait slowly. Because the other party will never guess my identity, the only key to his passing. After all, outside, the ancient times have long been annihilated, and the stories of the prehistoric times have long disappeared. Although there were only a few words left, as time passed, the people behind knew less and less. Recently, there is no information at all. In this case. Wait. What's going on? Why is he looking here? Why is he staring at me? Asterisk 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 someone has a bug. So, who is it? This question probably doesn't need to be thought about. After all, the fact that the other party has never appeared in the drama Havoc in Heaven makes it extremely conspicuous. No, it should be said that it is eye-catching. Thinking back to the other party's brutal appearance, which is completely different from what he imagined. No, it should be said that it subverted his childhood memory, which is also extremely eye-catching. Not to mention that the other party himself did not realize that, since Lee Su came to this world, he was the only one among many people who was obviously emotional. Whether it was Neza, Mu Zha, Erlang Shen, Wan Lingwen, even Jin Hiao, the 36 Thunder Departments, or even the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals killed by him. Their emotions were very simple from beginning to end, and there was only one kind from beginning to end. That was the killing intention. Although there was a certain degree of intelligence, unless there was a special unexpected situation, they would hardly speak to Lee Su. Even if they spoke, the content was very little, at most just a few words. The monkeys in Huaguo Mountain did say a lot, but those monkeys did not really exist, but came from the body he said he was attached to. Therefore, although Lee Su came out to kill, the monkeys and their descendants did not. Even the other 3 dragons with the old Dragon King of the East China Sea, although they also spoke, their reactions were similar to those of Wang Lingwen and others. Only the old Dragon King, although he also had killing intentions, could feel obviously different emotions. The fluctuations were too big. It has come to this point. It would be strange if Lee Su did not suspect the other party. With his eyes down, Lee Su nailed the old Dragon King to death. Asterisk 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 at this moment. Facing Lee Su's tightening gaze, the old Dragon King of the East China Sea could not remain calm. His face began to change, and his claws in the water could not help but clench. Because this time is different from before. Before, under the water curtain cave, he dared to attack, because the other party violated the original intention of the Monkey King, tried to escape, and did things that were not in line with the Monkey King, so he could kill him at that time. The more he violated his original intention, not only was it possible to be distorted by the emotions and the flesh, but even the power he could exert would be lower. Now it is different. With the complete inheritance of the power of the Monkey King, the situation is equivalent to the opposite. In addition to Erlang Shen and others who can fight, the only person who can catch the demon monkey in the heavenly palace is the Tathagata Buddha. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He can't be exposed. It should be because of the previous attack that the other party hated him. Yes, that's it. That's right. You are not the Dragon King of the East China Sea, right? Just as the old Dragon King was comforting himself, a thunderous voice exploded in his ears, and instantly the hairs on the old Dragon King's body stood up. His pupils suddenly widened, and he looked in disbelief at the familiar monkey face that had directly left the battlefield in heaven and appeared in front of him. With a loud bang, his mind was shaken. The face of the old Dragon King of the East China Sea turned pale. Chapter 972, Havoc in Heaven. Boom. The old Dragon King sank directly into the East China Sea. Not only Wang Lingwen and others in the distance, but also the three Dragon Kings of the West China Sea, South China Sea, and North China Sea attacked at the same time. The dragon roared, and the mighty dragon power was like a substance, as if the sky was falling, and directly covered Li Su. With a huge roar, the dragon eyes of the West China Sea Dragon King shone with the true dragon inscription, reflecting the body of the ancient dragon god, chasing the eternal bloodline, and singing the ancient dragon language. Soul destroying. The terrible dragon words directly acted on Li Su's soul. With its words, his soul actually shook and began to melt like water. The South China Sea Dragon King jumped up, hooked the void with his 5 claws, and soared above the 9 heavens. A 10,000-foot dragon gate appeared. For a moment, countless fish jumped above the East China Sea, and there were whales crying. They rushed to the gate of good fortune to change their fate and get rid of this reincarnation beast. Exchange life. The power of cause and effect descended from the sky, and the magical dragon gate directly locked onto Li Su. His body was boiling, his appearance was changing, and his monkey body was actually affected. The other party was planning to directly change into the body of the Monkey King. The scales of the North Sea Dragon King were shining, showing a blue color, and the boundless frost was lingering. It danced on the spot, and the dance was extremely beautiful, showing the body of the real dragon to the fullest. This is not an ordinary dance, this is an ancient sacrificial ritual. The heart is in harmony with the mind is in harmony with the spirit, and the spirit is in harmony with the body. It is calling on the ancient ancestor, the ancient existence before the journey to the west, before the conferred god, the real dragon from a long time ago that surpassed this era. As it danced, through the blood, through the soul, through the will, a pair of extremely oppressive eyes really appeared. That luck penetrated history, cast a gaze from ancient times, looked at the future, and looked at Li Su. It was dark, and a mysterious moon appeared above the sky. The vast white light fell, rendering the world silver. Li Su's movements were frozen. The silver world stagnated all matter, and froze him there. Boom. Or thunder exploded. It was Wang Lingwen. He had arrived. The golden whip was waving, and thunder was on it. That thunder was not of the mortal world, not the thunder of tribulation, but the thunder of punishment. The dark color and the breath of destruction did not have the feeling of breaking evil, but was filled with an extremely ominous breath. Erlang Shen also arrived. He was holding a 3-pointed two-edged spear, and at this moment he was surrounded by golden light. That was the art of the earthly evil, and it was the indestructible light that had reached its extreme. The light fell on the 3-pointed two-edged spear, and for a moment the spear vibrated and was indestructible. Not only that, as Erlang Shen waved, an amazing scene appeared on the tip of the spear. A giant appeared and wielded a giant axe. Neza also arrived, and a Hun Xianling, attached to his body, and wrapped around the fire spear. The Kyankan circle shrank, and also covered the fire spear. At this moment, the fire spear burst out with a shocking sound, and the extremely terrifying samadhi true fire was gushing out. It was not the joke level before, but like a huge flame knife, burning a large area of the void and twisting it. He raised his spear and slashed, and the samadhi true fire knife, which was more than 20 meters long, cut down directly. There was also the Huiyan walker. He was still holding the iron rod, but at this moment, the Buddha's light around him was bursting and extremely dense. A phantom appeared behind him. The phantom had a green face and fangs, and a hideous appearance. There was a huge anger burning in his pupils. That look would make even evil ghosts feel cold. That was the Western Akalanatha. As the phantom appeared, a strange blood-red flame ignited on its iron rod. It had no temperature, and burned something else. It was called evil karma, and it was called the result of evil. Ha. Facing the siege of 3 dragons and 4 people, Li Su's face did not show any solemnity, but instead chuckled. If he was not the great sage at this moment, if they were all true, he would really be afraid. But unfortunately, you are not them. Li Su's eyes moved, and he was suppressed by the dragon's might. His body and soul condensed by the soul-destroying, life-changing, and silver world were shocked, but he recovered in an instant. For most people, it was undoubtedly a fatal move, and it could not shake the immortal soul of the Xiangang technique. Ha! With a low shout, the earthly evil was launched. Li Su raised his stick and hit, and the Dharma image appeared. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and he held the golden hoop and hit Wang Lingwen and several others. The first stick was Wang Lingwen. There was a loud bang, and Li Su did not move. However, Wang Lingwen's face changed. He felt the terrible power transmitted by the golden hoop on the opposite side. He couldn't help but have a surge of blood. He staggered back, and his right hand holding the whip was numb, and the tiger's mouth was cracked. Lost in strength. But it doesn't matter. His attack was not mainly about strength, but thunder, the thunder of destruction. The next second, Wang Lingwen was stunned. The black lightning that passed through the golden hoop did not explode, but flowed into the opponent's body, and was guided by him to his other 2 arms. Not good. If the earthly evil is the limit of power, the heavenly gang is the limit of Taoism. Unlike the original Monkey King, the demon monkey at this moment no longer has the defects in Taoism. The body of the heavenly gang allows him to be directly immune to most of the damage of Taoism. No, even control them. Ding. This time it was Erlang Shen. Facing the oncoming blade of creation, Li Su swept the golden hoop in his hand. With a loud bang, this time Li Su retreated. In terms of strength, Erlang Shen, who also possessed the earthly evil technique, was undoubtedly equal to him, not to mention that the opponent was using another trick at this moment. It should be derived from the myth of his splitting Huashan mountain with force, where he used the axe of creation, which was transformed from the fragments of the treasure of the sage Panbu, and learned the trick from it. However, Erlang Shen did not look happy, but his pupils shrank, because Wang Lingwen's black thunder was transmitted by the opponent through the golden hoop along the 3-pointed two-edged spear. Boom. Unlike Li Su, facing Erlang Shen who did not practice the Xiangang technique, the black thunder exploded immediately. The terrible lightning instantly annihilated Erlang Shen. Being able to be performed by Wang Lingwen, this technique is undoubtedly the highest method of Taoism. Even with an indestructible golden body, Erlang Shen was still struck very badly, and many parts of his body turned black. Especially this higher level of thunder method, in essence, is no different from the Samadhi true fire. Of course, the physical body is a small problem, the main thing is the soul. This method has a huge killing effect on the soul. The physical body has left such an amazing wound, and the soul can be imagined. Erlang Shen groaned, and there was a strange shaking under the physical body. It was his soul that was disintegrating, and shattered by the black thunder. Erlang Shen, leave. On the other side, Li Su was knocked back by the will of creation. His knuckles were cracked, and the golden hoop seemed to be twisted. Neza and Huiyan Xings rushed over, trying to take advantage of Li Su's inability to control his body. Wind. Although his body was out of control, and even his indestructible power was shaken, Li Su had no will to be nervous at all. He just groaned, and his body suddenly dispersed. If the transformation of the earthly evil is to transform into all matter in the world, then the transformation of the heavenly gang is to be able to transform all element in the world. This kind of transformation is not to escape into the wind and ride the wind, but as long as there is airflow, he will be there. In an instant, Lee Su's breath was everywhere, completely integrated into this world, and the divine consciousness could no longer capture it specifically. The faces of the two Neza brothers changed at the same time. To be honest, this transformation technique was quite excessive. The monkey was already extremely difficult to deal with the earthly evil technique, and now with the heavenly gang technique, there was no way to fight him. Just now, he was surrounded by them, but the next second, he appeared directly in front of the old Dragon King on the East China Sea. Suddenly, Neza's face changed. As the third prince of the heaven, he had participated in the entire conferred God War. His talent and experience were undoubtedly unprecedented. Through intuition and experience, he told him directly at this moment, Muzha. Turning his head, he saw the disappeared Lee Su appeared. Behind Muzha, he grabbed the other's head without waiting for Neza to remind him, and stretched out his hand. Swish. With a hand knife, Muzha's head was directly cut off. At the same time, Lee Su raised his foot and kicked on Muzha's right hand holding the iron rod. With a thud, Muzha's right hand was broken, and the iron rod in his hand was also kicked up by Lee Su, rolling and changing direction, heading towards Wang Lingwen, whose blood was still boiling not far away. Wang Lingwen, who had just stabilized his body and obviously did not expect this scene, wanted to hide, but he really had no spare strength, and was immediately hit on the head by Muzha's 1,000-pound iron rod. Although the iron rod was heavy, it really couldn't kill Wang Lingwen. At most, it would make him fall and break his scalp. But the rod was now full of the aura of karma fire. Although Wang Lingwen was a righteous god, the karma fire was not calculated according to the rules of good and evil in the heaven. It ignited him in an instant. Muzha. Wang Lingwen is out. Damn it. Facing this scene, the fierce Neza waved the fire spear in his hand vigorously. Since his debut, this battle has been really frustrating. His skills have been completely fixed, and he can't use them completely. There is no way. This is Journey to the West. This is a havoc in heaven. At this moment, Neza took out 3 heads and 6 arms, which is quite over the line. The same is true for Wang Lingwen, Erlang Shen, and Muzha. So he jumped up and rushed directly to the heaven. It's not that he was afraid, but the power that polluted his mind was gradually weakening. No, it should be said that he had no time. In fact, it was not just Neza. After the 3-headed dragon's spell was broken, its face changed, and it immediately plunged into the deep sea and slid down rapidly. This guy is getting more and more abnormal. The clone is so strong, it's really weird. The battle ended suddenly, and Lee Su smiled slightly, his body trembled, and disappeared. Instead, several hairs stopped in place. The Xiangang and Isha techniques were successfully cultivated at the same time, and the effect formed was really unexpected. It was no longer a concept of 1 + 1, but a 10 to 10 effect. Then, the next step is the last one. Now that the target has been found, Lee Su naturally cannot let the other party really get out of his sight, otherwise it will be another matter to find him again. And as long as the problematic dragon is solved, this book should be almost done. Chapter 973, Havoc in Heaven. The old Dragon King is dead. He was very unwilling, and died with his eyes wide open. Undoubtedly, having encountered so many bugs in this book, this one is really low class. Perhaps, it cannot be said that the opponent is weak. The main reason is that the protagonist is too terrifying. As long as a soul that leans over is in a good state, once it merges with the body of the Monkey King, it will undoubtedly be terrifyingly strong. And the Dragon Kings in Journey to the West, to be honest, their roles are basically literary dramas. Just take a look and you will know. The Dragon King of the East Sea was robbed of the Dinghe Shinsen and dared not move, so he could only complain to the heaven. The Dragon King of Jing was sent to the guillotine because it rained a little more. And what dishes did the Emperor of Heaven serve when he greeted the guests? Dragon liver and phoenix marrow. There is no fighting power at all. Although they did show quite amazing power because of the bug. What can they do? It met Lee Su. This pervert who knows the content of the story and has a talent of more than 200. The art of Xiangang, even if someone else knows it, I'm afraid there is no time to practice it. As a result, Lee Su succeeded in a very short time. Normally, even if the identity of the old Dragon King was exposed, it would not be a big deal. But it happened to meet the Monkey King who had mastered the Xiangang. As mentioned earlier, the Monkey King was not good at water battles. In fact, when Li Su only had the Disher technique before, he felt quite uncomfortable when he went into the water, and his somersault cloud was greatly restricted underwater. But after mastering the Xiangang technique, that was another matter. Underwater, it was like a fish in water. The unlucky place of the old Dragon King of the East China Sea was not only this. As the Dragon Kings of the Fourth Seas, their strength was undoubtedly amazing, especially the so-called true dragon blood from which they drew magical powers. Even Li Su was quite amazed. What a pity, what a pity. Facing the special flesh of the Monkey King, the natural suppression of the true dragon on flesh and blood creatures had almost no effect. On one side, it was constantly increasing, while on the other side, it was constantly decreasing. If the true body was discovered, even if the needle was pierced severely, it would still not change the outcome. Looking at the dragon corpses floating around, Li Su let out a long breath, and sweat slid down his forehead. To be honest, this book is quite dangerous. Although he didn't seem to encounter too much trouble along the way, he found out how terrible the murderous intention of this book was after he killed the Dragon King of the East China Sea and obtained the soul fragments of the other party. Not only the diamond bracelet of the Taking Saint, but also the 5-element mountain. The diamond bracelet is okay, but the 5-element mountain is simply an unsolvable situation. No wonder the strength of this old Dragon King did not go directly to the top of the world like in other bugs. One is that there is no time, and the other is that it is not necessary at all. It only needs to wait until the Monkey King is pressed under the 5-element mountain. In fact, it did so. Countless people died in its hands for this reason. This is equivalent to killing in the plot. As long as that time comes, even the King of Heaven will die. Fortunately, because of too many successes and too many failures, the old Dragon King was careless and lost his vigilance. He determined that no one could pass this book and became indulgent. Otherwise, if it had hidden from the beginning, even if it knew the plot, it would probably be impossible to solve it. The other side had everything going for it. It was all luck that he could win, as there were countless people in front of him to help him. After killing the old Dragon King and solving the biggest crisis, Li Su's face did not show any relief, but a solemn look. As for the reason, it was also related to the old Dragon King. In its memory, there was not only how it relied on this short story of less than 3 months to kill people, but also another thing. That is, the power of the cage was decreasing. This was also the reason why the old Dragon King did not frantically accumulate power and try to escape like the people who discovered the truth in other worlds. At first, it was the same. But I don't know if it was because of its high realm and strong power. It felt something different. First of all, the world it was in was shrinking, and some places of the border began to become blurred. It could feel that the power was being lost, and this world would end and open sooner or later. And it could take that opportunity to leave this world. The old dragon was quite powerful. When it found out that this world would disappear sooner or later, it was also anxious for a while, and was very uneasy, because it found that once this world disappeared, it might also disappear. However, it calmed down soon, and through the intermittent time, it continued to study, and found a way to offset the vague power. That is, the power of the indestructible golden body cultivated by the earthly evil technique. This is why it targeted the Monkey King, by killing the Monkey King, and then obtaining the power of the indestructible golden body from his body bit by bit. The other party was quite successful. After so many times, it undoubtedly obtained a considerable amount of indestructible power, which was enough to ensure that it would not be affected when the cage disappeared. Li Su didn't care how the old Dragon King was going to leave this world. He cared about the fact that the power of the cage was decreasing. This made him a little uneasy. The fragments of the world appeared after the great destruction of the ancient times. Although it was unknown who formed them and what means were used, they were undoubtedly related to the ancient times. Then, coupled with the special structure of the mythical world, the gate at the end of the blood pool. Faintly, an outline had already emerged in Li Su's mind. Recalling the almost innumerable demons at that glance, plus the news he got here now, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. A crisis that was far away a second ago suddenly came behind him, directly casting a layer of haze on his heart. Exhaling hard, Lee Su quickly calmed his mind. The crisis is indeed always there, and his strength is also constantly improving. As long as he improves his strength before the crisis comes, the crisis will naturally no longer be a crisis. With a leap, he left the East China Sea and planned to return directly to Huaguo Mountain, where he would quietly wait for the arrival of the Tathagata Buddha. According to the memory of the old Dragon King, someone had disrupted the original situation, but in the end they were suppressed. The Tathagata Buddha came in person and pressed people under the 5-element mountain. This is why Lee Su thought it was a plot killing after seeing the memory of the old Dragon King. However, as soon as he went out to sea, his brows frowned and he saw a figure. Before he could move, the next second the scene in front of him changed drastically. Fire, a fire that could not be seen at a glance, directly surrounded him. Lee Su's pupils shrank and his face showed an extremely stunned look. What the hell? Damn, it hurts. This fire is wrong. You have to know that Lee Su has mastered the art of Xiangang. Not to mention ordinary fire, even the 3-flavored true fire can hardly cause real damage to him, and most of them will be dissolved by the art of Xiangang. However, at this moment, this fire actually burned on his body and soul. Even though Lee Su's will was strong enough, and he didn't scream on the spot, he still couldn't help being burned up and down. His face was blue and his lips were white in pain. Fire is too terrible. At this moment, Lee Su was like an ordinary person, being burned extremely miserably, and he had no ability to think. The only feeling was pain, extremely painful. I don't know how long it took, and finally, the fire was gone. Coming back to his senses, Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the Xiangang and Isha were running at the same time to repair the damaged body and soul. Although he was doing this when he was in the fire, the effect was undoubtedly very poor at that time. Just after the repair was completed, before he had time to look around, he felt the earth and sky turn upside down. The ground under his feet shook dramatically, and the earth slowly lifted up like a human palm, then turned over and covered Lee Su's head directly. Facing this scene, Lee Su's face changed drastically. How could he not know this scene? Recalling the scene of being burned by fire before, it should be that he was inexplicably put into the bag with furnace and was burned to death. Then, his whole body was numb. Lee Su didn't know how Monkey King was suppressed by the 5-element mountain, but he knew how he was suppressed. The power of the heavenly gang and the power of the earthly evil were all locked. At this moment, although his physical body and soul were powerful, he did not have the protection of indestructibility and immortality, so the mountain that pressed down on him was not only heavy for him, but also painful to the bone marrow. And the most important thing is that he was not pressed under the mountain, but his whole body was buried directly in it. Severe pain, heavy pressure, suffocation. I don't know how long it has been. Lee Su thought that there might be other bugs in this book. He thought he was going to die. His body suddenly felt light. He opened his eyes and found that he had returned to the world fragment space without knowing when. Ding. Congratulations, you passed the havoc in heaven. After a long time, Lee Su came back to his senses and recalled the figure he saw. He opened his mouth and uttered a word after a long time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Looking at the person who turned into a light spot under the 5-element mountain, the fierceness said with a strange face, "Second brother, you are taking revenge for personal grudges. Aren't you afraid that he will cause trouble to you in the future?" Erlang Shen said indifferently, "This is for his own good. Otherwise, why do you think the saint left a shadow? You should know that this shadow has never paid attention to anyone. If you don't leave the Laojian furnace, your experience will not be complete. If you don't suffer great hardships, how can you have great fortune?" Neza didn't speak, but said silently, "Second brother, if you don't touch your charred hand, I still believe that you are really selfless and not using public tools for personal gain. Let's go." "Where to?" "To practice. Time is running out." "Yeah, okay." Chapter 974 Award. Long River. The huge and boundless Long River spans the past and leads to the future. The energy in it is infinite. The Deo Rhyme in it is infinite. just like the Dao itself. In the fragments of the world, Lee Su couldn't help but take a breath, and his expression was very shocked. Unlike when he was in a low realm, he had already entered the late stage of the Tai realm. When facing the long river, he could feel a completely different scene. Is it the great way of the saint? Looking at the terrifying long river, Lee Su asked such a question. It can't be explained. After all, if the way of the saint is like this, then it is really hard for him to imagine what his Tai realm is. Yes, it's too far away. It's no longer the concept of a slight difference leading to 1,000 miles of error. But Lee Su couldn't imagine that he could achieve Daluo and advance to the Holy Realm and form a Dao fruit that matches the long river above his head. As a peerless genius, with the 7 saints laying the foundation for the Dao, once Lee Su becomes a saint, the great foundation of the Dao and the high Dao fruit can be imagined. However, even so, facing the long river above his head, some still felt extremely powerless, as if the distance between them was still extremely far, just like when he first entered the martial arts realm, and there was no feeling of getting close. Lee Su couldn't help but take a deep breath and quickly gathered his mind. After all, this was not the time to sigh at the size of the long river. The arrival of the level was coming. And it was not just one level, but the rewards for 2 consecutive levels, which were distributed together. Completed achievements. 1. Realm reached. Heavenly Immortal Realm, True Immortal Realm, Tai Realm 2. Gangfa obtained. Xiangang Art, Disher Art, Somersault Cloud, Unknown Buddha Dual Cultivation Heart Method 3. Story completed. 81 difficulties, Havoc in Heaven. First branch line abnormality, serious pollution, early end, not dead before the end, evaluation level A+. Second branch line abnormality, complete all branch line tasks, evaluation level A+. Task comprehensive evaluation, A+. Rewards. 1. World Key. 2. Great Dao Crystal. 500 *2, 3. Scene of Time. 1000 years *2 point. After opening, you will enter a special wonder, and will not return to normal until time runs out. Note, you cannot move after opening, and everything will return to normal after the end. 4. Dao Baptism. *2. After opening, you will swim in the Dao, and comprehend the 3000 Daos. 5. Dao River Initiation. *2. After the reward is over, the long river of the Dao will be initiating again. Please be fully prepared. 6. Gangfa Cocoon. *4. It contains the Xiangang Art, Disher Art, Somersault Cloud, and the Dao Buddhism dual cultivation method learned in the world. You can take it yourself, or give it to others. The reward is over. Challenger, please be ready. The Dao River initiation is about to begin. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. I couldn't help but take a breath. This time the reward was undoubtedly beyond imagination. Especially the 3, 4, and 5, which were directly beyond Lee Su's expectations. The Gangfa journey to the west was actually extracted. No need to practice. Can you learn by taking it? There was also the scene of time. Lee Su couldn't help but clench his fist and took a breath. What was the most lacking thing for him now? Time. Although it was only 2000 years, there was no doubt that this time was too important for him. Apart from anything else, even if 1000 years was not enough for the late stage of Tai, 2000 years would definitely be enough to understand it. This reward really came at the right time. As long as he broke through, he would achieve Daluo. The situation in the heavenly court of the mythology realm would undoubtedly reduce the difficulty for him. There was also the Great Dao Baptism, which allowed him to swim in the sea of the Great Dao directly, comprehend the 3000 Great Daos in it, not to mention Tai, even the Great Luo realm. These were extremely amazing resources that could speed up his promotion. There was no doubt that the harvest this time was simply huge. No, it should be said to be beyond imagination. As for the key of the world, he originally had 2, but now he had 5. As for the Great Dao Crystal, it was equivalent to the Star Crystal in the mythology realm, which was considered a cultivation resource. However, there were only 1000, which was better than nothing. The 3 that I was concerned about just now are the real treasures. They are more than enough. This initiation is just the same as always. It's already 321. What are you still preparing for? With a loud bang, Lee Soo knew what was going to happen even without looking up. The huge river above his head shook, but this time it did not directly raise waves, but was approaching. That's right, Lee Soo found that the distance between him and it was rapidly closing. He didn't know how much closer it was, but it was clear that he could no longer see the edge of the river. Not only the length, but also the width. At this moment, he saw a gap. Well, it can't be called a gap. It should be said that it is a tributary, connecting him to the tributary of the terrifying river. I didn't notice it before, but now it looks quite wide. If you count carefully, it's almost 2 kilometers, right? It's 500 meters wider than the widest part of the Yellow River. With a slight click, a crack appeared on the bank of the river where the tributary above Lee Soo's head connected to the Avenue River. It was quite amazing. The crack was almost 3 times larger than before. That is to say, once it penetrated, the river above his head would directly increase 3 times. This was undoubtedly very important. No, in terms of value, it was worse than the scene of that time. After all, the problem that troubled Lee Soo now was not only his own realm, but also the treasure. His realm was not enough to support him to use the treasure with all his strength and fully exert its power. Even if he prepared in advance, it would take a lot of time. With this expansion, not only would the power of the treasure be greatly improved, but he would not need to spend so much time on preparation in advance. Snap, snap. Just when Lee Soo was excited, the cracks on the river did not stop, but continued to crack, and the range gradually increased. 6 times, 10 times, 15 times. Lee Soo's face gradually turned green, and his expression began to become bad. Wait, this is too much? It's not that Lee Soo thinks it's too much, but if he does it this way, he will die. Finally, the terrible crack stopped, after extending almost 20 times as far as before. With a roar, the extremely terrible river rushed down from the sky, giving him a real initiation. It felt as if someone had started a drilling machine and drilled from the beginning to the end. In an instant, Lee Soo rolled his eyes and fainted from the pain. The next second, he woke up again. Then, he fainted again from the pain. **** mythology, Hades, Fengdu. After disappearing for 7 days, Lee Soo, who returned again, suddenly appeared, staggered, and fell to the ground. His aura was undoubtedly improved. Especially the thickness of his mana was amazing. In his body, the huge galaxy was no longer filled, but directly crystallized. The mana was so much that it was almost exploding. Not only that, his Dao Yun was also improved, and he directly entered the 5th realm. The long river of initiation contained a huge amount of Dao Yun, which made him, who had just entered the 3rd realm, enter the 5th realm. Moreover, the improvement has not stopped, and there is still a lot of Dao Yun in his crystallized mana. After a while, if he works hard to digest it, it should be able to improve a lot. At least it shouldn't be a big problem to enter the 6th realm. The only problem is that Lee Soo's face is not very happy, but he praises this face, and his expression is extremely bad. 2 small realms of strength, damn it, he actually fainted from the pain for a full 800 times. How can you let Lee Soo feel embarrassed? How can you feel embarrassed? Chapter 975 A Bad Situation. The Underworld Fengdu, Yin Lucy, Main Hall. Lee Soo, a disciple of Jijiao, Bailey Jinxi, a disciple of Zichenjiao, Baking Grau, a disciple of Fuman, Gifang Su, and the 2nd and 3rd positions of Tai realm of the 4 major sects. A total of 12 people gathered together. The time is half a year after the opening of the underworld. It took a full 6 months, and finally everything was ready. The preparations here are not simple. The indelible fatigue on Xiaoming's face can be seen. You have to know that they are in the Tai realm, and they are all in the late stage. It's only 6 months, but they are so tired. You can imagine how many things have happened. It's not just the arrangements in the East region. There are also the survival issues of hundreds of millions of people in the underworld Fengdu, and the problem of the Western Alliance, a joint organization across all sects in the entire Western region established by the 4 sects. 6 months, more than 180 days of sleepless nights, finally completed. He is really worthy of being the second senior brother of Tai of the major sects. His talent is quite amazing. He directly solved the worries, and the base camp does not need to worry too much. By the way, speaking of this, let me mention something. That is, Uncle ZHU and his people also participated in the structure of the Western Alliance. Although their realm is not enough, when it comes to the management of ordinary people, the experience of the 200 million people in Zaya country is not for show. Although Zaoming and his people are powerful, it is the first time for them to manage so many people. There are undoubtedly omissions in some things. Some direct problems are okay, and some are fine in the short term, but there are many hidden dangers that will cause major problems in the long run. After discovering this problem, Uncle ZHU and his people took decisive action and put forward their opinions. Soon, the opinions were adopted, and people were also pulled into the management of the Western Alliance. Although it only involves Chinden and below, it is still quite amazing. After all, even in the mythological world, people with Chinden and below are still the most. For this reason, Lee Su specifically gave ZHU Chang the official position he had seized, the official position of the county magistrate of the central government office in the outer city of Fengdu. With the yin position and ability, he can be regarded as completely mixed into the system of the Western Alliance. As for the ability of Uncle ZHU and his people, with this stepping stone, the rest of the people are basically just a matter of time. Undoubtedly, this is a great thing, but it's a pity that there is no time to celebrate. After all, for them now, the real trouble is the East region, where there are really unimaginable huge problems. It can be said that in the next 2 months, Zaoming and his team postponed the original plan again and again, because of this reason. The situation is not good. No, perhaps it can no longer be described as not good, but rather as terrible. Although the Saints took action in time and built a high wall, they blocked the Saints who appeared with the birth of the Heavenly Court in the depths of the East region, preventing them from coming. But although the Saints could not appear, the Dalo realm was not affected. There are many Dalo realms in the 7 major sects here, and they add up to nearly 100, but there are more on the opposite side, with a total of more than 200. On the extreme side, there are 35 people in the 7 major sects. On the other side, there are more than 50 people. In addition, the betrayal of the Demon Court and the Black Mountain sect has to add 7 more people to this number. Although because of the mutual restraint, after all, the Dalo realm is too powerful. Once it takes action, the people below basically have no way to survive, so both sides are in a state of inaction. But the actual situation on the myth world side can be said to be extremely passive. Because they have to fight for the Heavenly Palace that appeared with the Heavenly Palace. Although there are 33 Heavenly Palaces now, the 7 major sects cannot miss any of them, but the problem is that the number of opponents is almost twice that of their own, which means that in the fight for the Heavenly Palace, they are in a 1-on-2 situation. The Great Luo means that the Taoism is perfect and the realm is supreme. The strength may be different due to some factors, but there will not be a situation where one fights several. Basically, there is not much difference. It is nothing to fight against one, but there is basically no possibility of winning against 2. In other words, it means that in the fight for the 33 heavenly palaces, the mythology realm is at an absolute disadvantage. This is not a good thing. Those heavenly palaces are not just symbols. Not only do they have huge resources, but they also have inheritance. Just like when the underworld Fengdu was opened. In this case, there is no problem for a short time. Over time, the problem will be very terrible. There will be more and more monks on the other side, and more strong people. Not only the palace, there are too many wonders in the heavenly palace. It has been changing since it appeared, and it has not stopped until now. Therefore, there are often rare treasures, or some kind of Taoist inheritance. But it is obvious that the myth world can get very little, even less than 1/10 or 1/12 of it. Most of the treasure lands are occupied by the 33 alien races. Even if one suddenly appears occasionally, the strong men of the alien race will quickly kill them. The people from the myth world will be driven out at the first time, or directly killed. It can be said that the situation is still deadlocked until now. It is not because the people in the east region of the myth world are so strong, but because the alien races are also competing for resources. After all, although the heaven is large, it cannot guarantee that the resources are endless. At this moment, it is a great opportunity for everyone. Now the situation there is extremely terrible, and there are many strong people. Some of them have even been promoted recently and broken through their original realm. Moreover, the breakthrough here is not one or two small realms. Some people have directly achieved the supreme Dalo realm from giant and cultivators overnight. The shocking treasures and the sudden surge in strength have brought about obvious results. Chaos. In addition, the saints and Dalo were completely restrained and unable to act. The current eastern region was a mess, with raw and cooked food mixed together, and new rice was constantly added. This was also the reason why Xiaoming and his team postponed their plans again and again. If they went there actually before the chaos stopped, they would be wiped out, not to mention establishing a base. The chaos in the eastern region is just one of the points. For the mythology realm, the most troublesome thing right now is not this. Looking at Li Su and others, Xiaoming slowly opened his mouth with an extremely solemn expression and said, "It's a problem of identity. The 33 alien races are not much different from us in appearance. If they conceal their own aura, they will look almost the same as us. Coupled with the rebellion of the demon court, this is undoubtedly equivalent to planting an ale in the eastern region. The 33 alien races know us very well, but in turn, we know very little about them. In addition to the demon court and the Black Mountain sect, there are also people in the eastern region who have rebelled. We got the news before that a Dalo in the mythology realm was deceived, severely injured, hunted down, and forced into a dangerous place. This not only means that the other party has mixed into a high level combat power, but it has also led to a situation where everyone is in danger. Even the disciples of the major sects cannot believe it unless they have lived together. We have been in constant contact with them these days. The only way now is to send Chai and Jiao over there. First, we will go to Daluajing to understand the specific situation, and then take action to grab resources. After all, resources are not unlimited. Once the resources outside the 33 heavenly palaces are exhausted, the situation will eventually return to the original problem. When that time comes, we can deal with the identity issue. Chaos, information leaks, traitors. As Xiaoming continued to talk about one topic after another, Bailey Jinxie and others became more and more solemn. Although they knew that the situation in the Heavenly Palace would be very bad, they never thought it would be so bad. For a while, the entire Yin Lucy main hall was silent, and everyone's face was very ugly. What should I do? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.